$9.99 a month. That's $9.99 down, straightforward pricing, no runaround. Shop online, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
should they do with that? Do we bring the kids? Like, that's expensive, right? Like, you fly with the kids, they each need a seat now, right?
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you've ever been hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe out there. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with tips to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Feeling good today. Red Wings sweep the Maple Leafs 4 up, 4 down, and 2 of them dramatic OT wins last night. Mo Seider muscling the puck away 3-on-3 hockey to set up Dylan Larkin.
Thing of beauty, and they swept the Maple Leafs. That's even more beautiful.
And the Maple Leafs, one of those teams sitting on the outside looking in right now, so means a little more.
It certainly does, and it's a hockey team that, do we all think that they're the best in the Atlantic? No, probably won't stay there. But as long as they continue to create a cushion between them and the cut line, we just want to get to the postseason, see what happens. And we want to get to the trade deadline, see what happens.
Gibson is playing like an elite goaltender.
Yeah, hair's on fire.
Yeah. And they're winning 8 of every 10 games in overtime. I don't know how long they stay this hot, but...
Well, just keep stacking points while you are.
While the getting's good, get as many of these as you can because the whole league's going to deal with the layoff.
Yeah.
And put yourself in a great advantage position when you do get to the Olympic break. You know, Gibson, the thought when he came here was you're going to let him refine his game. And a slow start, he's refound his game, John.
He has. And that's all you wanted, right? Mm-hmm. It's you just want these guys to be playing, whoever it is, their best hockey or near their best hockey. And then you put it all together and you get what we're having right now with the Wings.
Well, let's give credit to Yzerman for the trade.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, at the time I was skeptical and I wondered, well, he's only going to be as good as the defense in front of him. Well, a couple things are true. The defense in front of him is playing better.
Playing well, yeah.
And he is playing, I think, better than even fans anticipated the day they traded for him. So that's a positive Steve Yzerman acquisition that's positioned this team to make the playoffs. Now, like to see another one at the trade deadline.
Well, would.
And want to see this team follow through and finish because, yeah, man, it's going to be great to get playoff hockey back here.
If you could only pick one spot, you want another goal scorer or do you want a tough physical defenseman?
I want a blue liner. I want someone who can play that second pair. Mm-hmm. If they're going to shelter Pellikka, I feel comfortable with him on the third pair, take the pressure off of him, make them a stronger, steadier team. Because that's what's going to keep Gibson looking good. It's going to keep him in a lot of hockey games. The power play's lethal. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, I don't doubt that they've got some goal scorers on this team. Ideally, you're adding both, but if I can only add one, it's a blue liner.
I'd take it.
Okay. Let's get back to the phones. 248-539-9797. Doug and Gator will be here in less than 5 minutes, but we want to wrap up the hour. We talked about St. Brown's comments. Joe in Madison Heights, good morning.
Good morning, and just be safe out there. I drive for Liverpool here. It's not good.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
It's nothing. But I'm not hurt by what Amon Ra said, but he's got to understand. I mean, they're probably starting to feel themselves going 48-25 in the last 4 years, but they haven't really won a playoff game in 2. So, in closing, we've seen a lot of BARF. That stands for boring-ass, ridiculous football. I'm out.
Okay. Made up his own acronym.
Was that BARF?
Yeah. Well, boring ass.
Ridiculous.
Was it boring or bum? Was it boring?
It was boring.
I thought it was boring.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Barf.
He waited on hold.
Long time for that one.
Workshopping that one.
Wait till I drop this one on the boys.
Oh, they're gonna
like
love this.
Yeah.
Barf sounds funny.
It does.
As long as it's not you.
Right,
Or
but even
me.
then, I mean, there's some funny barf stories. There's a story that goes with every barfing. So
Well, sure. I would just rather be telling a funny story about you barfing than a funny story about me barfing.
they're all funny. Well,
Not all.
Maybe
No,
not all funny.
no.
Nothing
no.
funny about having a flu and barfing. But,
No.
No. I mean, farts are funny. No
Always.
matter
Always.
when. Barf,
Always.
it's contextual.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
I heard your advice on the westerns.
Oh, yeah.
Unforgiven. You got to be started with Unforgiven.
Unforgiven's a good one. Modern Western.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was made in the middle of the '90s, but I mean, it's
Right. Yeah. But
yes,
yeah.
but amazing movie. And did you ever see The Quick and the Dead? I know he.
I
brought it
have.
up.
Yes.
I enjoyed that one too. It's Leo DiCaprio in that one.
Yes. I've seen it's one of the few.
And Russell Crowe. Yeah.
Yeah. Russell Crowe's awesome.
And Sharon Stone and Gene Hackman. Yeah. Good flick.
Yes.
High Plains Drifter.
Yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
You don't seem to. You're not.
I'm
not a big fan
more-
of the Clint movies.
Oh, I love the Clint movies. They're the spaghetti westerns.
Right, but you don't like the.
The High Plains Drifter wouldn't be at the top of the list.
Wow. Okay.
No, I mean my favorite Clint Eastwood movie would be The Good, Bad, and the Ugly,
Okay.
and it's a longer one. That's an afternoon commitment.
A lot of them can be.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
So anyway, we a lot to talk about right now with our teams.
I wouldn't know how
No,
long
you
it
wouldn't
was.
know. No.
I never will.
Colin's not even a Western guy.
No.
No, not at all.
No, not at all.
What about Pale Rider?
Pale Rider, yeah, okay, yeah,
Pale Rider felt like a sequel to High Plains Drifter for me.
sure. I mean, a lot
wasn't.
of them feel like sequels.
No, but
to
that
the
one,
other
I mean,
ones.
in particular with the eeriness. Anyway, yes. As far as you want to talk sports?
I know. I'm the problem.
Sorry.
You guys are having fun.
No, sports, whatever. Yeah, no. How about those Red Wings?
Yeah.
That was a hell of a win last night. A hell of an effort from Mo Sider. Oh my God, that was amazing. And to get the goal, and Gibson was great again.
Yep.
That helps out. Pistons winning, and they're shorthanded. And, just when you think it's going to be a tight game, it's not so much a tight game.
Right.
That was a lot of fun.
Getting used to having a couple first place teams.
Yeah, it feels good. Like the old days.
What's the plan today?
Well,
boys?
yesterday in our last hour, we became aware of the Amon-Ra comments during an update. They were played, had a chance to go listen to the whole thing. We'll play the whole thing and put
whole
it in some
podcast?
context. Context is important here and where the mistakes perhaps were made.
You're not going to play the whole podcast, are you?
No, just just the
whole
2
quote.
minutes he talked about.
I
the
know.
lines.
Just giving you a hard time. Karsh Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, Scott Anderson.
Hello, Doug Karsh.
How are you?
I'm just fine. How you doing?
Good. Sun's out and shining, and getting late in the week, so weekend's right around the corner. How was your Thursday night?
It was nice.
I guess Wednesday night. Sorry, my
Wednesday
apologies.
night, right? Yeah. No, it was nice. Is that watched the Red Wings, watched some Pistons. Got caught up on one episode of Landman.
Yeah. How's that Landman treating you?
It's great.
Is it?
Yeah. It's very entertaining.
Is it also Taylor Sheridan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is it a lot like Yellowstone?
It's a lot like Yellowstone. Yeah. You'll notice if you watch it, you'll say, well, this character that's so and so and that's so and that's
right?
Beth, that's John Dutton, that's Casey, that's
Okay.
Monica. Yeah.
All right,
It,
yep.
it definitely goes in that realm, and it works.
Is that now? It's on Paramount,
Yeah.
and is it behind a paywall?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you might be able to catch the first few episodes.
Yeah, they suck
free.
you in, and then
At
that's
least
what
you
happened
were
with
able to in the season one.
with
yeah.
Yellowstone, the prequels. I was like, oh, cool. I started watching them 2
Yeah.
episodes in, and then I'm like, oh, I got to pay for the rest. That's not happening.
Yeah, and I haven't caught up on the
I
prequels
liked
for
it. I didn't
Yellowstone.
like it that much, but
This is a great show.
is it
Yeah.
okay?
It's there's more funny stuff in this one.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's some comic relief in it, which is some of the language is just funny. Billy Bob Thornton is a funny character in this. He's also a really serious character. I mean, it's a Taylor Sheridan thing, so it's also very serious. But yeah, you'll laugh when you watch some of this too.
If I ever do.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the women folk are quite attractive.
Okay. Good to know. So the games were awesome, of
Yes,
course.
that was
And
attractive.
the Red Wings Toronto, it's a big game for them, right? They're on the outside looking in. Here come the Red Wings. Chance for the Red Wings to sweep the season series. and they do.
And they do.
How about
in
that?
Toronto. Yeah, no, that was awesome. In Toronto,
Yep.
they did that. Maple Leafs got off to the 1-0 lead, and the Red Wings scored with 17 seconds left in the period to tie things up. And that goal had to be a backbreaker for Toronto because here they are thinking they've got it. You're watching a broadcast on TNT, so it's a national broadcast. And I think it was the color analyst, Jody Shelley, who used to be a tough guy in the league. I think it was him that made the comment that they're trying to design a play right now. Like they got thrown out of the face-off circle to come back to the face-off circle. I think he meant that about Toronto, but it looked like the Red Wings are the one that drew up the play. Came down the ice and just set it up beautifully, and Raymond to Larkin back to Edvinson and came across and scored the goal. It was just a beautiful, beautiful play, beautifully designed, and they banged it home. And then played the next 2 periods without a goal, and then the overtime winner was a true thing of beauty, and that's persistence, that's doggedness, whatever you want to say. Mo Seider was a man on that goal.
Yep.
And he didn't score it, but he could have.
Ken Cal's call, he's like, Larkin with a goal. But Seider made the play, and he's 100% right. And Seider had a very good game, and Gibson had a very good game. And tough one tonight as they got to go from Toronto to Minnesota, which ain't easy.
No, it's not. Neither is Popin, but they got to do what they got to do. It's not going to be easy. But I what did I hear from Greg Kelser last night during the Pistons game? Win some, lose one, instead of win some, lose some. You win some and you lose one. That's a good way to go about it, because if you win some and lose one, at worst you're going to be playing,
about 500.
2/3.
Yeah.
No, but more than that.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 games.
Yeah.
You're winning. So I'll take that the rest of the way. That'll work. But it will be a tough battle tonight on the ice. But boys are playing really, really good hockey.
Yeah, they are. And so the Pistons got that win too, which was nice without Cade Cunningham. And I actually had some of the New Orleans feed on for a bit. They were just gushing over the Pistons. It was really nice to be that team, to hear another broadcast crew when the Pistons would do things on the defensive end, and the other crew was like, see, that's what we're talking about. That right there. That's what makes them special. That's why they are so good. And of course, New Orleans is one of the worst teams in basketball, and so they're looking up at everybody, but they were gushing about the Pistons. And they should. They should. We got a hell of a basketball team here. They leave it all out there. You know what they do? They leave it all in the Klobbelbacken. That's what they do. The virtual Klobbelbacken.
How are you watching the other feed or listening to the other feed?
I streamed it actually with the Red Wing game on. So it was cool. I didn't watch a ton of it. Basically, like the Pistons jumped out to a 13-0 lead, and that's where I had those guys just gushing about the Pistons.
Who calls the game for the Pelicans?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. It's got to be one former player, right? I'm trying to think of former Pelicans.
Zion Williamson.
He's
still
current.
there.
He's there.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He loves the food.
Tell that to the fans. Who never
He's
see
there
him
in
play.
spirit.
Wesley Johnson is one of their guys. Does that help at all? Yes, no?
Is he,
It sounds
yeah, he's
familiar.
Syracuse, was he?
I don't remember. But he is.
I gotta look up.
Yeah. He's one of
Oh,
their.
yeah, he played at Syracuse. Yeah, I know who that is. Wesley Johnson. Wow, he's
Okay.
doing broadcasting already?
Yep. It was Joel Myers. Oh, wait a sec here. Now, this says Joel Myers and Antonio Daniels.
I know Antonio Daniels.
Yeah. But anyway, they love the Pistons. Love themselves some Pistons. We love ourselves some Pistons. And Jalen Duren had a very good game. 20 points, 15. I don't know, man. Does anybody else get excited when Dennis Jenkins is on the floor? Just cause he's fun to watch.
I know who doesn't get excited. Maybe Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, well,
He's getting more minutes than Jaden Ivey.
Jenkins and Sasser and Ivy, and it's they've. I'm not going to say it's a logjam. It's a nice problem to have when all the guys are they want to play, they want to get off on the floor and prove themselves. And
Well, what if I told you before the year Dennis Jenkins is getting more minutes than Jaden Ivey?
I would
when
say
both are healthy.
Yeah, something's wrong with Jaden Ivey is what I would say, but it's not. It's not necessarily that. I mean, I think that's contributing to it, but I think Dennis Jenkins is just playing really good basketball.
He is. Also, Piston fans should care because Trey Murphy is a guy who could be on the block and could be a Piston if they're interested at the trade deadline.
could be. He went 2 for 9 from 3 last night. Not that one game really should make a difference, but it wasn't like I don't think the Piston fans walk away from that going, got to have that guy.
Yeah, in games they've watched, they probably saw him shoot 2 for 9.
That's
because
true.
They've never probably watched him in the entire rest of the season, which he's actually like a pretty good 3-point shooter, man.
Pelicans aren't getting a lot of airtime, are they? So 248-539-9797. You want to get into the Red Wings or the Pistons. There was some interesting Red Wing trade talk on TSN last night, bringing up a familiar name, resurfacing again, that I hadn't heard this trade cycle. We'll get to that today at 10:18. A swing around the NFL at 10:30. And then after that, we're going to play the entire Amon-Ra cut. I think it's important because we heard it yesterday, and a bit of a disclaimer here. We heard it yesterday during the 1 o'clock update. In updates, you have short snippets. And I'm glad we mentioned context is important here. Context is important here. We haven't had a chance to hear this yet because we're on the air, but it played during the update. It got a lot of reaction when I went back and listened to the entire podcast, and there was some stuff from Amon-Ra and Equanimous that were interesting, but to have a 2-minute snippet of Amon-Ra talking about the hiring of Drew Petzing and the fans' reaction, there was some more, I think, context added, and he has some disclaimers in there that I do think are important to play. And we will do that today at 10:50 so you can hear the whole thing and judge for yourself. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Turn up the heat this winter with DraftKings Casino. You can get cozy while you play more than 1,000 slots. Everything from classics like Cash Eruption to exclusives like Fire Buffalo. New players can wager $5 and get 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of Cash Eruption slots. Download the DraftKings Casino app and then sign up with code WXYTFM. Then you choose from 10 different Cash Eruption slots daily, and you can start spinning. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Now, if you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, physically present in Michigan. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured games only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 15th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Doug Hire, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. Coming off wins last night for the Pistons and Red Wings. And we love taking your Piston and Red Wing calls here. We get some NFL stuff coming up later this hour. And we'll play the entire Amon-Ra. For context, what do you have to say about the hiring of Drew Petzing and some fans' reaction? I think it's important we do that. And then it might change your opinion. It might not. Who knows? But we'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. A lot of people wanted to talk about that yesterday. But during the game last night, Red Wings were on TNT. TSN up in Canada has their hockey night. I think Hockey Central or whatever it's called. They were talking about the Red Wings and really, really leaning into the fact that they thought the Red Wings were going to be aggressive. They have the second most cap space. They have 8 of their 9 premium draft picks over the next 3 drafts to move. So first, second, or third round picks. They have 8 of those 9. They've got prospects. And, they seem like a team that's likely to make a move. And yet, I think in Detroit, people felt like they should have made moves the last few years. They didn't. So I think locally there's probably a little bit of skepticism. But Gator, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a lot more buzz about the Red Wings this year leading up to the trade deadline.
Oh, I think so. I expected there'd be some talk heating up in the next day or two because they played in Toronto, and Toronto's like the mecca of hockey information. And people throw stuff against the wall and see if it sticks or whatever, or they'll have an opportunity to step into a press box with Steve Yzerman, get some stuff off the record or whatever. Not that Yzerman's going to spill the tea or anything, but there might be somebody up there that might have some kind of tidbit of information they like. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think we're going to start to hear some of that stuff, and it's been kind of rumbling for a while. But some of those guys have been traded, so you have to move on to the next target, and we'll see who those next targets are.
Okay, so on the desk, I hadn't heard the Red Wings associated with this name this year. I haven't heard the Red Wings associated with this name in the past. And Luke Gazdic had this to say about what he expects the Red Wings to do. Okay, so a couple things about this. Stamkos obviously was in Tampa and came up with Steve Yzerman in charge down there. And Stamkos, what needs to be mended? Is it because Steve tried to recruit him here when he was a free agent and he signed in Nashville? I don't remember there being anything else. Kenny?
Was there something back when they were in Tampa?
He's big on hockey. Our station's Kenny. Do you know is there bad blood there?
I don't think there's bad blood. I just think, when it comes to negotiations like that, there's hurt feelings all the time when it comes to things like that. So I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything that there's a bad relationship there.
Maybe I don't know if somebody out there knows anything that we missed, but okay. Steven Stamkos is 35. You heard about his production, and look, there's a history there. What do you make of this possibility?
I certainly would have been more interested in it a couple of years ago than I am now as he's getting older in his career. But as you heard him point out, he does have 21 goals this season. If 7 of them are game winners, okay, timing is great for all that. 33 points in 49 games. So it's not a ton of production for a guy that's getting paid $8 million a year and the guy who will be paid $8 million a year for the next couple of years. So that concerns me. I mean, could they find somebody more productive for a similar price? But again, everything is going to depend on an asking price. And if you're able to make some team eat some of the money, does it make it even more attractive? Not sure. I'm lukewarm to it.
Are you?
Yeah.
It feels like something that Yzerman would do. And again, asking price and any of the salary getting picked up are interesting questions, interesting variables here that could make certainly a trade more palatable to bring Steven Stamkos to Detroit. There was some discussion on the desk of Artemi Panarin, which, look, where Panarin is in his career, and something you always have to consider, right, is fit. How does a guy fit with your roster? It's easy to look at stats and say, oh, look at he's putting the puck in the net, blah, blah, blah. But that's another guy, right? You're getting, like Stamkos, tail end of the career, most likely. You wonder if that player is going to be worth it moving forward, because you don't want to get a guy for what they have done. You want to get a guy for what they are going to do. And so, some bigger name players like Panarin, who's 30, mid-30s, and, it's not like he's not producing. He is. Does he fit? Stamkos feels like the kind of guy that a team that's serious about winning would like to have. And he would help. The question is, what are you going to have for the next couple of years? And Yzerman seems to like trading for term, though, right?
Yeah, you're right, because there are extra years on it. It would make more sense for the Red Wings based on what Steve Yzerman likes to do, which is not trade for rental players. But you're trading for a player that for what he is now, not what he was, and what he used to be was a 40-goal scorer. I mean, he scored 60 in his 4th year in the league. He scored 50 more a couple times here. So, but that's way back. It's in a way back when machine. What is he now? Does he fit with the team now? He's a center. So do you want to shake up the second line and, take Andrew Kopp off the second line? Kopp has been very good for this team. He's very valuable with the intangibles that he does and digging pucks out of the corner, and just it plays really well at both ends of the ice. But again, if you can find a way where the cost isn't that much, then yeah, I guess I'd be interested in it. But again, it's the name. It's Steven Stamkos. You hear that name and you start thinking, oh, this guy, yeah. But it's been a few years since he was that guy. Can he still be that guy if he's on a better team, playing with better players? If he's up there playing with DeBrincat and Kane, does that all of a sudden look like a pretty formidable line? I mean, it's on paper, yeah, it sounds like it would be. So, yeah.
Kenny?
Kick some tires.
Kenny, what do you think of this?
There's good and bad with this, obviously. With Steven Stamkos, you're talking about an older name. He has produced this year, which is good. And you also, if we're serious about making a playoff push, he would provide substantial playoff experience to a relatively younger roster in terms of the young guys. I look to add more defense, but if you were going to make a trade for Steven Stamkos, this would be the time to do it because, by everything I've heard, Barry Trotz, the general manager of Nashville, is, not that good of a GM. So if you were to fleece a team, this would be the team that you might want to fleece.
You look around and you wonder what direction they're going to go. I think that we are in a position where they're going to go somewhere. I think that is, all the assets they have, the resources. And I will tell you that I think what might turn out to be a rather significant moment in this team's history, this timeline of Red Wings, if there is some great success, I think what might be a rather significant moment is Dylan Larkin, at the end of last year, expressing his disappointment that Yzerman didn't give it gas. And I appreciate that. I was surprised he went public with it. These are things that can be said behind closed doors, but he did go public with it. Yzerman sort of retorted to that. Whether Yzerman is pretty singularly focused, and I don't think really all that concerned with what people think, okay, the way he runs the Red Wings. I think in the back of his mind, he can relate to a captain that wanted more. He was rarely in that position because the Red Wings in a no-cap league were always giving it gas. I think that Yzerman, the player, relates to Larkin, the player, and that might be a significant moment.
Yeah, well, the other thing is Yzerman, the player, and Yzerman, the GM, he knows who Steven Stamkos is.
Yep.
And knows what he's going through and whether or not this is a fit. So I guess that's a plus. That's in a plus column, that it's not an unknown commodity. This is somebody who knows the player and pretty well. So if he makes a decision to go for it, I'd give more grace to Yzerman on this one than I would somebody else, because he should know who the player is.
Let's go to Matt in Highland. You're on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Number 1 on my list, number 2 on my list, number 3 on my list, Alexis Lafreniere. I actually would overpay to get this guy right now. He has not been developed in New York. He was all world coming into the NHL, so all the potential's there. He's got size. We don't have that type of player on this team. That is the only guy I'm going after, and the Rangers have already said they're selling.
Yeah.
You overpay to go get him.
Well, there's a lot of trade rumors regarding him, and yeah, that is a possibility. And the Rangers are a team that right now is you could maybe take advantage of. So the Red Wings are listed as a possible team that could end up with him.
And the amazing value you're going to get for this guy. I believe he's signed at like 7 point something, and he's got some term on him, so you got him tied up for a few years. Why the Breadman, Stamkos, we have these types of players on this team. We need a different type of role player on this team to kind of complement everything else that's going on. Stamkos, Panarin.
Let me ask you this. What is it about Lafreniere that you like so much?
His size, he's got competitiveness, Gator. I've watched this guy. He's been showing flashes the last couple of years of some of his brilliance back in juniors. And I just think the Rangers have totally mismanaged this guy. They have not developed him. He was stuck playing second and even third line behind some of these other players that have come in. This is a guy who needs first line, second line type minutes.
I guess I'm just underwhelmed by his production as a player. And, if what you're saying is correct, if he's been, mired in the back six forwards or whatever, then that's going to be tough to be productive at that spot. But he was the top player taken in the draft. I mean, a lot's expected of him for a guy that has not even come close to being a point-a-game guy. He had 28 goals as his high, and that was a couple seasons ago. And he's got 28 points in 51 games this year. But he's getting paid for a long time at $7.5 million. And that would have me saying, I'm not so much I want to pay a role player that kind of money.
I don't want to overpay for anybody, and I doubt Yzerman will overpay for anybody. It's Karsch and Anderson. The Blitz Thingy, a playoff edition, is next here on 97.1. You know what's funny? Is our guy there before the break, God bless him. His commitment to Lafreniere is impressive. He looks like the kind of guy you'd underpay to go get, not overpay.
Well, yeah.
He was ready to overpay, and I'm like, isn't that the kind of player you try and get where you underpaid because they just want out?
He's going to get paid 6 more years. It's $7.5 million, and he has come nowhere close to his potential. He was a top pick in the draft back in 2020, and that was the COVID year, and that's when the Red Wings got screwed out of the top pick. The playoff team, the New York Rangers, ended up getting the top pick in the draft. They took Lafreniere, and the Red Wings got screwed. I don't know if you knew this, Doug. They got screwed with draft luck. Ended up picking 4th in the draft. It worked out. Red Wings took Lucas Raymond.
Yep.
All right? It worked out. But Lafreniere has done nothing. He had 28 goals a couple of years ago and 50 points. But, I mean, it's like that's the height of his career, and it's gone downhill. Mm-hmm. He's averaging 17 minutes a game for the last 3 years. It's not like he's doing the other stuff that you really want to see, like blocking shots or hitting everybody on the ice. He's a bottom 6 forward player, right? Kenny, am I right on that?
Oh, you are right. I think we lucked out by not winning the lottery that year, actually.
Yeah, unless Eisman would have gone off script and taken Raymond anyway, which he could have because nobody thought he was going to take Mo Seider, and he did. So, anyway.
All right, let's get to the Blitz thingy. Heads or tails?
Tails.
It is a head. Let's see. Which questions do I want to answer first? I will defer.
All right, here we go. Gator, you're first, man. I don't know if you...
I'm fine. It's scared money don't make money.
Oh, here we go. Shots fired. Let's go. Question number 1. New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft said this week, well, we all already suspected that the NFL is going to end up going to 18 regular season games, replacing one of those preseason games, and then every team also is going to get a mandatory international game. It's inevitable or not, guys. Are they going to eliminate preseason altogether? Well, we eventually have a 20-game NFL regular season.
Well, there's some of this I can get on board with. The 20-game regular season schedule, no, I'm not on board with that. Have you noticed any injuries in the NFL? And you want to increase the opportunities for those? So I sure hope they don't go up to 20. Leave it at 18 where it is. If you want to reduce the number of playoff games or preseason games, if you want to reduce that to 0, I think that could be a mistake. Although maybe the new hotness will just be we're going to have joint practices, and maybe you have a joint practice on your field and you have fans come to it rather than just a practice field, but you actually have it at Ford Field. Like, hey, Lions and Chargers are practicing today. It's 7:00 at night at Ford Field. Be there. Because those practices, the joint practices, you get way more out of them than you do the preseason games. As far as the international game is concerned, I mean, that's the direction they're going. I don't love it, but I mean, if they're going to grow the game outside, that's how you do it.
Anytime there's discussion about a change to the league, you go, okay, so let's see here. They want to make more money, and that's obvious, and that is what is behind all of this. And I don't think fans are anywhere close to walking away from the game. But if I were the players union, I would be in the oh hell no category. And in fact, if I were in the players union, I'd be lobbying to go back to 16. You know what hurts? Injuries hurt. It's not just that you lose the player. The player has to deal with pain. And the wear and tear on the players is becoming more and more evident each and every year. Last year, the final total of players on injured reserve for the Arizona Cardinals was 32, and it accounted for $42 million in salary. That's $42 million of paid to players who aren't playing. I would think that would bother the owners more. Now, that was the highest total. The Lions were second with 28 players on injured reserve, tied with the Giants. But I don't, is anyone looking out for the game? And no, fans aren't close to walking away, but there's no question in my mind that the short turnarounds, the Thursday games, the more games is impacting who is on the field.
3 types of pain from Doug: physical, emotional, and financial.
Doug, you ignorant slut. The players have co-signed on this. They're going to co-sign on the 18 games, and eventually, because I've been saying it forever, the NFL only cares about money. They're going to sign off on a 20-game season as well. I don't like it. You don't like it. The players say they don't like it, but they continue to sign off on it because they make more money as well. Robert Kraft also said in the interview that this is how they keep labor peace between the two sides because they're all getting more money. Did you guys know that something like 90 of the top 100 rated broadcasts in 2025 were NFL games? They want more NFL games. This is the only way they can do it. The only thing the NFL is lacking compared to the other major sports is the amount of regular season games. They can't obviously play 82 or 162. So they're going to push it as far as they can. And 20 games, they're going to do it eventually. They're going to add a second bye week. This is going to happen at some point. Baker Mayfield went off on a little Twitter rant this week on his former head coach, Kevin Stefanski. Mayfield was upset that he didn't receive a text or a phone call from Stefanski after he was traded. Do head coaches owe it to call or text a player after they've been traded?
I would think so. I mean, if I were a head coach and a player had been traded or even a general manager, I would call at the very least to say, thank you for your time here and good luck in the future. And if they have any questions or comments, I would prefer to hear them. And I think the player would prefer it. Jared Goff talks about his exit meeting with the Rams, and that's something that Jared Goff has used to make himself better. The issue I have here is with Baker Mayfield going public with this. There's no reason this has to be public. I mean, that's not my style, I guess. And my style might not be the way everybody else would do it. But I don't think there's any reason he needs to go public, no matter how true it is that he's disappointed.
Yeah, it seemed a little weird. Was it a fan that tweeted at him and Baker clapped back at the fan with his comments about it? That seems strange. And I agree with that part of it, Doug. But the other part is this. If you're going to fire somebody in any business, you should do it face to face. Be a man about it or a woman about it and do it face to face. That's what we used to be as a society, but now everything's gotten, easier with phones and stuff. So now the baseline for me is the very least you deserve a phone call, not a text. You can't text somebody that kind of stuff. You have to make a phone call. And in Baker's case, I think he's got a point. I think that there should have been some kind of contact. This is a huge business in the NFL, and you're making a move to trade somebody, unless there's a circumstance that makes sense to have the conversation be, as far away as possible. Like if you feel threat of violence, then it absolutely deserves a phone call.
Well, sports is different. It's hard to face someone when you trade, on the phone calls. They're happening in, real time here. But I do think it would be the classy and right thing to do is at least call the guy after the trade's been made. Also, Baker, he could have called or texted as well, Stefanski, to say, hey, what's up with that? Joe Thomas brought that up. Former Brown said, hey, this is a two-way street. You could have done the same thing. But he didn't trade himself. So I think if you get traded, then, you should get a phone call. But if you request a trade, maybe you should reach out to the coach and GM after that. All right, the Ravens' Kyle Van Noy. He wants the NFL to start crediting players with sacks that cause quarterbacks to do intentional ground the ball. Who's with him on this?
I think I am. Yeah, sure. Why not? I grew up loving stats, collecting football cards as a kid and looking at the back of the card and seeing all those numbers and looking at that. Wow, that's awesome. The play results, it would have been a sack had I not I got to throw the ball away, otherwise I'm going to take the sack. Well, if it's a penalty, if it's going to be a grounding call, then the guy deserves a sack. He was right there. He's the one that caused that. I think that'd be great. Let's make it happen.
Totally agree. This should be a stat, and maybe it's just penalties caused, because I think how many times you get held. How many times did Aiden Hutchinson get held this year? That should be a stat. Myles Garrett, that should be a stat. Max Crosby. How many times you get held is an important one, too. If you are causing the other team to commit penalties, I think it's important for receivers. PIs against. How many times did you cause a pass interference? These things should be quantified and numbered because they have a dramatic impact on the game. And certain players get held and cause intentional grounding more than others, and that impact should be reflected in some way. I love this idea.
I agree with Van Noy. It should be a sack unless they'd find another way to credit it, like you were saying, Doug. But at this point, if he wants it to be a sack, it should be a sack because it still counts as a loss of down. You still get the loss of yardage. Yep. It's just like a sack. And the player who caused that should get credit for that. Players have contracts all the time with bonuses in them, and this matters to them. So I get why Van Noy is speaking up for this. And now it's going to go to this, Gator. You talk about love and stats. Records will be broken because of this. But you know what? There's already an 18-game season. There was a 16-game season before 12, 14. I think there's going to be a 20-game season, so records are going to fall no matter what. All those things are kind of flawed anyways.
And if Lions fans can remember back to 1978, Al Bubba Baker had 22 and a half sacks that year, or maybe 23 and a half sacks that year, but it was before they really started keeping track of the stat. He should be the record holder.
All right, if the Broncos' backup quarterback, Jarrett Stidham, leads them to become the Super Bowl champions this year, should he actually enter the 2026 season as their starter?
He should be traded, is what he should be done. Like, you have Bo Nix, who's going into his third year and turned himself into one of the top 10 passers in the NFL. Jarrett Stidham has had every chance to win the job, and Bo Nix is their guy, and they should move forward with Bo Nix, and they should try and take the asset and either turn it around, or he will be the backup next year in Denver.
Look, if Bo Nix isn't healthy enough to start the season, then that's how Stidham becomes a starter. But to Doug's point, yeah, trade him. He's got a year left on his contract. He's not making a ton of money at this point. Signed through next season at $8 million. He might get released to actually save money if you're Denver, but explore the trade option. If he ends up having a great championship game and then winning the Super Bowl, parlay that as much as you can if you're both the player and the team.
So he should only enter the season as a starter if Bo Nix is still injured. If he's not injured, I think it should be an open competition, but he'll likely lose again, like he already has lost to Bo Nix for the starting job, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. If you can't trade him, let it be an open competition. The guy who won you Super Bowl, assuming he played great to lead you to that Super Bowl, I think he deserves another shot to win the job. I don't think he would win it, but I would open it up. All right, Jay Glazer's reporting that Mike Tomlin is done coaching. Like, done. He's not coming back. Do you guys think Tomlin ever coaches again?
I trust the Glaze. I think Jay Glazer's great at what he does.
Glaze and Glaze, huh?
Yeah, hey, he's great. He's awesome. I trust him. And Tomlin gives off that vibe like, you know what? I'm making my decision to step down. I'm done. And I'm just going to enjoy life. He goes out a winner in every single season he coached. How many people can say that? Go down to the broadcast booth, make some huge bucks without the pressure on you. If you want to end up taking a front office job at some point, every team in the league would love to have you aboard. So I think he's going to live the good life right now.
This breaks my heart because I love Mike Tomlin, and I'm not going to believe it till I hear it from Mike Tomlin's mouth in a personal conversation.
Oh, you want to have a personal conversation?
I want to have a personal conversation. So, Mike, please call us and tell us, and actually, you can just text me. Let me know if it's true.
Invite him up to the lodge while you go skiing.
That's right. Good for him. I mean, I wouldn't. I'd be done. I mean, I love Mike Tomlin, but I'm not wired like an NFL coach. I think it's really hard at his young age to walk away and just put that part of your life behind you. I can't believe that this is true.
So when Mike Tomlin started, he looked like a young Omar Epps. Now he looks like an old, beaten down Omar Epps. He's done, guys, all right? What he just coached this past year with Aaron Rodgers, I know they all said they liked it, but he looked like he just left a darkness retreat. I think he's going on to a sunny retreat. It's called retirement, Cancun. Enjoy it, my friend. And this is how Steelers coaches do it, right? Once they're done, they're done.
They're done. Cowher never came back.
All right, last one quickly. Some controversy in the playoffs this year on what a catch is. Are you 100% sure you know what a catch is in the NFL?
I am not at all. I mean, the thing about replay is you do get to slow down and go frame by frame and find a line of delineation. And when I watch that play at the end of the Buffalo-Denver game, I see a receiver with possession of the football, a knee down, being touched by an opponent, which I think is the line of delineation and should be the end of play. And when you start getting into the survive the ground stuff and it got ripped away after his knee was down with possession and touched, I think you're getting into interpretation of something that doesn't need to be interpreted. I have no idea anymore. No idea. The only surprise in this play is that it didn't happen to the Lions.
That is surprising. Can you ask the question if I'm sure what a catch is? No. And neither is the NFL nor the officials. I think there's always going to be some subjectiveness to it to a point. It's hard to articulate what is a catch, particularly when you get under difficult circumstances like you saw at the end of that game. I thought they got it right. Doug and I will disagree on this, but it's okay. I'm not mad at him. I'm pretty sure he's not mad at me because this is a rule that's really hard to define in certain situations, and that was one of those.
How is it so hard to define, right, guys? Because I agree with you. I don't know what an NFL catch is. It shouldn't be subjective. We should all know what a catch is. But honestly, it's up to the ref at the time and who's looking under the review, all that stuff. The problem is the conspiracy theorist in me feels almost like the NFL likes this. They like the drama. They like the controversy, people debating. No publicity is bad publicity, right? So, but yeah, I don't know what a catch is.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4 down around the league blitz thingy. Straight ahead, we're going to play the entire quote from Amon-Ra St. Brown regarding Lions fans and the reaction to Drew Petzing, so you can hear it for yourself, everything he had to say. You might feel a little bit different once you hear that. Hey, the Sam Bernstein law firm has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Get respect, get results, get experience. That's the Bernstein advantage. You don't pay unless they win for you, period. Always a free call and consultation. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. All right, so yesterday, just for some context here of how this came up. Amon-Ra St. Brown has a podcast with his brother Equanimous, and they say some things that get attention, and this was one of them. And it was a shorter soundbite where he said Lions fans don't. I think the correct quote is, "Most of you don't know ball." You'll hear it because we're going to play the whole thing. And that came out yesterday morning. We're on the air. We couldn't hear the whole thing. It gets played in the update. It gets some reaction. We see the reaction starting to come in because some people aren't happy with Amon-Ra. We said context is important here, but this is what he said, and we replayed it, and we'll listen to the whole thing later, which we did. Okay, the entire podcast, so we could make sure that if it ever came up, where it fit into people's reaction, and so you could hear what he had to say. It's basically isolated to a 2-minute question where Equanimous brings it up that they hired Drew Petzing, and Amon-Ra takes us through sort of the timeline and has more to say about the fans than just what we played yesterday. Okay, and so you can judge for yourself. Here's the whole thing: Amon-Ra St. Brown on Petzing in the on the St. Brown Brothers podcast. Okay, that's the whole thing. What didn't make the air yesterday, and that he said, I love all Lions fans, but You know what? It was also interesting here, just the timeline of Jared Goff, because Goff told Amon-Ra he's smart and he does a lot of good stuff. So they're happy about that from a football perspective. But I don't think Amon-Ra's totally innocent here. But he did add the caveat that he loves all Lions fans. And, you know, I love working with Gator, and I think Gator at least likes working with me, but not everything's perfect all the time.
All I heard was that you love working with me.
Well, I want to get into whether or not this changes anybody's opinion, A, and B, where I think Amon-Ra maybe made a mistake. We'll get to that next, 97.1.
Sharon Moore will appear back in court today for his preliminary hearing after being charged with home invasion, breaking and entering, and stalking back in December. A plea deal between Moore and the Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office could be in the works, as Moore's hearing was originally scheduled for 9 a.m. but got pushed back to noon earlier this morning. Moore was, of course, fired from his job as the University of Michigan football head coach back in December and subsequently arrested that same day as he was allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with a staff member in Brooklyn. broke into her house and threatened to harm himself. The NFL announced its postseason award finalists this morning. One current Lion and multiple former Lions earned nominations. Aiden Hutchinson is not only a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year, but Comeback Player of the Year as well. After suffering a broken leg against Dallas on October 13th of 2024, Hutch returned this season with a career-high 14.5 sacks in all 17 games played. He also had career highs with 54 tackles, 4 forced fumbles, and tied his personal best with 36 solo wrap-ups. The former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson is also a Coach of the Year candidate, and Matthew Stafford is an MVP candidate as well. And the Red Wings will take on the Minnesota Wild tonight on the road. The Wild are coming off a loss, but have an extra day's rest on the Wings, who are participating in a back-to-back. They've struggled in that area this year. They're just 3-7. Puck drops a late one at 9:30 tonight. Our pregame coverage at 9:15 right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. So yesterday, just again, the timing of this whole thing, 1 o'clock, we heard the Amon-Ra comments about fans. Made the point at the time that we didn't have the context of the whole thing, went back and listened to the whole thing. And then what didn't get played yesterday was, don't get me wrong, I love all Lions fans. But what he said, while it may be true, okay, I'm sure Amon-Ra and just about everybody in that locker room and everybody in that organization know ball better than any of us in the media or most of us in the media or any fans out there. Well, it may be true. The way he worded that is something that I would say to him, Amon-Ra, you don't know broadcasting, because he made a mistake that, Gator, I think you and I, because you are held accountable for what you say, okay? And you know, people call up and get mad at us at times over what we believe, to which I always remind people, hey, I'm going to be held accountable for what I say. So if I say something or make an accusation or say that guy didn't play hard or that guy, they weren't prepared to play or whatever, and I have to go face the people I'm saying that about, I have to explain why I believe that. So I damn well better have a reason. So when I'm coming at you, it's something that I can back up to your face, okay? And that's an accountability. Amon-Ra did something that I would advise, and he's crossing over from player to media, that I would advise against. And that is using a term to describe all of the fans. All right? When he says it's crazy, Lions fans were talking crazy. Most of you guys don't know ball. Don't get me wrong. I love all Lions fans. They are so quick to, and there's a key thing there. He's entitled to this opinion. He should have, if it were me and he was working at this radio station, and why did this cause so much of a hubbub? I would say, because you didn't say some of them are so quick. That is, and I don't think this is really probably going to be a big issue for Amon-Ra. Some people are offended, but I think this is where Amon-Ra, you don't know broadcasting. You've crossed over, and there's challenges that come with it. The word "some" would have gone a long way, because we all know that guy. Everybody has that person in their sphere that questions and second guesses and hates on everything, and that's fine. Using the term "some" there would have gone a long way. And we hear it all the time, and I'm even very careful now and giving the benefit of the doubt too. I don't ever want to say, Ohio State fans. No. Some
of Ohio's. Yeah. I wouldn't say he doesn't know broadcasting. I would say that's a lesson to be learned from him. And
I'm using it in the same context to use you don't know ball.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, that is your area of expertise, and I do respect that.
But
our area of expertise, I think he made a mistake that speaks, perhaps, maybe he doesn't care, but perhaps speaks a little bit to his inexperience with the accountability that comes with the words. So,
well, I just think that once you hear the entirety of the cut there, that discussion, it changes things. It softens things for sure. And yeah, it's still out there what he said, but he does come back and say that he loves all Lions fans. So whatever. If people want to hold a grudge against it, they're going to hold a grudge against it. Nothing's going to change that. But I do think that percentage of people is way small. And I do think that there's probably a large percentage of people that today that just heard what we played last hour probably did this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure, okay.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. I like the entirety of the cut because you hear what he had to say. Talk to Jared Goff, and it's something we mentioned yesterday. Like, I want to know what Jared Goff has to say about this because we know that Goff talked with Petzing, and Amon-Ra talked a little bit about that. Then he talked about how he got the call from Petzing and how that went down. It's all kind of cool, and that's what I like about his podcast is that he gives you kind of that insightful stuff, and that's stuff that he's going to do with his brother, not necessarily with reporters or talk radio hosts. So it was good.
And there you go. We just wanted to provide the context. If this is the end of the conversation, so be it. I do. Some people want to talk about it, but I think it's important to be fair to Amon-Ra, is to play the whole thing and give people, because he did what you didn't hear yesterday was I love all Lions fans, and I think it probably was responding to some social media posts, which is always a dangerous thing. But let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Trey in Windsor. Hi, Trey.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Well, you guys kind of when you came back, summed up everything I wanted to say. But
sorry.
In the words of, that's okay. I love listening to you guys, even being a Bears fan. But as the late, great Bernie Mac once said, America, I'm just saying what you're thinking. We always want these athletes to tell the truth or tell us what they're thinking. And he did. And I'm looking at it as a fan perspective. Any athlete from any city could say that about their fans. But like you guys said, his wording was off. He should have said some. And I think it kind of clicked into him when at the end he said, I love all Lions fans, because he probably realized, or somebody probably, tone it down. But yeah, I mean, I played the sport. I don't have the knowledge like those guys had it. And I definitely don't have the knowledge like you guys have it, where you spend hours of looking at different coaches and stats and stuff like that. But he was just saying what he was thinking, and you guys summed it up. And I hope Lions fans don't incriminate him like Bear fans are doing to DJ Moore, because it's not right.
What did DJ Moore do?
Oh, the last play, everybody. If you look at everybody saying he gave up on the last play, he didn't care. He doesn't care. He's not talking to the media.
He was just kind of jogging and didn't run out the route that ended up in the interception.
Exactly. But this is a guy who, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, won us 2 games, who played hurt. If you look back into an overtime game against Green Bay, he was hurting. He was tired. He laid his tail on the line, and now everybody wants to just send him off to
well, it's tough. I mean, in a critical play, you don't want to have a bad look. I'd have to go back and look at it, but I did not know that was going on.
People are very critical of that play. I think it's a little much. I'm not sure if he's running at full speed, comes anywhere near where that pass was eventually thrown. I think it was just a bad throw by Caleb Williams, and maybe some bad effort by him as well. But in the end, Caleb Williams, he's just not ready to take that next step yet.
Jeff is in Fenton, and next. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
Good. The second half of that piece that I wanted to mention was when he talked about how Lions fans should just trust us. I think after last season, the 2 new coordinators and the way that worked out and the regression of the team, I don't think there's the trust that there was a year ago. I think that if they hadn't had this issue this year with their offensive coordinator basically being demoted midseason and having all the troubles again on defense, so I don't think the Lions fans are willing to give a pass like they were a year ago. And so they're going to closely critique the hires, the draft, and everything else more so than they did previously.
Yeah, I would say that's there's some truth to that, and I think that's okay. I mean, given that the way the season went, it's to have seeds of doubt planted. That's what happens when you go 9-8 and miss the playoffs.
St. Brown's going to say what he needs to support the new coach. He has to do that. He can't say, "Yeah, I agree with the."
Well, he could say nothing. He could say nothing. And that
he's got to get behind him. He's got to, at least show some support, which he did. I understand it, but he didn't have to take the next step and say because the Lions fans don't know ball. He could have just supported this guy, ignored all the naysayers, and gone about his business.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess, and knowing how this probably worked out, that this is some social media posts that he's talking specifically to some people on Twitter or
Instagram.
Yeah, or whatever. Dre in Detroit, you're next. What's up, Dre?
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good.
All right.
Outstanding. Hey, well, Happy New Year. This is my first time calling you guys this year, so hope you all have a prosperous and healthy New Year. So,
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I don't think, I know, Doug, you were saying that he needed to add in some when he made that comment, but I think he had already initially addressed it. He did say he loved all fans, but he also said most fans don't understand ball. And I think he's right about that. I mean, a lot of them, because I'll see it on social media. The Lions lose a game or lose a big game. First thing people want to say, oh, same old Lions. I said, man, that culture's been dead for years now. A lot of people just, they see that, somebody was an OC for a losing team, losing record, but they don't really know the criteria, that this guy, what backs him, in the Lions organization hiring him. So we haven't even had a chance to see this play out. I mean, I think if the players are saying that, yeah, this guy is smart, he's intelligent, and he knows ball, I mean, we need to give it a chance, And I don't think Amon-Ra was shooting at all fans. I think he was just saying the comment. And he did say most fans don't know ball, and I think that's true. A lot of folks that follow football, that's just what they do. They follow on. If you're winning, hey, you know what you're doing. If you're losing, same old line. So I just
that's a good thing about sports is that truly is the most important measurement, and it's pretty black and white. I mean, and that backs up. You can't argue yourself away from what your record is.
I think also the core here, guys, like let's say he stopped short and he didn't say anything about the fans, right? And it was just, you guys don't trust Dan Campbell, like he doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, a lot of people don't trust this regime as much as they used to the year before. You can still trust them, but I bet you that trust has gone down a little bit because the facts are, you don't have to know ball to know that 2 out of the last 3 hires have not worked out. That's factual. Yep. And so I think that might be the core of the whole is, do the fans, how much do they trust Dan Campbell anymore? Or
it's not even 2 of it's 2 of the first 3 hires at that position. I mean, yes, it's 2 of the first, it's also 2 of the last because
that's all he's hired.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. A Gator's got a hunch about Scooble. Somebody might get involved. Is there an MLB insider that backs him up? We'll get to that at 11:50. You're on 97.1.
Are you kicking off the new year by trying to save some money with ice cold showers? You could certainly do that right now. You don't want to do that. It's awful, and I'm not going to do that either. This is why you got to call the folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Don't let a frozen pipe or broken furnace derail your New Year's goals before January's even over. And listen, we're going to be living on the planet Hoth here in a couple days when it's going to be absolutely positively frigid. Make sure your furnace is ready to go. They're local, licensed experts, and they have third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff. This way you can focus on starting off the new year warm and stress-free. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's go to Joe in Southfield. You're next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing? Listen, y'all stop. Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's good. You know, he's a good player. He's awesome. So what? He said that. Cut him and watch Ben Johnson pick him up. Or cut him and watch Aaron Glenn pick him up.
No, nobody's talking about Nobody would even suggest that.
No, but I'm just saying, no, I get that. But what I'm saying is he's entitled to his opinion. And like you said at the end, he doesn't have to be, politically correct now in order to say he's a football player. Come on, y'all. Let it go. Let's see what happens. You lose two of the best football minds in the history of the game, and Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and you can't expect you to go to the Super Bowl. So we're going to see what happens. But I'm letting it go. I'm going to wait and see what happens. They had a bad season this year, so we got to put the blame on somebody. Dan Campbell changed the culture because you and I both know, y'all know, that they used to lose and you say, okay, same old lines. I haven't said that in the last 2 or 3 years, you know, and I'm saying they're balling. So give them a shot. And Jared Goff is a good quarterback. He just doesn't have the line in front of him that he had over the past couple of years. Let's go, gentlemen. And you guys are doing a hell of a job. Y'all make my days, because some days I have some rough days in the political world, and listening to you guys, you make what we do sound funny, okay? Because you deal with real stuff that I appreciate.
Well, Joe, you know.
Nobody knows real stuff compared to the other stuff, but it's a distraction.
I got to tell you, when you say some days you're depressed because of the political world, you use that word some. That's one place where I might not use the word some. I use every day, but thank you for the phone call and thank you for listening. Feedback coming in. Gentlemen, I love St. Brown, but calling out the fans the way he did really bothered me. We have every right to question Dan Campbell after the last hire of Morton. This is now his third offensive coordinator. This is now the third offensive coordinator. It's his fourth?
Fourth.
Yeah. I mean, in him.
And him.
Yeah.
So there's been 5.
I'm a diehard Lions fan. I have every right to question it, and I don't appreciate St. Brown attacking us. That's from Marlin and Walled Lake. Okay, after you heard the whole thing, you still feel like you were attacked. Okay. Dan Campbell has a 33% success rate hiring offensive coordinators. The trust Dan Campbell shtick is a little tiresome when the Lions haven't won a playoff game in 2 full calendar years. That's from Will. Well, you know, I guess I trust him still because they did the unthinkable. They built that I never thought I started to question what I ever see, and that is built a team as good as they've been over the last few years. And that reason I trust them is because they're the same people that did that. I think they can deserve every opportunity, and I believe that they can right the ship. From an unnamed texter, I'm not mad at all. He's totally right. We're fans. Most of us don't know ball. How many calls have you gotten about needing a rushing quarterback or about how Brandon Inge ruined the Tigers? We need not to be so sensitive. Also, what do you think we could get for Amon-Ra? It's not on the table.
Think about it, but you start with a first-round pick and move forward.
Yeah,
but I'm not looking to move him.
You guys may be making something out of nothing. I do electrical work at my house. That doesn't mean I'm an electrician. The bulk of the Lions fans have never played high-level football. Just because you watch a lot of football on TV, just because you coach Pee-wee team, doesn't mean you know the details of football like these guys do. Amon-Ra is 100% right with what he said. No issue here. That's from Alan Davisburg.
Yeah, I don't think we're trying to make a big deal. I think we're actually trying to, I don't know if walking it back is entirely correct, but
I thought it was important to play the whole thing because what you didn't hear him say is, I love all Lions fans. And I think, again, as someone who's crossing over and doing media type work with a podcast, I think there would be no issue if he had just used the word some.
I certainly don't think it's as big a deal today as maybe it did yesterday.
Well, when I heard the whole thing, I didn't think it was as big a deal. I thought
that's what I mean.
Qualified it, yeah. They're arrogant. Remember, we're good. Okay. The we're good thing is getting completely misrepresented. People are taking what Dan Campbell had to say specific to a question on this radio station about Zadarius Smith and applying it to 9 and 8. Correct me if I'm wrong. The question was from the morning show about getting Zadarius Smith, who wasn't signed. at the edge rusher opposite of Hutch. What Dan Campbell said was he basically backed the guys that they had and said, we're good at the edge rusher opposite of Hutch. We do not need Zadarius Smith. Zadarius Smith signed somewhere and quickly retired. The guy that he said we're good about was in the top 11 in the NFL in sacks. He was being very specific to that question when he said it. People are applying it to 9 and 8. Should they have signed Zadarius Smith?
No.
Okay.
No, they shouldn't have. But were they good at that position?
I mean, 11 and a half sacks.
From Muhammad, yeah, it was good. I'm just throwing. That's the question. So
Well-
did you have to ask? Because that's what he was being specific about, and yet it didn't feel like watching those games that every game there was constant pressure, and that's what the total was.
Well, here's what they weren't. They weren't bad. If anything,
No, they
they
were
use
not. They were
accurate.
not
They
bad.
were good. Could they be better? You could always be better somewhere.
Yeah, I think
But
fans
I
rubbed
just-
the wrong way when that happened because they wanted Smith because they'd seen what he could do with the Lions a little bit, and the player that they had signed was Davenport, who Lions fans were like, "This isn't going to work out," and it did not work out.
No, that did not work out.
What did work out was in the absence of Zadarius Smith or any production at all from Marcus Davenport or Josh Pascal. Without those guys, here comes Al-Qadim Muhammad, who ends up being a guy who's going to earn himself a nice contract this offseason.
Maybe I'm misremembering, but that's where I heard him say we're good. And they were. 248-539-9797. Playing the whole part of the podcast doesn't change what he said. He shouldn't have said it. You have to tread very carefully when you mention the fans. Well, I think you have to tread very carefully when you use an all-encompassing generalization of a fan base. Or, I mean, I guess you don't have to, but when you do that, there's a reaction. If he had just said some Lions fans are talking crazy, some Lions fans are quick to question everything. And that's, he's right about that. And that would allow people to say, well, I'm not in that category, or maybe you are in that category. But 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right. Coming up today at 11:50, Gators got a hunch about the future of Scooble, and I'm intrigued because MLB Insider spoke on kind of the same topic. You'll hear it today at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law. They have been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. Sam Bernstein Law, they are the most experienced law firm in the state. They get respect, they get results, they get experience, they have experience. Get the Bernstein advantage. You don't pay anything unless they win for you. Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. yesterday we had, it was a rough drive in, and we opened the show because our guy Kang here is just miserable in the middle of the winter. I mean, he just can't stand it. And I'm like, okay, how are we going to get Kang on board? How can we get Kang to not be as miserable? I don't like seeing him as miserable. And then yesterday you tweeted out a picture when you got home at his Twitter page, @KangCollects. Did you see this? What he tweeted out, Gator?
I did not.
Look it up. He tweeted it out 19 hours ago, @KangCollects. And I think it spoke further to how Kang is not really in a place to adapt and start loving winter.
You tried, Doug, and the listeners tried, and I appreciate it. I don't want to go anywhere, but it just beats you down at some point. This week's been rough too, man. Can you admit? I was off Monday, and I felt like today was Friday. I'm like, how has this week been so damn long? It's because of the weather, I think. It's been beating me down.
Did you bring up his Twitter feed, Scott?
With a shovel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just tweeted out a picture of a shovel and said, "We've been through some wars together."
I feel like he knows things about me no one else does.
Yeah.
There were rough times I wanted to quit, but I didn't. I
wish you know how to quit it.
Persevered, got the shoveling done.
Right.
Yep.
And there's times we just stood back and looked at our work and said, "Damn it, you did a nice job." No, you did a nice job.
No,
we did a nice job.
There you go. Together, you guys did it.
There used to be, Gator, there used to be a strip of metal at the end of that shovel.
I was going to say, it looks a little haggard. Like something's not right there.
Wars, my friend, wars.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been through them.
So how'd it go yesterday?
And, it went good. It was fine. I mean, obviously at this point, I'm just zoning out. There is some tranquility and peace at times. And people did text that in, when they're shoveling, it's kind of get away from it all. And that kind of happened for me last night or yesterday afternoon.
Okay, this is how it starts.
Well, it's because
I'm
I was
encouraged.
No, it's not. I didn't want to be out there. You're a sick person for wanting to shovel.
I'm just okay with it. It doesn't bother me. I just see it as exercise.
Kang needed to get out there as a necessity. And thank God you were able to do it yesterday, because when the temperatures start plummeting tonight, the last thing you're going to want to do is to have to go out and shovel if you have to in the next couple days.
We are reaching that point of the winter where we've talked about this before. The first few shovels, I mean, you're talking about crisp straight lines right up to the grass. You get the salt down or the dirt down, and you get the bare pavement. You don't want to drive on it. You don't want to pack down the snow. We've gotten to the point where, okay, maybe I'm two-tracking it, and I'm not getting the whole sidewalk. I'm getting just the one shovel push down the sidewalk. It definitely, the quality of the shoveling jobs as the winter goes on starts to wane. At the beginning, it feels like you're working on a piece of art to me. Like, I'm going to get this totally clean. I don't want to see a flake of snow on the driveway. And then by the end of the winter, rather, it might be two tracks.
Oh, the quality of work definitely goes down. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely, yeah. Your tank of given is on empty. You're like, yeah, forget it. It'll warm up at some point.
It's going to look. I looked at the forecast. Yeah. It's going to melt in 3 weeks. I don't know why I'm
3 weeks.
I don't know why I'm working so hard on this.
I'm working smarter, not harder. Yeah, what I'm going to do. Yeah.
The end of the driveway. Oh my God, it's like the end of a fight. You got nothing left, and it's like, dude, this is the worst part because if your street's been plowed, you
think you've got the driveway done.
Yeah,
you're like, oh, this is looking good. This is looking good, and then you get to the end of it, and you're like, oh, the plows.
It's that plow. Why? It's like ice. It's a plow berg. It's not an iceberg. It's this berg at the end of your driveway that you have to chip away at. And
how much would you pay on an annual basis for the people that end up plowing your subdivisions as part of your taxes or whatever, or your HOA fees or whatever you got? How much extra would you pay for the season for them every time they come and plow the streets, that they also make sure that every entrance to the driveway is clear too?
So Gator, every time I'm out there shoveling, and if I see, like, because we have an HOA and they do it as well, we pay for it, right? They're plowing the subdivision. I kind of give them this look like, help a brother out. Like I'm one day I'm hoping he goes, hey, back away. I got the end of the driveway for you. One day, please. Every time, Gator. I just it's not even pay. I just look at him like, come on, man.
I know it's a plea, but so if you put in the dollars and cents,
I don't know.
Because then you think about it, like how much if you get let's say it's $200, you'll pay him $200 for the season.
For the season?
Yeah. And that's every house doing that. How much money that they would make from doing that? Would they be like, well, yeah, that's a gold mine. Let's do this. Or is it like it's too much extra time? I mean, even every house is an extra 45 seconds to do.
I'm a corn a lot. It'd be easy for him, man.
I think if you just slip the guy a 10.
Well, Doug, I was thinking about just bringing out a case of beer and sitting there.
Not a bad idea.
Here you go.
Now, to be fair, we have like this neighborhood conqueror that takes his snowblower and goes all the way down one side of the street and all the way down the other. Not every snowfall.
On the sidewalk or
sidewalk.
Okay,
he will do the sidewalk, for 10 houses across the street and do the other 10 coming back.
That's awesome. What
this
about the
guy is
driveway?
like the paladin of, no, he just does your sidewalk. And my wife had a snow day last week and caught him on video. And we're trying to figure out who it is.
It's like Bigfoot. He exists.
He exists. You saw him, and we're like, what a night.
Well, Doug does live in a squatchy area.
He's kind of squatchy himself.
Yeah, he lives very squatchy.
Well,
look at his arms.
That guy loves his snowblower and loves. I don't know if anybody else in the neighborhood's caught up to him, but what a champion he is.
Will you ever get a snowblower?
No. Jeez. I mean, maybe when I'm like 80.
80, he's saying.
Yep, but
I'm close,
like
Gator.
I like getting outside.
Weingart, hit me up.
I'll tell you, I've got one for you.
You seen my shovel, man? That thing's. We're not going to go too many more wars together.
Dude, I know people who've got multiple snowblowers, different sizes for different. Like my brother-in-law showed us, hey, I just got this mini snowblower, and I'm like, why do you need a mini snowblower? But I guess
you don't need. You need a snowblower.
Yeah, I had one. So my other brother-in-law gave me one that I worked with a little bit, but eventually it conked out, and I was not motivated at all to fix it because I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I got my system. Do you have a system?
Of course. We all have our system.
Line down the middle and then start fanning out.
And your driveway's not huge.
No, it's not long. It's wide.
It is wide. It is wide. It's also downhill a little bit, so that helps as you're pushing towards the street.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Kyle in Royal Oak. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
What's up?
Not much. So I actually do snow plowing for a living, and the I guess residents in Sterling Heights that we do, it's a huge subdivision, and we do every single house. They pay $250 each for the whole season, every single driveway, every single sidewalk, every single porch, and it is. I think it's. I don't know.
So wait a second. Well, hold on, Kyle. Are you a private company or do you work for the county?
No, a private company.
Okay, so a neighborhood. I guess. Yeah.
360 houses.
Okay, so you guys have been hired by a sub.
Yep, a subdivision that pays $250. Each house pays $250 for the whole season, and right now we're kind of getting screwed over. But in general, it's very profitable.
Am I missing something? Are you just getting screwed over because there's so
much? He's got to come out more often. Yeah, this is a year where you've probably come out more times this year than he did the last 2 years.
It's a risk.
Yeah, we got it's basically a gamble. But I mean, you bring your Bobcats out, you bring your salt machines, you bring your trucks, and it doesn't take that long. I mean,
Ken, do you think if you rallied your sub, you could get everybody to throw in and pitch?
You guys do the porch and the driveways? You said
that's what he said. Yeah.
That's why I brought it up.
Wow.
What's the price, man?
Weren't you referencing the count when MDOT comes down the street and makes the Plowberg at the end of the driveway? Isn't that what you were referencing?
Yeah, well, no, it's a private company because it's part of our HOA.
Oh, okay.
So they, but I don't know how much more it would cost for them to actually get out and.
This is why I'm asking. So what's the price? Would you pay an extra $100?
Ooh, $100? That's it?
Oh, I said $200 for the whole winter. Would you pay an extra? Would each resident pony up an extra $200 to make sure that the sidewalks and the driveways are in the entrance to the street there from the driveway, that those are cleared away too?
I don't know about everybody. I can't speak for everybody.
Yeah.
For myself, I would definitely pay $100. $100 would be for sure. I don't know about $200.
They're only getting $250 per house for the season.
Well, how many houses did he say?
360.
That's a lot.
It's $90,000. I already checked.
Wow, look at you over there.
Well,
Beautiful mind.
I was curious.
The question is, how long? Yeah.
Beautiful mind with a cell phone has got a calculator on it. Yeah.
Modern day Rain Man.
Let's go to Bill in Clinton Township. Hi, Bill.
Definitely 90.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Bill.
I'm in a secret competition with one of my neighbors to try to beat him to doing the sidewalks. He's out at like 3 o'clock in the morning hitting the sidewalks. I'll get out of bed and try to beat him. If I'm out there first and he hears my snowblower start, he like runs out and will try to beat me.
Now, wait a sec. Is it a race to get your own sidewalk done, or are you doing like the whole street?
We do the whole street, so it's like 6 houses. And then he's caught on that I'm trying to beat him, so now he's doing everyone's driveways.
Wow.
So now I got to do driveways and sidewalks to try to like outdo him. He's like a retired like Vietnam vet. Like this is what he's got.
Awesome.
And
Yeah. He's awesome. And you're
my
awesome
girl's
too,
like-
Bill.
Yeah.
My girl's like, just let it go. Let him have this. I'm like, I cannot. I have to take him down.
Bill, there's two things that are going on here. One is this is men with machines, and two, it's competition. Can't lose.
This kind of sounds like Birchie, by the way.
This guy sounds like
Yeah,
Birchie.
a little Birchie.
Bill, you're awesome, and so's your Vietnam vet neighbor. What's his name?
I don't know.
His name is Second Place.
Hey, just keep this in mind, man. If he hears your snowblower going and he's going to try to get out and beat you, he can't.
Yeah,
You've already won.
You've already won, and you don't even know the guy's name. That's great.
But now it becomes a competition. Who's going to do more houses?
All right, Gator's got a hunch about Scooble. And MLB Insider kind of backs him up. We'll get to that next here on 97.1.
Looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Well, head on over to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Equinox EVLT, and it's just $199 a month with only $999 down. Want even more options? Yep, you betcha. The 2026 Equinox LT, or how about the 2026 Trax LT? They can be yours for just $249 a month with $999 down. Now, this is cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Do not wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet at Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today, or online at sarahchevrolet.com, and see why so many drivers choose Sarah. Together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Okay. Gator, on your show sheet today, you mentioned about Tarek Skubal. First, that the Mets traded for Freddie Peralta from the Brewers, which means the Mets might be done with any pursuit of Skubal if they ever were.
They gave up a couple of their top, I think, number 3, number 5 prospects in their organization.
Okay. So there's one suitor that you'd have to think.
It's another suitor that's gone.
Yeah. But you have a sneaky suspicion that somebody is going to get involved.
Yeah, there's a team out there that hasn't done a whole lot. I mean, yes, they just signed somebody, but it's a re-signing. And when they re-signed Cody Bellinger and they got him at a reasonable price compared to what others are getting right now, I mean, they're paying him 30-something a year, 30-something million a year, but it pales in comparison to, say, Kyle Tucker. But the New York Yankees just haven't done much. And I'm wondering if the Yankees are just kind of, sitting back going, okay, everybody's doing what they're doing. You're adding this player. You're adding this player. We still have a good team. We're going to go into the season. We'll be healthy. We think we can do some stuff. And we haven't even started to deplete our minor league system. Maybe the Yankees are the team that ends up being the trading partner with the Tigers. Now, if not, then the Tigers might be in a situation where they're not going to be able to trade Tarek Skubal because everybody else is kind of exhausted what they're going to do. Are they going to want him as a rental player? Not as likely, but that'll be dictated by the trade deadline. But in terms of the offseason, I think the Yankees might still be a team to watch.
Okay, so John Heyman, MLB Insider, MLB Network, New York Post, did a live stream yesterday. The topic of Skubal came up, and here is what he had to say. Did you get the whole thing? Okay, well, it'll get to it. It'll get to it. Okay. His conclusion, it's not that likely, and that was long. But he did mention the Yankees, and he mentioned 3 players. Schlittler, who's the 24-year-old right-hand pitcher who is filthy. Rice, who's the 26-year-old first baseman who had 26 home runs last year. And Lombard, who didn't exactly kill it in Double-A. He is their highest regarded prospect. And he is a guy who I think he's top 25 in baseball. But I'm surprised the name that didn't come up was Spencer Jones. It was the power hitting outfielder.
Yeah, that's a guy that I would take a look at. In the same vein of Aaron Judge. I mean, he's a big guy. He's 6'7", 240 pounds, and has a ton of power. I'd be interested in taking a look there. But are the Yankees willing to part with those guys to acquire Tarek Skubal?
It's not like you're getting them all, but can you get some
can
combination?
You get a couple of those guys? I mean, and the problem with the Tigers is every day that they don't trade Tarek Skubal is a day that his value probably goes down in trade value.
Why is that?
Because you're getting closer and closer to just being a rental. Like the time to do it would have been last year going into the off season, where you could have gotten, because teams would have known they had a full year of Skubal, actually 2 full years of Skubal, but that didn't happen. And maybe rightfully so, because Tigers made the playoffs. Obviously, this past year, Skubal was a big reason, and you wanted to take that other shot. I don't think it's likely the Tigers make a trade either. I was just pointing out that I think there's still one team that might be left. I don't think the Dodgers are going to get into it. They might, because the Dodgers don't care about money. But and again, if you're going to trade for Skubal, it's about a rental. It's not about money. So that's what they have to take in.
If there's anything that the Dodgers have done, okay, with the absurdity of what their offseason has looked like, they have probably ratcheted up the intensity for the Yankees. And I hope that the Tigers can capitalize on that. If you're going to get Skubal, if you're the Yankees, you're banking on 1 year of Skubal for what the Tigers, I'm sure, want a decade of Schlittler in return. And I could see why the Yankees wouldn't want to do that, but I don't have any issue with the Tigers asking for that. When you start talking about players, we're doing it with the Red Wings and the Pistons. You want to get better in the here and the now without taking away from the core that's helping you win, just for future assets. Would you do it if you could get him to part with Lombard and Spencer Jones? 2 top 100, and Lombard is 25th and Spencer Jones is 99th in baseball. Would you do it for those two as basically the prize coming back and maybe a major league arm that becomes a spare part for them? Would you do that?
Well, and I guess Schlittler is that major league arm, isn't he?
Yeah, but I'm saying if Schlittler falls into the category of us not wanting to give up Asar Thompson, right? He's a guy that they are counting on to help them win now, and so
they have interesting guys in their with prospects. But I mean, if you're giving up Skubal, of course you want something for the future, but you want something for now too, because you're taking away the best pitcher in baseball from your rotation. Which also, if the Tigers, because there's still some pitchers out there in free agency that they can have, that they can go out and sign, and it wouldn't cost a crazy amount of money. And the longer this goes on, the more I think that's got to be part of the plan. Can it be? To get signs one of these free agents to a 2-year contract, that second year being a mutual option or a team option, or however they want to look at it. I mean, Zach Gallen is still out there. There's other pitchers that are still out there. I'm just Giolito. I'm just waiting for something else to happen.
Well, this is where you get into sort of the bargain bin where you can get useful players.
Those aren't even bargain bin guys.
Well, I'm saying you can get them for cheaper later in free agency than you would. That's my point. You can save some money if you wait it out, and that seems to be right up their alley, unfortunately, because they don't want to make any financial commitments for down the road. But Skubal, Yankees, you drew a possible straight line, and Heyman drew the same line.
All right.
And I hope it's a Dodger response. Hope the Dodgers have rattled the Yankees to caving to whatever the asking price is.
Well, it never seems like the Yankees do things out of desperation. Like the Yankees are very calculated. They've always held their prospects close to the vest. I'd be curious to see if ever this trade goes down. If it does go down, I'm dying to see what the return is.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, we're going to open up the big old tub of pretzels at 12:35. It is Carson Anderson. Also, interesting announcement yesterday. I wonder if people will get on board with it. That at 12:18 on 97.1 The Ticket.
We are still awaiting the appearance of former Michigan head football coach Sherrone Moore in Washtenaw County Court today for his preliminary hearing. Moore is expected in just minutes. If a plea deal has been agreed to, it will be announced at the hearing today. If no deal was worked out, the parties involved will decide on if the case can and should move forward to trial. We'll bring you updates from the hearing at 1 o'clock. And MLB Pipeline has been releasing its list of top 10 MLB prospects by position and a build-up towards the top 100 list. Today, Tigers prospect Max Clark was named the number one outfield prospect for 2026. He joined fellow Tigers minor leaguer Hao-Yu Lee, who was ranked number 3 at third base for this upcoming summer. The full list of top 100 prospects for next season will be announced tomorrow morning. A current Lion and a few former Lions are in line for some NFL postseason awards. Today, the league named Aiden Hutchinson a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year and Comeback Player of the Year. Matthew Stafford and Ben Johnson were unsurprisingly named MVP and Coach of the Year finalists, respectively. And former Michigan football defensive coordinator Mike McDonald is a Coach of the Year finalist for his season leading the Seattle Seahawks. The Red Wings are back in action tonight for the second half of a back-to-back. They're on the road to play the Minnesota Wild, who are 10-3-4 since trading for star defenseman Quinn Hughes. Tonight's puck drop is at 9:30 p.m. Mark Ryan will have pregame coverage right here on 97.1 starting at 9:15. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, great to be with you here on a Thursday. Happy lunchtime, everybody. Been a busy day. Start off with some Red Wing and Piston talk, both winners last night. I'd love to hear from Red Wing and Piston fans, so 248-539-9797. Was able to listen to the New Orleans feed for a bit last night, and God, they were gushing about the Pistons. It was really refreshing. Toronto, sweeping the season series with Toronto is awfully satisfying, and the Red Wings, they did a hell of a job keeping that game close. Under Gibson was really good. They bounced back and tied the game late in the first period on a goal where Lucas Raymond, by the way, basically carries the puck up on the ice, drops it off at the blue line, gets it back, and then puts it right on the tape of Simon Edmondson, who banged it home. Beautiful goal there. Credit Lucas Raymond. In fact, Lucas Raymond deserves a ton of credit for that goal. And until Larkin's goal in overtime, again, Mo Sider deserves a ton of credit for that goal, for his effort to get him the puck. I did.
You know what Larkin had to say afterwards about that?
No.
He says, I wish I could have given it back to him, but I just ran out of room because he was so impressed by the play that Sider made at just outside the blue line.
There was a moment last night where Raymond took a hit. He actually took 2 hits at the end of the second period, and Edmondson came to his defense.
Yeah.
I always like that stuff.
And Sider comes over there, too. Those guys, that defensive pairing, it might be the best defensive pairing in the NHL.
Really good. Pistons, without Cade Cunningham, go to New Orleans. Bad team, but they get the win and spread out the scoring and share the workload. Probably the only thing newsworthy that comes out of that is Trey Murphy didn't exactly kill it, and because he's a possible trade candidate. And Jaden Ivey had fewer minutes than Sasser and Jenkins, which is, a little bit of a reflection of where he is in this comeback. I still am in his camp. I'm in his corner. But, I hope it's going to start happening for him soon.
Yeah, I do too. It's really been a slow walk out to the season here. I don't know why that is. I haven't seen a whole lot of reporting on it yet, with him talking about it. But I can imagine it's got to be frustrating for him. And this is a guy that was, averaging over 30 minutes a game. He was a starter and scoring a ton of points. And last year coming into his stride and, knocking down 3-point shots at a great clip. And this is the player you thought you had in a lottery pick. And I was so excited that they got him in the draft that year. And now it's a couple of serious injuries later. And 15, 20 minutes a game with low output.
248-539-9797. Mike is next here on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
I just wanted to talk about the Skubal situation and the CBA that's supposed to be renewed at the end of next year. I just wanted to know, like, I would imagine that Scooble and Boris are trying to maximize as much as they can get before a salary cap is enforced. Because I can't imagine that he's going to get 40 or 50 million if there's going to be a salary cap.
So I don't know the first thing about being an agent. It would strike me that there would be a sense of urgency if you're Scooble to get dealt to a team or sign a long-term contract with the Tigers before this work stoppage. Because if there's some sort of cost certainty, a.k.a. cap, it could put a limit on his next contract.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to touch on today.
Yeah, it could. But it seems like there's always going to be teams that are willing to go above and beyond the cap and pay a luxury tax and
Well,
don't really care.
I'm speaking in a future world if there's a hard cap that you can't go above and beyond.
It is cute.
What?
That you think there could be a hard cap.
Well, I mean, I read that
wish.
story. I
Look.
read that story yesterday that owners are going to insist on it, but that was a story in The Athletic that the Kyle Tucker contract in L.A. has ownership going, okay, enough. We need a cap. Now, how far are they going to take that to the wall? Like, are the players ever going to agree to it? I don't know. But it wouldn't factor into your thinking at all, apparently.
Well, I think it does a little bit, but I just think that, like I said, I think there's always going to be a team that's going to be willing to go above and beyond that, because I do think that the luxury tax is going to be part of that system. If there weren't,
if it's a hard cap,
if there's just a real legitimate hard cap, then I think that it would behoove Tarek Skubal to agree to an extension now, without question, or to agree to a trade to a team that could give him an extension right now.
Scott Boras might be the most mad man on the planet if there's a hard cap. And I kind of like making him mad.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I know he's just doing his job, but he seems to me to be a vehicle to get our players away from us.
Well, it would make you glad and not sad. And that's not bad to make him mad.
Wow, Seuss.
Well, I thought I'd do the same thing that he does.
Oh, I see what you did.
That
Okay.
that was my Scott Boras impression.
But that was pretty good. Well done.
Thank you.
248-539-9797. All right. We played that long soundbite earlier, the whole context of the Amon-Ra's comments yesterday that got some people upset, and which included the part where he said, don't get me wrong, I love all Lions fans, which is important to include. And he still probably could have used the word some fans instead of an all-encompassing sweeping generalization of the fans. But if you missed it, we're not going to replay it again, but we played that earlier. In listening to that entire podcast, Equanimous told a story of a buddy of his he was watching the game with. There were 6 of them. One of them, as he put it, put his entire life savings on the Rams money line.
Oh, boy.
In that game against the Bears.
I don't know if I'd be talking about this if I were him, but okay.
He said a friend of his put his entire life savings, and then he walked it back a little. He said it wasn't his entire life savings, but it was a lot.
Sounds like a big bet, yeah.
And that there was debate late in that game if he should just cash out.
Mm-hmm.
And he held off, and the Bears were looking at a 4th down, and Caleb Williams takes the snap and is backpedaling 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
30 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
And his friend is watching with building glee and anticipation. And then Williams, off his back foot, lets that ball go to the corner of the end zone and is caught. And he said his friend looked like he was going to barf, like he went down on the floor. And then the Bears get the football first, and actually, they didn't. They got the stop. Now they're driving. They're on the brink of field goal range. And his friend,
they should have won the game.
His friend is just terrified.
And then Caleb throws the interception.
They go down, and he escapes with the win.
And Stafford just cool and calm.
Yep.
Works the team down the field. Gets the win.
Yep. That is a roller coaster.
That's gambling.
and that is gambling. Now, I too had money on the Rams minus 6.5 or 3.5. I'm sorry, minus 3.5. Nowhere close to my life savings, barely money to move the needle. And when Caleb Williams threw that touchdown, it was a 7-point game, and I was about to get the cover. Gets caught by Kmet. Now we're going to overtime. Rams kick a field goal. I lose my minuscule little bet. I can't even imagine having a lot of money on that. And just the absolute, how terrified. Now, in the end, he won. How terrified you would be, though, right?
Yes. Yeah, I get it. I mean, you sweat it out if it's $1 bet or a $5 bet.
I really do.
I bet bigger than that, and I sweat it out as well. But I couldn't even imagine putting something that much on the line. I mean,
I'll just say this: my bet was more than $1 this time.
Fair enough, but I just feel like if you're gonna get near your life savings,
dude,
either you have a problem and you probably shouldn't be gambling, or you're in dire straits financially and you're trying to roll the dice, and which again is another gambling issue, but you're trying to
chase your losses.
Yeah, exactly. Change everything in one fell swoop. Or you just have FU money and it doesn't matter, but you're not going to react like that if you have the FU money.
Pretty crazy.
I too had a wager on that game, but mine was, I believe it was just on the under, and I was feeling pretty good about that.
And did it hit?
Yeah, the under ended up hitting because it was the over under was set at 49.5, and I'm like in blizzard like conditions, or maybe it's blizzard like, but it's not going to be good there.
No.
So I felt good about that.
248-539-9797. The other thing Amon-Ra said, which I hadn't heard this, maybe everybody heard it and I missed it. He said the Bears, in the last 5 games that they played this year, ran 0 offensive snaps with the lead.
It sounds crazy, and yet that also sounds about right. That's how the Bears played this year. They were kings of coming from behind, getting themselves in deficits. And so what we talked about going into the games last weekend was that, hey, Chicago can have a chance if they keep this thing close at halftime, they'll have a chance. And you look at it, and it was a 10-10 game at halftime. And Chicago, frankly, should have won the game, but Caleb threw the interception in the overtime.
248-539-9797. Will people get on board with this announcement? We'll get to that today at 12:18. 12:30, another edition of the Big Old Tub of Pretzels here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to warm up the winter deals with hot deals like a 3-year lease on a 2026 Chevy Trax LT for just $239 a month with $19.99 down. You heard it right, $239. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through Ally Bank, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends February 2nd. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, Kang behind the glass, Kenny on phones. All right, so we'll get to Big Old Tub of Pretzels a little bit later on this hour. The announcement came down yesterday that Central Michigan and Eastern Michigan, the next 2 years, will play their football game at Ford Field. It's, you know, we've discussed CMU and WMU and Eastern Michigan football a little bit here and there because we know that there are alums of those schools around here that take an interest in how they are doing. But the Mid-American Conference is relying heavily on TV money provided by ESPN and CBS Sports Network. And those networks like to park later season games on weeknights, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And they've dubbed it MACtion. Gator, I've probably watched more Mid-American Conference football games on Tuesdays and Wednesdays than I have on weekends. And so it, you know, when the weekend rolls around, and my choices are like, you know, Auburn at Texas A&M or Ball State at Akron.
You're probably going to watch the SEC match.
Yeah. But when it's a Tuesday night and I got Buffalo at Northern Illinois or, you know, Ohio U at Miami of Ohio, I'm like, I'll choose between these two games, right?
Right.
So, and you know, what it speaks to is addiction to football, and that's fine. Do you think this is going to work, putting these games in Ford Field? Because I thought I heard that they were going to be midweek games. But those midweek MACtion games, we have grown accustomed to seeing damn near empty stadiums. Now, I know they have some promotions. I think Ohio U was going to do a drawing for tuition for students that show up and stay through the fourth quarter of their games. And it looked like it worked for a Ohio U game I saw. But, I mean, I know that Eastern and Central and Western fans bitch about midweek games. They love them on the weekends. But what about putting it in Ford Field and taking advantage of alumni bases in Metro Detroit? Does this make sense?
Initially, my thought was this is terrible for the students. But then I realized students don't go to the games anymore. And the MACtion games in particular, those are the ones they don't go to. If it's on a Saturday afternoon, I think the attendance is better. And that's based on games I've watched because nobody goes on those late season games in the middle of the week. But when I started doing some more research on this and realized that the fan base for both of these schools in Metro Detroit, numbers around, or just in terms of alumni, not the fan base, but the alumni,
yep,
is about 150,000 people in Metro Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how many of those people want to drive 2.5 hours up to Mount Pleasant?
On a Tuesday?
Yeah, or, an hour and a half or whatever it would take to go from, the farthest point of Metro Detroit to get to Ypsilanti. And you get to see the game in a professional stadium like Ford Field, which is great, and there's familiarity with how to park and all that and getting downtown. And I started thinking it has a chance to be better. It has a chance to be a lot better. What it doesn't have a chance of doing is selling out. I can't imagine that's going to sell out. But if you could get 30,000 people in there,
mm-hmm,
that's going to be a good look, and it's going to be a better experience for the fans, as opposed to getting the 10,000 people that would show up on a Tuesday night in November or whatever it is.
I think the thing is, I understand what's going on there, right? They're supporting their athletic departments with these TV contracts that they have with ESPN and CBS Sports Network. And good for them. Like, you're trying to find a way to make ends meet. Hell, there are major universities losing money on their athletic departments. A huge D1 schools. So you got to do what works.
They can't be losing money on this deal. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it.
No, right. But I'm saying they're doing it to make ends meet. And, it's how they've carved out this niche and continue to be able to have intercollegiate college sports. But, the idea that the marquee game gets parked on a Tuesday night. Now, I'm pretty sure, and probably for us in our state, with all respect to those Eagles at Eastern, it's the Central Western game that really seems to move the needle. And I suppose it's up to Eastern Michigan to do something about it. But that game was on the weekend this year, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was.
I forget, but yeah, that's obviously the more marquee of the matchups between the two. But I mean, I'm just thinking about in terms of myself, who has really no interest in watching Central or Eastern play except on my TV set in the middle of the week. I don't mind them action games because I like college football and I'll watch it on a random Tuesday or Wednesday night. But would I be inclined to actually go to the game? And I might actually. Going to Detroit is a lot different than driving out to Mount Pleasant. I have no desire to drive out to Mount Pleasant. Or to Ypsilanti for that matter. But would I go, half an hour away and watch in the friendly confines of a stadium I'm very comfortable in? Yeah, I think I'm more inclined to. I'm not saying I would, but chances of getting me to watch a game like this in person increase
Better at
significantly.
Ford Field. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the fan bases of those two teams are going to react to it. Maddie in Plymouth, you're on 97.1. Hi, Maddie.
Hi. So I grew up in Plymouth, but I just graduated from Central last semester. And first of all, nobody goes to those Tuesday games in the first place. I mean, it's just people are still in class by the time the tailgating starts. But I can't see how anybody in Mount Pleasant would be driving down to those Ford Field games. So I can't imagine how they'll react. My brother's at Eastern. He'll probably think it's cool because Detroit's way cooler than Ipsy. So I think from a Central student standpoint, you're kind of like, oh, this double sucks. But if you're an Eastern student, it's kind of sick. It's kind of cool. But the problem with those Tuesday games from a student perspective is just nobody can care. It's the middle of the week. We got classes. And by the time you're ready to tailgate, you're just getting out of class.
Maddie, are you said you've graduated, right?
I graduated last semester.
Okay, and are you living and working in Metro Detroit now?
Yeah, that's where I grew up. So
Okay.
I moved back home.
What are the odds you go to this game now?
Now, I was going to say, though, that does change for alumni, though, because now that I'm in Metro Detroit, I will go to Ford Field faster than I will go to Mount Pleasant. So I feel like it's situational.
I think you're right. I think you're 100% right. And I appreciate the out-of-the-box thinking by these two schools because this could work. Right? This could work. Central and Eastern could do something different that actually gets a little traction. And it does suck for the students. I would hope that they wouldn't always play these games at Ford Field, but maybe
It's 2 years in a row they've committed to
if
it.
they do these 2 years and it works, then you say Eastern, you can have your home game back because I think Eastern's the first home game. You can host Central. And then Central and Western do it for 2 years. And then Western and Eastern do it for 2 years because I think there's a chance that this could do reasonably well. Not selling out Ford Field, but well.
Well, if it makes money for the universities, that's probably going to be all they care about.
Mm-hmm.
But the proof is in the pudding too, though. If nobody's showing up to the games on during the week on Maction night,
yeah,
then why not put it somewhere where there's a bigger alumni base that is more likely to attend? I mean, it sucks for the people on campus that really want to go to those games, but they can still go to those games. And I would imagine that both Central and Eastern, and probably more so Eastern because of the proximity, but that they would have, plenty of buses willing to drive downtown. And it could be a fun, if I were in college, it'd be a fun experience. Take a 2.5, 3 hour bus ride, whatever it is, to get from Mount Pleasant to Detroit. Now, the bus ride back may be hellish, but to get there.
There's a bathroom.
Well, exactly, yeah, or several. But, I think it could be a fun experience for the students, as long as it's not an every year thing.
Tim is in Kalamazoo and next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, excuse me.
It's all good.
It's been a long week. Just throwing an idea out there. What do you think about just like a 9 a.m. Saturday MAC game of the week? It's kind of an appetizer for the rest of the day. You could put it on national TV. It could be before all the SEC and Big Ten games. Like that way you could be back on Saturday and you wouldn't have any competition other than the morning game day show.
I don't hate the try. I don't hate the attempt. I think if you're a Mid-American school, one of our directional schools, I have no issue with that. But again, I don't have a vested interest. I don't hate it. So,
I just feel like this midweek stuff, it's good for TV, but I used to go to a lot of Western Michigan games. Now it's like why would I want to go? There's
You'd be
nobody
more
there.
likely,
The atmosphere's
Tim.
gone.
You'd be more likely to go at 9 a.m. kickoff on a Saturday morning than you would on a Tuesday night.
Yeah, why not? Get up, start partying at 7 o'clock. Why not?
Attaboy. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing well on a Thursday afternoon. I'll go down for a cold weekend around Metro Detroit. In the meantime, we will get to Big Old Tub of Pretzels momentarily. So the NFL's ratings on the MVPs in the NFL, what I mean by that is the 100 real NFL MVP candidates that ESPN had. They put together their own list. And Jared Goff is on the list.
In the top 100.
In the top 100.
Yeah,
Amon-Ra.
you should. It's a good list. You should be on the list.
Amon-Ra is 17th. Aiden Hutchinson is 22nd. Penei Sewell is 28. So this is like their, and Goff is 33. This is their pre-100 best players list?
No, well, it's an MVP list. So most valuable to their team or to the league or whatever. But I would say this: 3 guys ahead of Jared Goff on his own team.
Yeah.
Now, looking at it last year, they played without Aiden Hutchinson. They still won games.
They won 15 of them.
Yeah. So as much as I'd like Aiden Hutchinson, I think he's very valuable. They proved last year they can win. Let's not be put in that situation again.
Right.
I'm curious that the others like, do they like? I think Goff certainly belongs higher up there. I don't know if whoever came up with this from ESPN, I don't know if he has. It doesn't seem to me like he's got a high opinion of Jared Goff. It just thinks he's a system quarterback, as people like to label that, which I think is a joke. Should probably be higher than that. But Penei Sewell is great, but he's one guy on the line, and he's not even protecting the blind side. I love Penei Sewell, and he might be the best right tackle in football, and thank God he's here, and thank God he's locked up. But Goff should be ahead of him as well because he's right tackle and that left tackle. So then it comes between Goff and St. Brown, and I mean, who would you rather have if you had to play without somebody for a game? I'd rather play without St. Brown than without Goff. I just think it's an interesting list, and where they have his own teammates ahead of him, I think is kind of crazy on that. And to have him just overall, if you're going to tell him that he's number 1 in the Lions, but he's 33rd or 34th overall, I think is crazy.
So Goff is listed as the 9th best quarterback here in terms of these MVP rankings for this season. I mean, if you're just doing this season, it probably has a lot to do with how your team did, and they didn't make the playoffs. So I guess I don't take any issue with that. I'm a big Goff fan, but
so who's number 1?
Number 1 is Drake May.
Drake May. Okay.
Yep.
Where is Stafford 2?
Dak Prescott is 2. Stafford is 3.
Dak Prescott is 2.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Dak Prescott?
Yep. Well, it's Seth Walder's list, and he writes, I strongly believe Prescott has been absent from the MVP conversation, but I strongly believe that this is a mistake. Let's start with the obvious reason he's ignored. Wins. Dallas was 7-9-1. Are we truly incapable of considering the team sport element of football when voting for awards? With the quarterback for the NFC's 5 seed, Stafford potentially winning MVP this season, we sometimes draw a distinction between team and player. I believe the same courtesy ought to be extended to great quarterbacks like Prescott, who missed the playoffs thanks to their team's poor defense. So that's what he said.
Goff's better.
We can debate it. The two I just want to mention, the 2 other Lions made this list of the top candidates for MVP, 1 to 100. They were Jack Campbell at 50, which is absurdly low. Maybe the biggest mistake on this list, and Jahmyr Gibbs is 64. So take that for data. Let's get to the big old tub of pretzels. If you're unfamiliar with this, these are random questions that are sent in by listeners. And some people here at the station come up with them. Rico came up with one. But,
he did. It was very uncomfortable.
Yes. Anyway, so if you want to send one over, now's a good time to text at 248-539-9797. These can be sports related. They can be not sports related. Many times it feels like we are solving problems that people have, like arguments with their friends. Other times they are just conundrums that people come up with. Or would you rather die by being burned to death or drowning? Like stupid stuff like that, which is kind of a dark example.
What are we doing, man? It's like the sun's out today.
I don't know
Doug
why.
would rather be shoveling.
Yeah. All right, what do you got here?
All right, here we go. Oh, it was a long one.
Oh.
Come on, get your head out of the gutter. A longtime coworker of mine is retiring. Everyone in the office is contributing $50 for his retirement gift. I don't want to, but it will definitely be awkward at the retirement party. What should I do?
My God. $50?
Yeah, maybe that's why he's like, that's a lot.
How many people in this office?
That doesn't say.
So I'm going to guess that everybody in the office loves this dude except you.
He doesn't want to give $50. Maybe it's too pricey.
I think he
maybe
loves
he
his
doesn't like
money more than he
him,
loves the coworker.
This is one of those deals. If you're going to have to continue to work in the office and it'll be known that you didn't give the $50, I think you got to bite the bullet and do it. Because you have a future at the company, and if you can if you're anonymous.
No, they know. I mean, someone's taking in the money.
Someone's taking the money. Yeah. And they're remembering.
Yep. All right, Doug didn't get 50. Just noted.
Yeah, you got to do it.
This is tough, man.
It sucks.
This is so tough. And you know what? I'm just trying to think of who I am. If I don't like the person, like if the person and I have a beef,
There's no way you do it.
he is not getting my cat. Why would I contribute to that?
All right. Well, let's say there's no beef, but you're not best friends either.
Yeah,
And you're like 50? Is that a bit much?
50 seems a bit strong for someone that I don't, I don't.
You can't give less than 50. It's either 50 or nothing, right?
Or I don't. And
It's like arbitration.
Yeah. Yeah, Scott Boras is
arbitration.
retiring.
Yeah, and I'm not going to the party either.
No, I'm assuming this party's at the office because it's going to be awkward at the party.
I think there's a lot of things. There's variables I don't know. How many people are in the office? I think that matters.
So just answer
Like
it
if we're
generally
here
here.
at the station, right?
Yeah, like
and we've
everyone-
got hundreds of people that work between all the stations here in this building. I'm not doing it, likely, And frankly, if it's somebody that I really care for, I'll give them my own present. I don't need to, go in on something. But if it's somebody I don't care for, they ain't getting the money.
Wow. So I'm assuming this is like a 20-person office or
Dude,
something. where
I
you can
cave.
see-
I cave and pay it.
Yeah, right.
cave
I
and
think
pay
you
it.
almost have to.
Not Gator.
I put a caveat on it. It depends on your relationship with the coworker who's retiring.
Well, this guy doesn't want to.
Then
So it
don't
must
do
not
it.
be that. All
Then
right.
don't do it.
All right. Gator's not doing it. No cake for you. No cake for Gator.
I'll be in my
you can't have a
cubicle.
piece of cake.
I'll be in my cubicle.
Yep.
All right, next question.
All right. What's the difference between the flavors of tropical punch and fruit punch?
What a great question. That's a great question. I think tropical punch, adds pineapple.
Sure.
Fruit punch to me is more like it's like a cherry flavor to it. And it's like red berry type flavor. Tropical punch feels like you're adding maybe mango or pineapple to the mix, but definitely pineapple.
You're really taking this like literally.
Yes,
tropical.
I am.
Well, I'm glad he is, because I'll be honest, this question came from me because me and my wife get into arguments because she likes one and hates the other, and I always mix them up and forget. And I'm like, I can't tell
like
the
the same
difference.
thing, right?
It's the same thing.
Here's the difference. There is a distinct difference. Color. That's it.
I don't know.
I don't know
kind of
there's
reddish.
any other difference.
Like if I have
one's red, one's orange.
No.
Yep.
Like
No.
Celsius, right? So I drink Celsius a lot. They have a tropical flavor, which is totally different than they don't necessarily have I don't know if it's a fruit punch, but they have different, fruits that are the red fruits that are totally different flavor to it. I think there is a difference.
No, I know, but
And I
what's
gave you
the difference?
I
You
gave
don't-
the difference. I
but
think one has
everyone-
pineapple, the other one doesn't.
But it's not like distinct. Like we all know what cola is. We know what
I've spoken, Kang. I gave
All right,
my answer.
All right, Ramsey, Mr. $50 giver.
That's right. And tropical punch goes better with tequila.
All right, sure, whatever. I don't think there's a difference.
Color.
All right. Yeah.
Just color.
Well, it's not Ecto Cooler. I mean, that's different, which is also awesome.
Ecto Cooler's awesome.
So
There is a
great.
difference there.
Yeah.
All right. Other than Peter, who would be the main character on Family Guy?
Other than Peter, who's the main character? I mean, I feel like it's a
got an answer.
It's a Brian show.
It's Brian the dog. It's totally Brian the dog.
It's a Brian show.
It is.
I mean, if you can understand what the dog says, it's about the dog.
So it should be called Family Dog.
So you said if it weren't Peter.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, Peter's great.
Oh, no kidding.
I'll tell you who it's not.
Meg. Oh, it's definitely not Meg. Hell no, it's not. And it's not in the periphery. You have to go pick somebody from the family. It's not Lois. It's definitely not Meg. It's not Chris. It's either Brian or Stewie. I'm going Brian.
I'm going Brian.
Brian
as well.
drives. Brian Brian does all these things. Brian got a job. Brian goes out with women.
Brian's got girlfriends.
Yeah,
man.
not dogs, women.
Brian, he's got a human name.
All right, let's do one more.
One more? All right. When leaving a party where food was served, is it okay to ask to take home food before the host offers you? Yeah, dude, I think that's a little aggressive.
I think it's aggressive.
You can't ask before they offer.
Like if
hey,
something was so good, like this is so. I think you either hint at it, right? You can't flat out say you're like, "Oh my god, that is so good."
That
and
is
then
the
other,
best
you
fruit
like it?"
punch I've ever had.
Right?
Brian, you mind if I take this?
Yeah. I don't know. Does that keep well? Do you think, or no? But you expressed how good it was, and you're hoping to go with the person. You want to take someone? Yes. No. I mean, okay, sure, yeah.
But here's the
you
thing.
cannot do it ahead of time.
You can't. I agree, Gator. What if it's so good, like you're hosting and you want to keep it? Like you're in your mind knowing I'm not going to offer this because I want to keep this.
Right.
Right. They can't say, "Hey, can I take some of this?" or "Can I grab a plate?"
If somebody
or a
came
box?
up, okay, because this is I've hosted some pretty big parties over the years. I don't think I've once had somebody say, "Can I take some of this home?" It's always, I think everybody understands this. It has to be offered to you. And more often than not, people are going to say, "Take what you want," because they don't want the leftovers to sit around their house. Like, "Oh, I've got 65 other rolled sandwiches, and I'm living alone." It's not going to happen.
Please take some crab dip.
Please, God, take some crab dip.
It's one of those cases where this little social conundrum doesn't really apply to me because I just don't like what other people like.
Well, no,
so
no,
I don't have to ask.
Doug,
but
you
your
brought the kale. Take it with you.
Yeah.
But your graduation parties you've had for the children.
Yep.
Now, sometimes you get the last two have been spectacular when you have the food truck out there, but you supplement that by having whether it's Savvy Sliders or you had Chick-fil-A one year.
Chick-fil-A.
So, I mean, and Doug was sending people home with Chick-fil-A. Doug's like, "Please take some home."
Well, that's a good host.
Like,
Well,
really?
we were running. It was clear that 250 Chick-fil-A sandwiches was too many.
I was so happy he said that.
Were you saying, "Doug, this Chick-fil-A is so good"?
That's a lot of
Dropping them
Chick-fil-A.
hints?
Yeah. You're going to take some
It's
home.
a shame that you're going to have to throw that away.
No way you and Sue can eat all this.
But you can't ask.
No, you can't ask.
There it is. If you have any questions, text them over at 248-539-9797. It's called the Big Old Tub of Pretzels. It is the question of the day. Straight ahead, if you missed it earlier, an old name associated with the Red Wings. We'll get to that today at 12:50 on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. So Red Wings at Toronto last night. That was a fun win for the Red Wings who continue to they continue to win games. We always talk about the month of March, but maybe we should talk more about the break. Because last year the Red Wings were a winning hockey team, and along came the Four Nations Cup, and the team that returned after that was a losing hockey team. And this year they're a winning hockey team again, and the Olympic break is coming up in like 2 weeks. And they're doing the same thing. They're going in hot. Scott, is this really a line of delineation that we should be more concerned about than just something like some curse of March or post-trade deadline? Does this team really want a break?
I think that I think they're playing so much hockey. They played more games than anybody else in the NHL at 51 at this point.
They also have more back-to-backs, I believe.
Yeah.
Than any other team in the NHL.
They're playing tonight to make it 52. So I think this team's probably welcoming a break. And I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but it's what are there only there's three players on the roster that are going to be playing in the Olympics with Raymond, Larkin, and Seider. I think it's fortunate because it could have been more. I'm surprised Team USA didn't want to add DeBrincat or maybe Patrick Kane. Sweden didn't add Edvinsson, so I think that works out for them. But yeah, I think by and large you're welcoming a break to heal up. These guys are banged up. It's a long season, and also gives them an opportunity this time of the year. You know, the flu has been going around everywhere, right? Getting away from it for a few weeks might help re-energize everybody. Now, it should work that way for the rest of the league too. I'm not as worried about the Munch of Marth this year. I just feel like it's a different team. This is a team that the additions they made in the offseason are huge additions that maybe we didn't think they were going to be all that huge. I thought the addition to Gibson was going to help this team, but Gibson's been lights out great in his last, 18 starts now. And the way he played last night against Toronto was spectacular. He was just spectacular. So that helps kind of solidify things in the goaltending spot. And it was a slow start. It did not look good for his first 14 starts of the season. We're not good. But since then, he's been dynamite. Adding James Van Riemsdyk has been awesome for this team as well.
Dude.
It's not like he's getting a point a game, but he's scoring some pretty important goals. And he's making plays out there, and he adds that veteran presence. We talk about adults in the room. This was an addition to the team in the offseason that is one that adds credibility to this franchise and adding more experience that makes sense and not just picking up guys for the sake of picking up guys. I think it helps that you've got a healthy Andrew Kopp as well, because last year he got hurt, and that just devastated the team down the stretch. He's been healthy, and he's been good. So I really like where this team is at right now compared to where they were, maybe a year ago at this time. We were very confident a year ago at this time, but then Larkin gets hurt in the Four Nations Cup. He's not the same player when he came back, and they didn't have Kopp, and they clearly didn't have the goaltending or the other pieces either.
Let's turn to our stations. Kenny, are you concerned at all about an Olympic break and that it might have the same effect that the Four Nations break had on the Red Wings?
I do, because I feel like this team is just a snowball of momentum right now, and throwing a wrench like that in there doesn't exactly help my my hopes for it. I do agree with Gator about JVR, by the way, Van Riemsdyk. He's been such a good in front of the net presence. This team could get very healthy during this Olympic break. But at the same time, I mean, do you really want to throw cold water on this? Because it feels like that's exactly what might happen here.
Yeah, I'm not huge idea. I'm not huge on this idea, but I love the Olympic hockey. Don't get me wrong.
It'll be great. It'll be a great product to watch for sure. But again, cold water.
In the meantime, we have heard the Red Wings associated. There's more trade rumors around the Red Wings than in the past. It feels like things are afoot, Gator. Is that accurate? Do you think things are indeed afoot?
I think Steve Yzerman's been trying to get something done. Yeah, I do. It felt like things were afoot last week, and then Rasmus Andersson ends up getting traded somewhere else. There were some other players that I think that they were probably interested in that ended up signing elsewhere, or not signing, but getting traded elsewhere. But as we get closer and closer to this break, which I believe is February 6th. Yeah, I think that they'd like to ramp something up and get something done. I mean, if you were the Red Wings, do you want to have something done before the month of March? Or do you want to wait until the trade deadline and then hope that it works out at that point? I mean, if you get something done now, I think you're in great position to start continuing to stack up points when necessary. The Eastern Conference is awfully competitive. I know people talk about how good the West is, but the West has, the one team that's far superior than everybody else. And then if you put the Red Wings point total, they'd be second in the Western Conference. It's tough in the East, and they need to start seeing some separation, starting to get there with the win over Toronto. Now it's 9 points in front of, from being out of the playoffs, whereas before it felt like there was like 4 points separation. Now it's starting to get a little bit more of that. Make a move in the next couple weeks, because that's what's left till trade, before the break, and let's see if you can add the piece that really makes sense to this team.
I will continue to argue that while Steve Yzerman is, from everything I've understood about him, he doesn't care what people think. He's doing it his way. Maybe I got this all wrong, but I think Yzerman is comfortable doing it his way. I do think Dylan Larkin planted a seed at the end of last season, and I think he might have gotten to Steve Yzerman, the player, when Larkin mentioned there was a bit of disappointment when they didn't add at the trade deadline. Could they add a familiar name? Well, we go to last night on TSN. Hockey Central, Luke Gazdic had this to say about a possible add to the Red Wings. First, I've heard of Stamkos being reassociated with Detroit. Of course, long time with Yzerman in Tampa. Word and reporting that he tried to recruit him to Detroit when he's a free agent. He went to Nashville instead. He's, again, further along in his career, but still getting it done, and you heard scoring some big goals. Would that make sense? We'll get to that. Your phone calls, your feedback, straight ahead here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1.
Updates from the Washtenaw County Courthouse today. Sharon Moore's preliminary hearing did finally begin just moments ago. Many were speculating whether a plea deal would get done today. Moore's attorney asked for a 30-day adjournment of today's probable cause conference in order to gather more evidence. So a plea deal not done yet and likely not going to get done in the future for the former Michigan football head coach. We have more Tigers news today. MLive's Evan Woodbury reports the team has signed outfielder Corey Julks to a minor league deal. Julks has played in 165 major league games over the last 3 seasons, but has primarily spent his pro career in the minors, including last year where he played 116 games in the White Sox AAA organization. He did get 6 games up in the majors. Earlier today, the Tigers had another prospect named to MLB Pipeline's 2026 top 10 outfielders list. That's Max Clark, who was the number 1 outfielder by John Mayo. He also had Hao Yuli as the number 3 third baseman. The full list comes out tomorrow morning of top 100 prospects. Aiden Hutchinson's the NFL Defensive and Comeback Player of the Year finalist for his career year. 14.5 sacks, 54 tackles, and 4 forced fumbles were all career highs. Also, the Red Wings taking on the Minnesota Wild tonight at 9:30. Mark Ryan has your pregame coverage right here on 97.1 at 9:15. The Wild 10-3-3 this year since they traded for star defenseman Quinn Hughes. They're also on a day's rest. Detroit trying to win their second game in a back-to-back. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we played the soundbite from TSN last night, a suggestion to Steven Stamkos. Steven Stamkos, watch for him to come to Detroit. There's a natural tie-in with Steve Yzerman. He mentioned that he wasn't sure how the relationship was. Is that I don't know that there was any fissure there. I thought everything was cool, but maybe something fences got to get mended or something. I don't know, but how would you feel about Stamkos in a Red Wing sweater for the stretch drive and beyond?
I was more into it a couple of years ago, and now you hang another couple of years on a guy, and
sure.
It's different. He's nowhere near as productive, but it's interesting to think about what he would be like if he centered a line between Kane and DeBrincat for that second line, but that moves Kopp to a third line. Does it make the third line even better? I mean, it could work out very nicely for them, but what's the cost? Everything you're going to ask yourself, what's the cost?
Yep.
And how much does Stamkos have left in him? I mean, he's already got 21 goals this year, but he's not a point-a-game guy. But would he be more productive playing with this group of players than what he was with Nashville? I'd have to think yes, that probably is the case, but he's still getting paid for a couple of years on this deal at, $8.5 a year?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money. And I feel like if I'm the Red Wings, I'm going to want to stockpile money in the future for other free agents that are going to be coming up in the future, like, say, a Hughes, perhaps. But this would really eat into that contingency plan, and I'm not sure I want to do that.
I'm not sure we get him at a price we like because Nashville's 3 points out of the playoffs. And if we're doing this radio show in Nashville, why are we trading a productive player? Am I wrong?
Because they want to because making the playoffs isn't good enough. You want to get out from that contract. You're recognizing he's not paying off the way you were hoping he was going to pay off. So you got to get out of it. It's $8.5 million. It's a lot for each of the next couple of years.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's it. But I wouldn't be in a rush necessarily to miss the playoffs or to take yourself out of playoff contention. They didn't go last year, did they? No, they didn't.
By the way, it's $8 million a year for the next couple of years.
$8 million. They missed They made the playoffs once in the last 3 seasons. I would think that it would still be something that you'd be trying to do, but he's an expensive player. But I guess I'm just worried about it not being as cheap as we want.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you're a team that's and Red Wings come calling, you're immediately going to go to the top prospects and say, okay, well, let's talk about Brandzik Nygaard or one of the 2 goalies they have, or Nate Danielson. And is Stamkos a guy that you want while giving up at least one of those players?
248-539-9797. In the meantime, let's get back to just the overall bigger picture here. And I mentioned I think Yzerman might be more motivated than the past, and I think Larkin might have planted that seed a little bit. Red Wings have the second most cap space. They have 8 of their 9 premium draft picks over the next 3 drafts, first, second, and third rounders. They got all but one. They've got prospects that other teams would want. I guess there's a reason why they are constantly being involved in trade rumors. They have all the makings of a team that could add. Now, I'm not a trade for trade's sake guy, which means I care what the compensation is. I care what the contract is they bring in. I care how much the guy fits in the room. And they probably care more about fit than anything. I think we can all get wrapped up in stats and this guy has this many goals or he's plus this or this many penalty minutes. When the reality is they want to know how well he fits in the room, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And I would imagine he fits in just fine. He's a veteran player. He's got a great reputation around the league. He's won championships. I don't think his fit in the room is a problem. I think thinking about how he fits salary-wise and is this what you want? Is this the move that they want to do? That to me is a bigger question. I think Kenny had said this earlier, I'd rather look at a top 4 defenseman than I would for a forward. I want them both. I'd like to have both. I was about to say,
they can do both.
If you can find those guys, but you have to be willing to give up something to get something. And they've got some salary things they're going to have to consider in the offseason. Simon Edvinson's a restricted free agent in the offseason, so they're going to extend him, you would have to think. They've got to make up their minds on Seabass, Sebastian Cossa, who's also a restricted free agent, former first-round pick from years ago. Carter Mazur is in that same boat, who's hardly played because of injuries over the time. So there are some little smaller smaller players, but smaller fry things you have to deal with money-wise. Edmondson's not going to be small. Kosa's going to be an interesting story to see what they do there. And does that make Kosa expendable? To try to trade him, because you have Trey Augustine as well. And then you have other goaltenders that have played awfully well at Grand Rapids and also other places in the minors.
248-539-9797. Danny, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Danny.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I am totally off board on this Stamkos because I don't think he helps the team. It's not what this team needs. This team needs a defenseman with toughness, a forward with toughness. You can't put a mid-30-year-old past his prime Stamkos centering Patrick Kane, who's also slow and not good on the defense. He does not fit this team. We need toughness. We have to get toughness. That's it, guys.
Well, can they do both? I mean, if they not necessarily maybe at the other not at the other forward spot, but if they add somebody on the blue line, which there is discussion that they can do, can they get that toughness out of that and still take on Stamkos?
I think they need the toughness in the O-zone to maintain O-zone possession behind the opponent's net. That's the way the NHL is. It's all about O-zone time. A defenseman's not going to help with that. Not to mention, we've seen how marches go. In the competition heats up, physicality takes over, and teams know they can bully us. And we got Larkin and Raymond fighting the battles, and that's just not the way hockey should be played and a long Stanley Cup run. You've got to have some toughness. You have to.
Well, Stamkos is a proven postseason performer.
With Tampa Bay 5 years ago on a team loaded with talent, how's he done with Nashville?
Well, I mean, them better? Would there be more talent around him here?
Maybe. Maybe not. It's not like he hasn't any talent in Nashville.
Well, I guess, Danny, I would say this. For the right price, I'm not as adamantly opposed to it as you are. But, the idea that, and you said you'd rather have a defenseman, they have enough cap space where they could do more than one thing. They could absolutely do more than one thing. 248-539-9797. All right, Pistons, they were in action last night at New Orleans. No Cade, didn't matter. Jalen Duren led the way for them. They are 5.5 games in front, leading the Boston Celtics. Is, at this point, is anything short of the 1 seed? Is that the goal? Are we really concerned with them being the 1 seed, or have they kind of proven enough that it doesn't really matter? They're going to be in the mix in the end. They just got to win come postseason.
I mean, they just keep winning, which is crazy. 32-10 now in the season. You mentioned it's the 5.5 game lead they have over Boston in the conference, and it feels like this team is the legit best team in the Eastern Conference. It's not a small sample size. We're getting the second half of the season here now, and they're a very good basketball team. They played last night without their leader in Cade Cunningham. They were able to find a way to win a game. Now, given New Orleans is a terrible team, and New Orleans didn't play with Zion in the game, he's ill now. So I'm not putting too much stock in a win last night, but it is another win. And you just keep adding them on top of each other, stack them on top of each other. Red Wings want to do the same thing. I do feel like if you have regular season goals, that is probably it. Your goal is to be the top seed. But your goals are really about the postseason. And everybody wants to win a championship. And the Pistons certainly want to get past the first round. And I think at the very minimum, because how the season has unfolded, their goal should be to get to the conference finals and probably the NBA finals, because they've been the best team in the conference.
248-539-9797 if you want to continue with Red Wing or Piston discussion. Q&A in the Free Press with a Cardinal insider about our new OC, Drew Petzing. What's the most interesting thing that came out of that? We will get to that today at 1:18 here on 97.1. Doug Karsh alongside Scott Anderson, the Karsh and Anderson radio program. Thanks for being with us on a Thursday. Okay, if you want to keep talking Red Wings and Pistons, we'll take those phone calls and the feedback, all of it. In the meantime, Scott, Q&A in the Free Press today. Rainier Saban did a Q&A with Theo Mackey, who covers the Arizona Cardinals for the Arizona Republic, about Drew Petzing. What stood out to you with what an insider from Arizona had to say about the new Lions OC?
It was interesting. Throughout the Q&A, he's talking about how the fans react. He says fans in Arizona aren't going to miss him at all. They complained wildly about him. As you know, everybody complains about play calling. I guess what stood out was that he thought that even though some of the rush numbers might be skewed because of having Kyler Murray back there, that didn't necessarily tell the full story. That you look at James Conner, and he had a couple of 1,000-yard rushing seasons with the Cardinals during that time, and you could look at that. But it didn't paint a glowing picture of what they're getting in Petzing. And he even gives the grade, if he's going to throw a letter grade on it, he said like a C or a C+.
Yeah. What I found the most interesting is two. One is the Kyler Murray stuff. Like, he didn't attribute the rushing totals to Kyler Murray at all because they didn't think they ran Kyler Murray enough under Petzing. Two is, it sounded to me like Drew Petzing was a horrible hire for Arizona.
Because, it's square peg and round holes.
Yeah, totally. Like, he wants to line up and have a more drop back passer using play action and establishing the run game. And he had a water bug that bounces around and makes things happen. And it wasn't like his skill set. It sounds like in Arizona, his skill set wasn't taken advantage of. And look, that's a bit on Petzing, of course, but also, why the hell did they hire him in the first place?
Yeah,
his background is exactly what. Now, he actually did some good things in his first couple of years in Arizona in terms of stats and points per game and yards rushing and all that. But he makes more sense in Detroit with this quarterback than he does with Kyler Murray.
I was actually, when you go back and you look at the stats for Arizona, the thing that kind of jumps out at you is like, really, I didn't know that was the case. This past season, they threw for over 4,300 yards as a team, and they had 29 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. It's a pretty good number. I mean, it's not a great number. Overall, the quarterback rating is down at 92.5, but that's probably representation of completion percentage and other stuff that reflective of that brings it down a little bit. But I was surprised that Brissett himself had 23 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. And Jacoby Brissett can run, but it's not like he ran a ton. He carried the ball 38 times on the season. So his thought was that, having a quarterback under center, and so that you can establish a run, establish a play action game that would actually work better for Detroit than what it did in Arizona. And that may be the case. It may be the case. And, Brissett as a passer was doing perhaps better things than Kyler Murray was. I don't know. I think it's a wild comparison because I don't know if I can glean anything from Arizona's offense,
right?
Because of who the quarterback was, because it's a complete 180 from what Jared Goff is. Jared Goff is 6'5" and stationary. Kyler Murray is 5'9" or 5'10" and is a water bug. They're totally different quarterbacks. So I think it's weird to kind of bring that offense in, and maybe it's just that simple. Yeah, this offense works great if you have a different quarterback in it. But at the same time, I don't think he's coming here to bring his offense with him. I think he's coming here to run Dan Campbell's offense. And I think that's what you have to keep in mind. I can't imagine the Lions are trying to rewrite everything in an offseason. No, they're trying to figure out the offensive line and how can they get more efficient in the running game. If they think if they just focus on one aspect of Arizona that they like, and if it was the running game and bring some of those schemes here and some of that play calling here, then that's what they're going to do. But by and large, this is still going to be the Dan Campbell offense.
Yeah, I'm almost getting more and more dismissive of what's happened in Arizona because I don't think he's going I think he makes more sense in Detroit than he ever made in Arizona. That was one of my takeaways from that story. Kang, did you have any thoughts?
I just think they're trying to get the next Ben Johnson. That's what I think. I don't think it's a coincidence that this dude was at Boston College with Ben Johnson. I don't think it's a coincidence that he was a groomsman in his wedding. I don't think it's a coincidence that Ben Johnson and Drew Petzing are very close. They probably think a lot alike when it comes to running an offense. And that's the type of offense, obviously, Dan Campbell likes. So I think that's what they're trying to do. It's going to be hard not to score points in this offense. John Morton scored points in this offense and still got relieved of duties of calling plays. You know what I mean? So I think it's just how things are supposed to look, how things are supposed to flow. A lot of the reasons maybe why the fourth downs didn't work last season is because maybe the play calling. I don't know. I think a lot of it had to do more with the players, but, you know, it wasn't as good as successful as it was years past. I just think they're trying to get the next Ben Johnson, and seems like this guy knows a lot about Ben Johnson.
Okay. The other news yesterday on the NFL is that Brian Flores is re-upping in Minnesota unless he gets a head coaching position.
Yeah.
So essentially, there's no accessibility to him. I don't know if I'm relieved or not. Like, I feel like I would love to have Brian Flores as the defensive coordinator. I guess I'm not relieved. A little bit of me is like, at least he's not taking anybody else's job. And we don't have to do the comp, right? We don't have to do he went to Tennessee to be Salah's DC or whatever, you know.
Right. I think
I'd prefer to have him, but I don't know that he was ever really going to take another job as a DC elsewhere.
Maybe not. I mean, it seems like every team in the league would want to, if they had a chance to upgrade their DC, wouldn't you think about, Flores is a free agent, let's go do this.
Yep.
But teams are going to interview him for a head coach, and he's getting those interviews. He's done those interviews. I still think he's got a decent chance of getting a head coaching job. But this is the fallback, and he's negotiated the fallback. And I like how it's actually done. It sounds like it's pretty amicable.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I've got this deal with the Vikings. The Vikings understand if I get a head coaching offer and if I leave, okay. But we're your backup plan. We understand we're your backup plan, but we love you as our backup plan, as they should, because he's really good at what he does.
Now they have to go out prepare for in case they lose him.
Yeah, which I'm sure that they've already been preparing for the moment that he starts doing interviews with other teams.
And yesterday it proclaimed that a stadium I'd never been in is the worst in sports. Levi Stadium, the home of this year's Super Bowl. I don't understand how the San Francisco area keeps getting Super Bowls. This place looks like in the middle of an industrial park. And as it turns out, the 49ers themselves yesterday were asked about the electrical substation next to their training facility that there is. Are they going to address the rumors or the concerns that for somehow, some way that this substation is leading to more injuries?
So this is wild that this story comes out after you started just destroying that stadium yesterday on the show.
Yes.
You had no inkling this was coming down the pipe.
I didn't know that the reporters were going to ask yesterday about the electrical
I think that's
substation.
amazing. That is absolutely amazing. You bring this up, totally rando topic. Like Doug starts.
Well, you know what?
Why is San Francisco's field thought of as this great
You know what
field?
started
It's a dump.
There was something going around on Twitter over the weekend of a reporter back in 1980 something doing a story about the Super Bowl going to Stanford Stadium. And Stanford Stadium was, at the time, a dump. Like you get splinters on the bleachers made out of wood, and they were decaying. And I'm like, between that and the absolutely like boring ass stadium they got now, I have no idea how San Francisco keeps getting Super Bowls. And I looked up like the neighborhood because it looks like an industrial park,
Right, because
and
it's not actually in San Francisco.
it's an hour away, and it looks like it's in the middle of like an industrial park. Think of any industrial park around Metro Detroit, and the Lions building a stadium there.
It's kind of like the Palace.
It's kind of like the Palace, and it's kind of like the Silverdome was.
Yeah.
Which I'm not a fan of Silverdome slander here on the Carson Anderson program, but it wasn't exactly a picturesque area.
No, and the Silverdome wasn't going to get another Super Bowl. They had the one. It feels like that's the time. You go back, it's so funny looking at how the NFL has changed.
Mm-hmm.
You go back and look at like the halftime shows from Super Bowl 1 to Super Bowl like 15.
You mean the college bands that used to play?
Yes, that's all. Like there was like the halftime shows were a joke. Like compared to now,
yeah,
where it's like the biggest stars in the history of music are doing the halftime show.
Yep.
And it's the same type of thing. Like it was just a rotation. We'll put it here. We'll put it there. doesn't really matter. And then they realize, wait a minute, we can make money on this, and whoever's decision it was to start narrowing it down to, Miami, Los Angeles, and then it becomes, part of Arizona and now Vegas is in the mix and Dallas and everything else. It's like, okay, it makes sense now. They're trying to come up with the best places. And to your point, if you think that San Francisco Stadium, where the Niners play is a dump, and now this story comes out last night about this substation that is that possibly have any role in why the Niners have dealt with so many injuries.
I stand by it. Worst stadium ever.
Fair enough.
I declare. Remember?
Oh, okay. You declared.
We swing around the entire NFL next. 97.1. You'll find this funny. I said to my wife, we should go to the theater and see a movie.
Is that what you said?
Yes. And then I said, can you name one movie in a theater right now? And she was quiet for a while and then said, no, can you? And I could, although I don't know if it's in the theater anymore. I named a movie.
Hamnet?
Is that a movie?
Yeah, it's won Golden Globe for Best Picture, but
Did it?
I thought you made that up for sure.
I did too. I said Smashing Machine.
I don't know if that's coming to the theater or is that's going straight to
Oh, it wasn't even in the theater? Was it in the theater?
Well, no, it hasn't come out yet.
Oh, hasn't it?
No.
Okay.
Is that the one with The Rock?
Yeah, as Mark Kerr, the Smashing Machine.
It says Smashing Machine 2025 film.
Maybe it's not coming out on maybe not coming out on the services, Netflix until later this month. I think.
Is it still in the theater is the question. Was it ever in the theater?
I don't know.
Smashing Machine has grossed $11 million in the United States and Canada and $9 million in other territories.
Did not do well.
No, but they sell it to like Netflix, and that's where they can make their money out.
But the fact that was the only movie I could name.
It's funny.
Yes. But I thought you'd find that amusing.
I do find that amusing.
So then today I saw a list at a website on Twitter predicting what will be the movies that are up for Best Picture, the Oscars. And I'm like, wow, this would be classic Doug. I know nothing, like less than nothing. And let me see if I can find a list here because I sent it to my wife. I said, here, how about any of these? Begonia. There's Hamnet. Hamnet's a real movie. It Was Just an Accident.
Don't know it.
One Battle After Another. The Secret Agent.
One Battle After Another one. That's a movie I want to see. It's on HBO right now. I haven't had a chance to sit down and watch it. I do want to see that.
Sentimental Value.
Don't know it.
Sinners.
Sinners. I've seen parts of Sinners.
Sinners is good.
Is Sinners in the theater?
No,
No,
that's
it's
old.
okay.
Yeah, it's on
I mean,
HBO
not old, but it's definitely not in theaters.
And Train Dreams.
Train Dreams?
Yeah. Sounds like something I'd like.
Are you sure?
Well, I like the train.
Yeah, you do like the train.
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Take the Amtrak all the time.
Okay.
Do you think it's something dirty?
I didn't say that. Yeah. I'm just trying to move away from it.
Okay. Anyway, I don't know anything about any of these movies. I mean, nothing. So, Marty Supreme was one, which my wife actually responded to that and said something I didn't know. She said, Marty Supreme is the ping pong movie. There's a ping pong movie out right now?
I don't know. Isn't he like an inventor or something like that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Come on. I count on you for these things.
Dude, I am not a movie guy anymore.
And neither are you, Kang.
I'm not a
No,
current
well, I
movie
got
guy.
kids. What's your excuse, Gator?
I watch too many other things. I'm distracted by
Too much free time?
I got too much.
So if I go see one movie, I
No,
will
it's
become.
not. It's not too much free time. I just distracted by other things.
If I go see one movie, I will become this show's movie guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I almost went. I was going to go to a movie over Christmas time, when I had some time off there, but there was nothing that I wanted to see.
Really?
There was nothing that
Not
appealed to me.
Smashing Machine?
It wasn't out at the time. It wasn't going to be the theaters I was going to go to.
Do you have HBO Max? It's on there tomorrow.
I do. That's the thing.
There you
is
go.
that
Bam.
That's where I watch movies. I catch up on them that way.
It's like all
and I will
streaming.
watch that. I can't wait to see it.
Apple TV 2, Doug, for you.
Gotcha.
Smashing Machine.
Yes.
All right.
It's a story of the guy who almost beat the hell out of my best friend at Syracuse.
Is it a real story?
Well, him being my friend up, no, but it's a real story. Mark Kerr was a wrestler at Syracuse and became an MMA fighter and was known as a Smashing Machine. He was violent as violent could be in the early days of MMA.
Okay, so but
Pride
the movie's based on
Mark Kerr.
Okay.
Yes, that's who The Rock plays.
And
In real
he
life,
did or did not. Mark Kerr did or did not try to beat up one of your friends.
he did.
He
try.
did beat up your friend.
No, he did try.
Oh,
there
okay.
was a fight that broke out at a bar at Syracuse when they were both attending the school, and my buddy's fraternity brother got in a fight with this guy, and they were squared off. And next thing you know, other fraternity brothers had to be squared off with guys. And Mark Kerr is squared off with my best friend. And my best friend's like, okay. Unfortunately, it got broken up. Bouncers came in and stopped it all because my friend would have gotten killed.
Google search, and maybe you and everybody knows this. Mark Kerr was the Division I champion at 190 pounds and an All-American in collegiate wrestling.
Yeah. So that's wrestling at 190 pounds, but walking around at probably 220 pounds of solid muscle, and you're cutting all that weight.
Yeah,
all
you
the
don't want to
time.
get in a fight.
No,
with
and
a
then when
wrestler.
he became an MMA fighter, I think he was fighting around 240, and was roided out and just giant and scary.
So I can now conclude that Smashing Machine is not about ping pong,
It is not.
and Marty Supreme is not about fighting.
I don't know about Marty Supreme.
Okay.
I'll
That's the
take your
ping pong
word.
one.
Yeah, I'll take your word. That's ping pong.
What's up, Rico?
Hey.
You been to a movie lately?
Actually, in the theater?
Yeah.
No, not in the theater. I may go this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh,
what do you want to see?
The one with Chris Pratt.
That does nothing
where
for
he
me.
has to, his wife's murdered, and he's in this chair. It's like futuristic. And he sits in this chair, and he has
yeah.
access to every camera and everything, and he has to prove
He has
his
to prove his
innocence.
innocence or he dies.
Right.
I guess I have seen a preview for that.
Yeah.
But we don't know what it's called.
I'm sure somebody does.
Would imagine that somebody does. But
It's called Mercy.
But
Mercy?
There
It's
we
called
go.
Mercy.
That's
All
the
right.
Gator knew.
No,
Kang,
knew.
Kang
Kang
said it. You don't have your headphones on. So
Oh,
you,
okay.
yeah,
Well,
it's
Kang
all right.
doesn't like me, so I don't talk to him.
Wow. Station beef.
Yeah, I was talking to you guys, not Rico.
Okay, yeah.
So,
He's
he's not respectful.
What do you...
But you know what I finally did see over the weekend was the movie Sinners.
Did you like it?
I did. I was just like, I don't see the.
Was it what you expected it to be?
No.
Yeah, it was
I
not what
like a
expected it
thinker.
to
I
be.
like a good thinker. I'm not big into violence and action. I just want
I
something...
was just like, okay, Michael B. Jordan playing the Smokestack Twins. Okay. Yeah, I was just, the whole time I'm thinking, I wonder if Josh Allen was on the set for this movie while his wife was, hanging out with Michael B. Jordan and his love interest. Probably wouldn't go. To work with him that day. No.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
You, Gator, would you go? No? That was your wife?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
No, I don't need to see those scenes.
No. Actually, we got to talk a little bit about the impending doom storm coming this
Is
weekend.
it storm or is it just cold? Is there storm too?
It's possible.
We're having problems predicting weather now.
It's possible you can have them both. Plus, do a little bit of Mike's got this funny topic for me later on in the show. He won't tell me. It's called My Wheelhouse. So stick around for that.
Is
And
it
also,
your wheelhouse or his wheelhouse?
My Wheelhouse.
Okay.
That's what it's called. And then just the value for Scooble with the Mets trade last night. Would you take a package like that?
All right, have a great show. Thanks for listening, everybody. Kenny did a great job. Gator, you as well. We'll do it again tomorrow. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
This update brought to you by Mike Valeni. Ex-Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was back in court for the first time since his arraignment. His legal counsel asked for adjournment because they want more evidence for this case, including phone and Title IX records. Here is his attorney, Alan Michaels, from earlier. Moore will be back in court February 17th to determine whether the request for his arrest warrant will be removed from public records. March 16th will be another appearance for the probable cause conference, which was scheduled for today.
I'm so lost. How is he? Okay, you know what? Just keep reading.
Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson has been named a finalist for Comeback Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight against the Wild as well. Face off at 9:30. Hear the game right here on 97.1. The Pistons are off until tomorrow. Both Cade Cunningham and Karis LeVert missed their win yesterday over the Pelicans with an illness. The Tigers have signed outfielder Corey Julks to a minor league deal. The 30-year-old has played 165 MLB games and spent the last 2 with the White Sox. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome, one and all, on a Thursday. Rico's still reeling from what Jeremy Otto just said on the way out. Go ahead.
No, I just
we'll dive in.
I just realized the drop that you played during the.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
that's automated. I have no idea.
All right, Rieger.
So listen, we're going to get to some news of the day stuff, including a report from John Heyman that I think we all had a decent idea of. Scooble's not getting traded. And one of the teams you could have traded him to made a move without you for a pitcher very similar to Tarek Skubal. And whether that return would be acceptable. So we'll get to that at 3. We also have some fun stuff to get to, including me winning the argument about college sports, but moreover, a coach melting down, which is awesome. The only thing better, and you know this, is like when you watch YouTube and you see the newscaster meltdowns.
Oh, yeah.
Like a weatherman snapping on an anchor or something. Calipari freaking out is oxygen. Yeah. We're also going to get to...
He'll never outdo John Chaney, but...
No. Exactly. In a press conference. Even better. We're also going to get to the Niners investigating a power plant as the cause of their injuries. This is as if Rico is watching one of his movies. But we have to start with something else because I just want to know if people are getting as obsessed with this as I am, not just because I have travel coming up, but because it's like they're selling this as the end of the world. Death Storm, Winter Storm, America Storm, whatever this is being talked about as.
Yeah.
Rico, how is it that like Michigan above the storm, Florida south of the storm, everything else, poop. Like everything else, your life ends. Here are things I read yesterday. I just have to ask if people are following this. Up to -70 in certain places, -50 in Minneapolis, -30 in Chi-Town. You're looking at -25 here. Exploding trees, 3 inches of ice, week-long power outages. Now, we are not a part of that.
No. Right. I'm just thinking, -30 in Chi-Town. Imagine if the Niners would have beat the Seahawks.
Rico,
that game would have been there.
I went to a football game in that cold. 2007 NFC title game, January 20th, 2008, Lambeau Field, -33 wind chill. Yeah, dude.
It just means more.
No, it's something you never do twice. Like, I remember driving home from that game in that cold. And my dad, I remember, he looked at me and he goes, "Thank God we won." I go, "I know, man. I'm so pumped. Like, we're on the Super Bowl." He goes, "No, because I would never do that again." Like, it was so...
You know what?
It hurt.
Oh, no,
That's
no.
how cold it was.
It may not have been -33, Mike. I know the feeling, though. It was the 95 Michigan State game. And I came home and was like, I'm never doing this again. Ever. Should have stayed at home, watched it on TV. But I digress. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I just would like to know from the people. Look, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm grateful we live here because it sounds like we're missing this. If you're in Ohio,
It's
Indiana,
possible.
okay, but Rico, I don't react to 4 or 5, whatever, snow flurries, 6 inches of snow. That's okay. It's winter in Michigan. Is it convenient? No, but we know we're all adult. We can work our way around snow. You know what you can't work your way around? 3 inches of ice. They're talking about Kentucky and Indiana and the Carolinas and Appalachia and Georgia and Texas. Rico, those people,
Texas is screwed.
an inch of snow shuts it down. If you get,
Texas has their own grid, so
well, they're going to need it, okay?
If that fails, good luck.
Well, you said you're thankful to live in Michigan. That's
Yes.
what you just said, right? All right. At midnight tonight, it will be 16 degrees. By 8 p.m., this is the high. 8 p.m. tomorrow will be -1. Then it'll be -3, -6, -7. It's just going to continue.
That's okay.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, but hold on. Compared to the rest of the country, David, have you watched or read any of the weather reports of what's about to hit America?
230 million people are going to be affected in Texas. Yes.
Like that storm makes me happy to talk Scooble.
But-
okay, that's how depressing that storm is.
But when it comes to weather, Mike, your best bet is to wait 24 hours out.
Okay.
Because that's when all of a sudden the weatherman will be like, oh, remember when we said don't worry about it? Worry about it. Yeah, that's when all of a sudden they'll say,
Well,
there's
that-
a shift. in
Okay,
the-
and I admit that's a concern for my return trip, but whatever, I'll deal with it. Like if I get stuck, I get stuck somewhere I like anyways.
You got the private chopper.
That's
You'll be
right.
fine.
That's right. Sure. We'll go with whatever story you like. I called Elon. I'm on a SpaceX.
There you go.
But no, I wanted to ask the question. Like, I know the weather, I'm not mad at meteorologists, but it's they oversell a little bit. This time, it's for real.
They have to oversell because when they undersell and the weather's like
Yes.
it was last week, then everybody's mad saying, why didn't you warn us about this? They said, well, it's going to snow a little bit. And then it just snowed.
It was supposed to be a dusting.
Right.
We got 6 inches. You know what? No. No. Of snow.
Said it so confidently, too.
You know what, Kenny? You
I
can
didn't
just
do
say
it.
it the rest of it. I'm done
I
talking
didn't do
weather.
it. Yeah, but hold on. You can't hold this against me. I didn't. You can't do hypothetical. Well, Mike was gonna hit the drop. I didn't. So you can't do
It was
that.
Rico's face that did it.
Well, that's what makes me laugh and why I had to go silent for a second because I knew we lost him. Now, if we can return to this, I just have a question. Like, are people prepped for this? Or, like, are you traveling? Like, man, New York, I had to tape the Boomer show today and talk to some friends in New York. Like, New York doesn't get a foot of snow, not New York City. Like, you're seeing things that are out of Armageddon. Is this storm like the one? Is this going to be the once a generation storm?
Well, yeah, especially if it comes with the extreme cold weather. Because at that point, you can put all the salt you want down. Nothing's
That
going
ain't
to
doing
happen.
nothing. Well, that's the other thing. If it snows and you're getting those temps, that snow is frozen. It's concrete now.
Correct.
That's science.
You put all this. I'm going to put salt down. Yeah. After 20 degrees.
Well, that would
salt.
mean all the schools are going to be closed tomorrow, right?
They've already, they pre-closed them already, I believe.
See, that's a nightmare for parents. Not that they don't like their kids, but
No,
like
they don't like their kids.
No, school operates a little bit like a daycare, if we're honest. So you get some coverage. Now, if the kids are out, that changes your day.
That means you got to stay home.
Look, I'm just telling you, I'm not a weather geek, and I take most things in stride. I know where we live. I always tell myself we don't have earthquakes, we don't have hurricanes, and we don't have things like alligators or scorpions, things that can murder you.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I take that as a win.
Yeah.
Okay? This is a little different because if this storm, they're saying, well, it could vary. If this thing goes a little bit north, then it turns into something different.
Yeah.
And for our people, I know we're across the state. Man, there are certain parts of the state of Michigan. It's a wildly different weather picture. Wildly different.
Let's hope the winds don't shift and all of a sudden that comes up. You're right. The cold weather, just stay indoors. It'll suck.
And I like that. See, that never bothers me. Like, I can't sit here and act like I guess if you have a big dog that requires 4-mile walks, that can get a little difficult. Well, that's not a thing. I like being home. I like chilling out. Oh, it's -17? All right, so several times a day, I got to put on a coat and go take the dogs out and pray to God they empty their bladders. I'll live with it. But, man, when you talk about the ice, friends I have all over the country, Rico, you ought to see the battle prep these people are doing. Those states, they don't have the equipment.
No,
they don't know what the hell they're doing.
No, they don't. A buddy of mine just said that he works for one of the power companies. They're sending some people down to Arkansas. So
they're toast. Yeah, because that's
they're already leaving.
And I know. Look, believe me, I'm not telling you it's fun. I'm not telling you you're hyped up to do it. But I've been a winter tire truther for 15 years. Okay, you put the winter tires on that vehicle. It's a game changer. You can handle just about anything unless you're a Beekman and you don't know how to drive. The point is, ain't nobody got winter tires down south. You can't go on the road.
No.
You can't do anything.
No. Well, yeah, they don't prepare for it because they don't get it that often.
This is almost like our revenge.
No, you're exactly.
We deal with this crap all the time. Now you get a taste, Lady Liberty.
And you're right about that because I think about 10 years ago, family was making a trip to Georgia. We were driving, got a call. They were like, "You better get down here. A storm is coming."
Yeah,
and they will shut everything down. You may not be able to get to
David,
us.
somebody who was supposed to be on the trip we're going on. He lives in Atlanta. Super guy, but he goes, "Look, I can't guarantee I get home Saturday." And Sunday's just not going to happen. They're basically talking about Atlanta's airport being shut down.
Ooh, yeah, because that all of a sudden becomes a cascading event.
They're on the
one airport goes down,
right?
Wow.
But they're on that ice line. If Atlanta gets hit by ice, what do they got? They got a salt truck. They don't even know what that is.
No.
I'm fascinated by it,
bro. Atlanta shuts down for an inch of snow.
Correct. So what are you going to do with this? They're talking.
Right.
Also, too, we glossed over something, and I thought you would appreciate it being you are Mr. Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Exploding trees. I read that.
Oh, yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah, in a Bible verse, I'm sure David's got something about exploding trees and rivers of blood.
You never saw the Avengers. I am Groot.
Nah, I hated that. That was the stick, and all he kept saying was that. He didn't have a vocabulary.
Well, by the time you
that's
saw
a
him, he was a
language,
stick.
Mike. That's a language. It's an elective language. Thor spoke it.
Okay, great. I think it just sounds like Kenny after 6 beers.
Oh, that's when you transform into We Are Groot.
Right. Okay, look, I'm just telling you. I had to just ask the question because I'm obsessed with
exploding trees.
No, I watched
I
20 more minutes of weather forecast last night. I delayed going to bed. I was infatuated.
I thought that was a joke when I first read that. I'm like, exploding trees.
No.
Okay, you know what? No, people need to stop letting AI write stories. And I wrote like, wait, so the tree could just explode? That's basically
science, man.
That's equivalent of a grenade. Like shrapnel, gone. Tree. What? Yeah, the tree.
But yeah, it puts into perspective. Like, hey, none of us are amped up during winter. But I'll say it again. Like, imagine living in some of these places, all the crap you deal with, which like hurricanes and like, man, my house ain't going to blow down. But like, you get any inclement weather and society stops. That would make my head explode as someone who has lived in cold weather climates my whole life. Like, I'd be like, are you kidding? Oh boy. You know what, David? I'm going to show personal growth, and I'm just going to have Rico tell you about his basement. We have Scooble stuff to talk about at 3. We've got a blitz to get to, and we also have the best sports conspiracy I've ever heard. A lot to do today. 97.1.
Hey, guys, you ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbook, well, the rewards are just the same old, but FanCash, it's the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the FanCash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, whether you win or whether you lose, so you can use that to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. And if you want the real value for your bets, Fanatic will always have your back. Did I mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to that sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay. Like I said, we'll get to Scooble at 3 o'clock. We'll get some football at 2:45. I just had to start with it. I don't know if you guys are interested or not. I know Rico was, but he's also the guy who stares at the stars and stuff. He charts all of it. The point is, what? You got your big telescope. That's your deal. Amen. You talk to your friends on Nebular. I'm obsessed with this storm that's affecting essentially all of America except us and Florida. That's it. I don't consider us getting a few snowflakes a big deal. We're Michigan. We know this.
California, too.
Out of hell with them. You can have them. David, Ticket Text. And again, if you guys aren't hip to this, you might want to be. Like if you have family in another part of America, yeah. Go look at a map. They are selling this as the storm of the century. I don't know. I hope they're wrong. But man, it looks awful.
Here are messages from our communication system here. Says,
yes!
Mike and Rico, I'm shooting an outdoor wedding on Sunday, 12 degrees high.
Whoa.
Hold on. Couple is not from Michigan and wanted a winter wonderland wedding. The guest and myself won't be happy.
They don't like their family.
They don't.
You don't. Like, is anybody, hey, guys, this is a horrible idea. Maybe we run outside, take off the coats, take a quick photo, and quickly run back in.
That's it. Not an entire wedding outdoors.
Because the whole time, your crowd will heckle you. Just say, I do already. You saying this, I've always loved this, but I don't care. You're Dr. Rick in that commercial. We don't care. Okay? Just say I do. Son, we don't care.
The last time Atlanta got 3 inches.
But the valet parking, we don't care, and neither should you. I'm sorry.
The last time Atlanta got 3 inches of snow a couple years ago, there were cars on the side of the freeway on fire.
Yeah.
They cannot handle this storm.
But think about...
No, they left them on the freeway. People just got out their cars.
It was
and
a different...
walked
Yeah, it was like
home.
Katrina when you'd see the cars just left there because people got out and walked.
Right.
Because they couldn't get out.
Like the opening scene of The Walking Dead when Rick's walking into Atlanta and just all the abandoned
When he
cars.
rode his horse into
Yes.
Atlanta and there's the tank and all. Oh, yeah. Phenomenal.
People just abandon ship.
Kenny, they didn't know what to do.
Like if you look at a map, right? Here are the airports, you could be talking about like multiple day closures. Dallas, Atlanta, Nashville, Louisville, Indianapolis, Kansas City, D.C., New York. I don't know what they're going to do. They're getting 2 feet of snow. Boston looks like it's basically going to sink into the sea. I know it's nerdy. It's not sports. I'm fascinated. I can't help it. Okay. And I'm a little bit Scott Boris'd out. So I don't know.
No, you had me at exploding trees.
Dude, couldn't believe when I read it. I took a double take. I'm like,
I the same. It was like, exploding. Wow.
Yikes. David, go ahead, buddy.
Georgia transplant.
On the line. What do our texters have to say?
Georgia transplant here from West Michigan. It's insane down here right now. Grocery store shelves are empty already. Wow. Flying in from Phoenix to visit family next Wednesday. Couldn't beat a $100 flight. Gonna be frigid for me. That is from Don. Wow, from Phoenix flying here.
You're flying here?
Boy, you picked the wrong time.
Everything's bigger in Texas, like their power outages. Get ready for that this week.
Dude, I'll tell you one
They
thing.
got their own power grid, so when that thing goes down, they can't even get help from any other state.
I'd rather have it snow a foot a day for 10 days than be without power for 2. Being without power is just punishment. I'd rather shovel, snow blow, salt, do whatever I got to do. Please, when the power goes out, you lose your mind. It's the worst.
You read, Mike.
Buddy, I got news for you.
This is from Lawrence in a Truck. How dare you, Lawrence in a Truck? I'm an independent snow contractor. I want to go down south and extort people. $1,000 a parking lot. Come on, Lawrence.
No, you know what? I'm going to stand with Larry on this because you can't go by Lawrence. You're Larry. Let's just face it. Like he wasn't Lawrence Bird. He's Larry Bird. I think you go make your money. You know why? Because the South is soft. They don't know about weather. They always make fun of us. They mock us up here. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, now guess what? Mother Nature's about to go belt to ass. Mm-hmm. You know what, Larry? Go make your money.
Right, and you know what? Get your money up front, too. Well, we'll send it to you. Nah.
Yeah, I mean,
got Venmo.
You deal with people like Kenny's family to try to trade you pelts and moonshine.
All right,
you got to
all
get the
right.
cash up front.
2 raccoons and a squirrel.
How did I get mixed up in this? I'm just sitting here.
I'm just saying, if Larry's going to Wheeling, West Virginia, that may be what it is. David?
Michigan isn't necessarily out of the storm track either. The American and European weather models still show 8.5 inches for Metro Detroit in some models. Wow.
Yeah, that's just it. Like they said, if the wind shifts just a little bit, we're on that.
Okay.
We're right on the cusp.
Well, maybe you get rid of me Monday, too. I don't know.
Man,
I want to come home, but I don't know.
Like private jets, you guys don't have to adhere to all that stuff. You can just fly wherever, right?
Listen, what am I, Keith Richards? You know what's funny, though? That really is like, that is, dude, the people who do that, like, that is, you can't even calculate that level of wealth. Like, to actually, like when Mark Cuban cruises around or whatever it is, they make their own schedules. They can make a phone call and they're up in the air in 40 minutes. Yeah. That's insane.
You don't have to worry about, you got to turn your phone off. Well, it's your plane. You can do whatever you want. And we taxi when you leave. When you're here, that's when we take off.
Amazing.
We're a little bit late. No, when I get here, that's when we take off.
That's
you know
right.
What I found out? You know why you never see them?
Who?
The private jets in the air.
Because they fly higher.
They fly so high. They're damn near touching space.
I
did not realize that.
I did know that. Fascinating, isn't it? Okay, go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, man?
Hey, just wanted to call and talk about this weather. We're up from Lapeer, up in Michigan, and we drove down to Virginia Beach to avoid all of the cold weather that's coming. And I think we drove right into it. So we're sitting here. We're preparing right now for no power. We're at our daughter's house down here, and they heat with electricity. And if they lose power, obviously we have no heat. So,
no heat.
Right in the middle of it
No
now.
power. What the hell did you do, Sean? You put yourself in a worse spot.
Well, exactly. That's exactly what we thought about. Hey, but right now it's 61 degrees and sunny, but we're not going to expect this for very much longer.
Savor to flavor. Yeah, you better hunker down. I'd say go to the grocery store. You got no shot. That's the other thing. I've been reading some of these newspapers. Oh, my God, they're showing pictures of these grocery stores. You think the world's ending. They don't have nothing.
Yeah, I've never understood that. I've never understood a grocery store panic guy who just goes in there and just throws do you never plan on coming out of your house ever again? What is this, Y2K? Like, you just see the empty shelves like, what are we doing here, people? Eventually, the sun will come back out. Did you need to take everything? Really? A whole case of Spam. Wow. All right.
Value. Let's go to Josh, and then we'll move along. Josh, go ahead, buddy.
Storm of the century, brothers.
It's the end of days.
I'm telling you, I got two brothers that live in Nashville, a sister that lives in D.C. I've been tracking this thing since Tuesday. The track is shifting a little more north, so but it could be a massive ice storm for a lot of people in the country. They're saying 2+ inches of ice. I mean, if you get anything over 3/4 of an inch of ice, it's widespread power outages.
Yeah, as long as we don't get ice up here, I'm good. I can live with it. I know where I live. I don't pout about the snow. You live. I'm good. But the ice, that's a different ballgame. That wrecks everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
We could get a half an inch of snow up here, though. The more this thing moves north, the more that we're going to get impacted with snow from it.
Yeah, like I said, Josh, I can deal with the snow. I can shovel at the ice. With it being single digits, that ice not going anywhere.
Sounds like it's not going anywhere, like Scooble. We'll get to that at 3 o'clock. I know. Well, maybe we'll do it at 2:45. Let's touch table on some football, shall we?
Okay.
97.1. All right, let's touch the table on some football, shall we? David, music.
All right, so I got a few items that I want to talk about, and then we're going to do some predictions. All right, let's start off. Better new rivalry or better extension of a rivalry. Baker Mayfield and Kevin Stefanski or Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen. Both are going to be playing in division, playing each other twice.
Yeah, I think it's Baker. I'm always interested in player taking it out on a former coach. And I hated the way Cleveland discarded him. He played injured for them. Yeah, I think and Baker's such a red ass.
He came out and said, oh, this guy's a great hire. Really, I'm still waiting on a phone call or a text.
I'll go Baker and Stefanski.
I'm definitely going Baker because I think this is the first time he's publicly addressed some things that happened in Cleveland, and I am looking forward to the two matches there. And I hope if the NFL's smart, that is week 1 in Atlanta, Monday Night Football. That's what I want.
Not Bears, Lions?
No.
Okay.
Got to make the playoffs for that.
You know what, Mike? Here's a question. This is a personal question from me to you.
Okay.
David, you can answer as well. Mike, what's the ceiling for your Giants next year?
Playoffs. Seriously. Just playoffs. Like every year in this league, bad teams become good and good teams become bad. And we talked about it. You have a rookie scale contract at quarterback. You have some restructuring you can do, but like the formations of a really interesting offense are there. Malik Neighbors. You have Theo Johnson, who played really well. You've got a franchise left tackle. You've got Scatterbo Dart. I'd like to think John Harbaugh can outdo Shane Bowen as a defensive coordinator. My expectation year 1 is playoffs, period. Okay. I can't say anything more than that.
No.
Playoffs.
That's fine. David.
And coming here to Detroit and dusting the Lions.
Oh, okay. Steelers,
Come on.
Steelers.
Feel the vibes. I love the Harbaughs. What a family.
What's your Steelers ceiling?
I can't answer that. We don't have a head coach yet.
That's true.
So
You know
until
what?
I get my
Incomplete.
head coach, then I'll tell you what it is.
Their ceiling?
Okay.
Enjoy the rebuild, David.
I wasn't here for this, but I want to ask the question. I don't know if you guys.
How awesome is John Harbaugh? Super awesome.
Should the Bears have gone for 2 at the end of the game?
No.
Yes.
I'll argue no. He can argue yes. The no for me is, did you see all their plays inside the 10-yard line in that game? Their goal-to-go offense was vomit. Now, you'd already run your best plays. Mm-hmm. I can't advocate going for 2. Now, if the offense was humming, it's 38, 30, 37, and I'm going to go for 2 to win the game, different. But with their goal-to-go stuff, David, they were playing blindfold.
And I understand that part. I completely understand that part. But I think you had the Rams scrambling. I think they were like, oh, my gosh, this just happened to us. Catch them at that time, go for 2, win the game. That was just my thought. But you're right. They didn't do well
My
in those
problem
situations.
was, David, I agree with you. At no point did they just say, we're going to roll Caleb out, run pass option, 2-yard line, son, if you can, dive in, pull a Fernando Mendoza or throw it to somebody wide open. But I just thought that this was, you know what, don't go to overtime because this won't end well for you. What do the Buffalo Bills do with Keon Coleman? Because basically they took him out behind the barn yesterday and shot him.
Yeah. You cut him. I think that relationship's completely soured.
Beyond the point of repair?
Yeah, I think just change of scenery. Somebody will look at the physical and they'll say we can fix him. But if you can't make it with Josh Allen, if you can't make it with that team, you're not going to make it. There's something wrong with you. So I think he's just cut. The damage, and you're right, though. Man, he caught some strays.
I mean, I can only imagine his phone blowing up like, bruh, I didn't know it was that bad. I knew he missed a meeting and never played again. But I'm like, okay, did he go full Abdul Carter?
Yeah, it was different hearing stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay, they're kind of pouring it out here. The owner's saying this and saying that. And then you take a step back and realize, hold on, he's still on this roster. That was just wild.
Right.
Like, you speak about a player that's currently on your roster. Yeah, you cannot repair that relationship. He's done.
I hope you cleaned out your locker. All right, guys. The nominations for the different things in the NFL came out, so let's do our own.
Oh, it's worthless award season.
Yes,
Can't wait.
it is.
What do you got?
We got Coach of the Year, Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Vrabel. Who's your Coach of the Year?
God, they could all win it. If you want to knock the Bears for the comeback wins and you want to knock the Pats for the scheduling, I got to be honest. I think what Kyle Shanahan did is outer worldly. To just keep trucking in one of the best divisions in football, having your whole team die, play a month with a backup QB, play a season without the likes of Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, etc., have your best receiver just opt out of work.
Life.
Well, sure, like, I actually would give it to Kyle Shanahan. There's no wrong answer here. They were all fantastic.
Yeah, I looked at this last night. There is no wrong answer because Liam Cohen, you think about the turnaround they had in Jacksonville and then losing their first-round pick who plays both sides of the ball. Mike McDonald, a ginger as a quarterback, and they're the number one seed of the NFC.
Stunning.
I would go with Mike McDonald because of that.
Your Offensive Player of the Year, Puka Nacua. Have you seen Bijan run? Christian McCaffrey, Jackson Smith, Jigba.
Right there. That's the one.
Drake May.
I'm still going to go JSN because nobody runs the ball more than Seattle. And for him to put up those numbers as essentially the only receiver anyone cares about, please spare me Cooper Kupp. I know they traded for Shaheed late in the year. JSN to me, with Ginger Jesus as your QB, that's really impressive. I'd say JSN.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this has ever happened before, but I actually think it's going to be a tie between Nacua and Smith and Jigba. Somehow, somewhere, I think the votes are going to end up being a tie, and they're both going to win this thing.
Okay. Let's save that one. Your Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jackson Dart, Emeka Ibuka, Travion Henderson, Ted McMillan.
There you go.
Tyler Shuck.
It'd be T-Mac. I just played the most games, played a comprehensive season, didn't have a great offense around him, doesn't have a superstar quarterback, but Teteroa McMillan, to me, solidified himself as a top 10 receiver, a legitimate number one, and a red zone target. I'd say T-Mac.
Understand why you say that. I was leaning actually Emeka Ibuka, 6 touchdowns there, 127 targets, 63 receptions, but I can understand why Ted McMillan, because he doesn't have anything else.
See, I like Travion. But
okay, again, I don't think it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
It's subjective. That's all.
Comeback Player of the Year, Steph Diggs, Aiden Hutchinson, Trevor Lawrence, Christian McCaffrey, Dak Prescott.
Man, oh man, McCaffrey off injury, most touches in the league. You got Aiden off a broken leg. Trevor Lawrence, it's just a comeback from the abyss. This is tough. I probably would just say because the entire team depended on him getting 30 touches a week, I'd say Christian McCaffrey because he answered the durability bell. And he came back with a season that, I got to be honest with you, you probably used him up. You did to him what the Eagles did to Saquon last year.
Well, when he came out and said that, if they want to draft a running back, I'm cool with that. Or if you want to bring one in, I'm cool with that too.
Yeah, see, I'm leaning Trevor.
Maybe we'll get David Montgomery.
I'm leaning Trevor Lawrence with this one. I know it was not an injury, but his career in Jacksonville was on the line this year. He was going to be a Kyler Murray type trade possibility, and he actually turned it around, so I'm going Trevor Lawrence.
It's fair.
Defensive Player of the Year,
Myles Garrett, next.
I agree.
There's just nothing to talk about.
But Hutch is on here.
I know what Will Anderson did.
Will Anderson?
Yeah, I know why. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Micah. Oh, okay.
No, it's Myles Garrett had a season from the clouds. What? The guy broke the NFL
Myles
sack
Garrett
record.
have his own line of clothing and hats?
No, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, all the
it
other
kind of feels like a
awards-
grift when you make 40, 50 million a year to be selling hats. That feels like a bit of a grift. Do you have a mixtape you'd like to sell too?
Out the trunk.
I'm seriously, you're getting $50 million a year and you're selling T-shirts like you're outside of a high school football game. I mean, it feels like a grift.
David?
No, what I was going to say is all the other awards, you're like, oh, it could be this guy. It could be this. There's not one other guy in this. It is Myles Garrett. That's it.
Yeah, that was the only one that was like, well, I thought maybe Will Anderson, but yeah, it's Myles. When Pittsburgh puts 4 people on him to stop him, I don't ever want to hear about a double team. He was quadruple team an entire game. Most valuable player. Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen, Christian McCaffrey, Trevor Lawrence.
I go Stafford. Unlike Drake, and I love Drake May, he didn't play some easy schedule. And to have 50 touchdowns at this age, I'm just giving it to the old salty vet. I thought Stafford comprehensively deserved it.
I would agree with Matthew Stafford on this one, yes.
Okay. So Drake, just what? Bad scheduling?
Easy schedule, heavy run.
Had Buffalo still was playing, would Josh Allen get your nod?
No. He wouldn't have got my nod if they made the Super Bowl, no.
Okay. All right. That was fun.
I'm fine because we got to talk through it. I hate when people want to yell and scream about these awards.
Oh,
it's wild.
Bro, it's seriously, it's yeah. Oh, you know what, Mike, for you, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Guess who's in there?
Xavier Watts. James Pierce Jr.
Abdul Carter?
No. If we're giving the award out for the last 6 weeks of the season, maybe. But to me, Xavier Watts was incredible.
Yeah, he's there.
What's the I can't pronounce his name.
Carson Stringer.
No. Swazinger from the Browns was excellent. The linebacker. It's
Nick
safety
Nick
from the Seahawks.
Yes,
Nick Imani Wari.
Yes. But Watts, James Pierce Jr., that kid, the linebacker for Cleveland. Abdul Carter, less boobs, more football.
Don't Sharon yourself. That's your football today.
John Harbaugh's awesome.
97-1. Hey.
Hi there.
Hey,
Sorry. Everyone calm down. Best place to watch football. Sure as hell ain't Metro Detroit. How about Stadium Swim? I don't think they're getting ice in Vegas, are they? Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience built for you, the fan. They've got perfect view of the big screen, 6 pools, 3 levels. It's located right in the heart of Vegas at Circa Resort and Casino. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, we're gonna get to we get some audio to play for you, and you just react to it. It's gonna be top of the hour. Get into a little Scooble stuff. David, what do our texters have to say? And then Rico, I know you got one thing you wanted to bring up. David, what do we got, buddy?
My friends from college in Virginia are going to be in the thick of it. They're stocking up on groceries and toilet paper now. Empty shelves at the store. Sister and her husband, are in Minnesota. They're planning on making their dogs go in their bathtub that is canned at work.
Oh, my.
Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
Oh, God. Someone here texted.
I guess
says,
that works.
I don't know.
Question
We'll
mark?
see.
Question mark.
I'm about to get on a plane to Vegas for the next 4 days, boys. Enjoy the storm.
Oh, man, listen. God bless. Go enjoy yourself. I don't work like I heard this was I think it was Mornings and Middays did this the other day where like they're having freakouts about the weather, and like I get it. Like no one's happy about it, but like I don't complain about the weather. A, I know where I live, but B, I know people who work outside. Like I know a mailman. Okay, I don't get to complain when he's outside in this. Like that's it. You power it down.
For all those Amazon delivery drivers and the DoorDash people.
They're doing the Lord's work. But this storm could be different. That's why I brought it up just for a couple minutes to start the show. They're talking about this like it's T2000.
Well, yeah, because it looks like there's going to be no escaping it unless you're on the fringe of the U.S.
Which we are.
Yeah,
And
maybe.
Okay, can we just manifest positivity?
You can manifest positivity all you want.
All right, Rico's saying it's all over for the state of Michigan.
Well,
okay.
here's some positivity for you. Brendan in Chicago says, I live in Chicago. Tomorrow morning when I'm walking into work, the wind chill is going to make it feel like negative 27 degrees. So he says, I may not make it, boys. This might be my last show listening to you guys. Make it a great one.
You will make it. If I could be outside for almost 7 hours at Packers-Giants, January 20th of 2008, you can do that morning commute.
But
that was minus 33.
Yeah, but you had Big G, and he was glowing. He was keeping you warm.
No, my dad made Sean McVay look healthy Saturday night. Like, I'll show you a picture of that trip. My dad's soul left his body at some point in the second half.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Like, you saw McVay. He looked like one of the White Walkers from Game of Thrones.
Oh.
Dude,
yeah.
We're talking ice on facial hair.
Big
like
G, he was the Ice King.
Yeah.
Riding in on the dragon.
Bro. That was a tough scene, man. It changes you. I swear to God, you ask Big G, he'll say it. He's never been the same since that day.
Is that Big G on a dragon? Huh? Yeah, well.
I'm telling you, that cold takes something from you. It's different.
No, you know what? Did you guys stay to the bitter end too?
It was an overtime game. Yeah, we walked off the Packers.
I'm just saying, I didn't know if it was just one of those, when you give that look to somebody and he just, you know what?
When Lawrence Tynes missed his second field goal of the game, I go, oh my God, we have just blown the ability to go to the Super Bowl because of this idiot doofus kicker. But then it was like, it might have been the first or second play of overtime. Corey Webster, shout out LSU, Corey Webster intercepted Favre. Favre tried to go late to the flats. Interception. I think we got like one first down and kicked the field goal.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know if you guys had that look like, no. All right, if we don't score.
Dude, no, we were just, you're there.
It was kind of like me and Chuck, like, let's hit Canes.
That was different.
That's way different, man.
28-0, right? In like 3 minutes, it felt like.
Yeah.
That would have been me in Seattle had I gone.
Oh, dear.
You know what? I honestly thought about it because I could have double dipped because State was playing
Oregon, right?
UW.
Oh, that was
right
Washington
down
game,
the street.
Yeah. No luggage.
And no luggage because I had the day off.
Amazing.
I had the day off on Monday.
This guy.
And I thought about it. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, you think?
I would have been like, I'm at the airport. I'm at SeaTac.
And I'd like to state for the record, absolute class move by me. Did not text this man at all during Niners Seahawks. Not even to say, hey, man, I'm sorry that happened to you. I just let him alone. I was watching.
No, you could have.
Nope.
Mike.
Nope.
13 minutes, as you would like to say, we just went ahead and we had a family meeting and said, Nona, it was a good life.
I just watched the game and
I didn't.
That was it.
I was like, shit. I was like, oh.
Turned it off.
It's over.
Good for you.
No. I think it was the interception. I was like, yeah, we can't come back from that. because I thought Darnold's good
Oh,
for an
listen,
interception.
I'm preparing for Sam Darnold to be in the Super Bowl. Like it's a hellscape. I'm prepared for it.
Let me give you this, David.
Darnold versus Stidham. Everyone loses. Can you imagine the panic from the networks if it's Darnold Stidham?
But you know what? If that happens, all that does is fuel Detroit because we can no longer say Jared Goff can't win a Super Bowl. David, give me the breaking news real quick. Lions offensive tackle Dan Skipper is no longer eligible.
Oh.
He's announced he is retiring from playing in the
All right,
NFL.
that's better. I thought you were about to tell me he was dead. I'd be like, oh, God.
No, he's retiring, so
Okay.
yeah.
Look, the O-line is going to be a front and center priority with or without him.
I
But
can't
yeah.
wait until Brad Holmes drafts Jeremiah Love.
Don't you dare. Don't
The
you
Lions
dare.
have traded up. Running back from Notre Dame,
No,
Jeremiah Love.
I am prepared for the show, though. Like, before they address the O-line, they make Gibbs the highest paid running back in the history of the league. I'm totally prepared for that show. Here's hoping it happens while I'm traveling because I don't want to be here that day.
Dang it, they're going to take Jeremiah Love. First pick. There we go.
Do not put that into the universe. Stop it. All right, we'll get into this Scooble mess next. 97.1.
Ex-Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was back in court for the first time since his arraignment. His legal counsel asked for adjournment because they want more evidence for the case, including phone and Title IX records. His attorney, Alan Michaels, offered a statement afterwards. Moore will be back in court February 17th and hopes to get all those charges dismissed. Just as in as well, Dan Skipper is retiring. Quote, the memories and experiences that the NFL has brought me and my family are hard to put into words. Thankful for every person that has been a part of my journey. It's time for me to report as retired, end quote. Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson has been named a finalist for Comeback Player of the Year and defense. Is that how you're going to go out too? And Defensive Player of the Year.
No, I'll just walk out mid-show one day. I'm telling you.
I'll take over. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight against the Wild. Face-off at 9:30. You can
Mike,
hear it
where you going?
Right here on 97.1. Pistons are off until tomorrow. Both Cade Cunningham and Karis LeVert missed their win yesterday over the Pelicans with an illness. The Tigers have signed outfielder Corey Julks to a minor league deal. 30-year-old played the last 2 years. Stop it.
That's the move. That's the move.
At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, 3 o'clock. Man. Oh, let's do this. It's the news of the day. I'll pass it along. You do what you want with it. I don't have any anger anymore. And frankly, I know this is not a good thing for a radio host to say. I'm not being smarmy when I say it. It's not some weird flex. I think it humanizes me. I'm at a point I don't give a rat's ass anymore. I just don't care.
You're Dr. Rick.
It's Tarek Skubal. I just don't care. So, okay. Last night, the Mets traded for Freddie Peralta, all-star, big-time pitcher, Bulldog. Gave up one of their best prospects, well, 2 of their top 5 prospects, one of them being Jet Williams, who's a shortstop, tiny, but he's an energy guy, top 30 prospect, top 25 some places, and then another pitcher. And it was funny because I saw that trade and I go, damn, I wish we had made that kind of move. Different topic, which is, could you imagine a rotation where it's Skubal, Peralta, 1-2? Yeah, they're both free agents at the end of the year. And I don't care. You're going all in to win or not.
Right there. They win for it.
But that's okay. That's a secondary thing to then what I thought was, there goes a prime suitor for Skubal. They were in the market for starters. They have the prospects. And they have an owner that's willing to spend and could probably get a deal done with Skubal and Steve Cohen. Well, they're off the board. But the John Heyman audio is why I'm going to play it, because none of it matters. According to John Heyman, he's not getting traded. So take a listen to this, and we can treat this a couple different ways. David, you want to play that audio, please? First of all, I think it's absolutely hilarious. And it would show you, and I can't prove it, and let me be clear, this isn't the bad people at 97.1, this is John Heyman. If the Tigers had the audacity to ask for Ben Rice, who basically would be your best offensive player, and Cam Schlittler, and George Lombard, our number 1 prospect, that's how you know you're dealing with an unserious team, if that's true. I can't prove that's true. That's why I'm not harpooning the Tigers. That wouldn't be fair. And, well, fairness is my favorite F word.
No, it's not.
The point is, you've got to be kidding me.
But multiple people, Mike, have
Ben,
said
Ben
the
Rice had like an
same
850 OPS. Like, what are you kidding me?
Multiple people have said the same thing, that this team's not really serious because they're going out there asking for everything, knowing
Right.
you're going to say no.
And Schlittler's the guy who struck out 50 Red Sox in a playoff game. Starter. I mean, okay. I know that's not the point of the topic. The point is this. Scooble's here. If we take John Heyman at his word, which, again, I'm not using it as gospel. We're talking sports. We're not curing cancer. Okay, Scooble's here. They're not going to trade him. Teams have tried to go and get him. It sounds like they price him at a point that no one's going to do it. It's basically making a trade in your fantasy football league, and you make an offer on Christian McCaffrey, and the guy goes, yeah, sure. Give me your 8 best players plus your next 3 first-round picks. And you're like, no. Well, I tried. That's what it sounds like. Okay, this is how it's going to play out. And look, they still have time to get stuff done. You know, I'm not a big Eugenio Suarez guy. I wasn't when he was in the trade market. I'm not now. But if you back me into a corner and you go, well, you can have Suarez or we do nothing, of course I would take Suarez. Right. I'm not a truther with him, though. I don't need him. I don't have to have him. He wouldn't be in my top 10 things I wanted this offseason.
No, but
the
at
point
the
I'm
time,
making,
yeah.
if you're keeping Scooble, what's your reaction? That it sounds like, feels like you're going to lose this arbitration, you're going to pay him $32 million, and you're going to go into the season with him. And when teams have called, you're asking them for things you know they won't give. Mm-hmm. That way you can say, we tried, when you really didn't.
See, I wonder the inverse of this, Mike, is you lose your arbitration, you have him, and now all of a sudden you have that come to Jesus moment. We got to get rid of Scooble.
But where?
And you start calling teams, and they remember, oh, wait, remember when you were asking for the world and you weren't really serious about trading him? Here's what we want now. Now the rabbit has the gun. Now we're going to go and we're going to try to fleece you. We're going to offer you the bottom of the barrel because what are you going to do?
No, and look, there's a level of this. Only certain teams can get Scooble. You have to have the right farm system, right? Not every team has that. Mm-hmm. And the Yankees, candidly, don't have this unbelievable system. They have George Lombard, who everybody wants. And I'm fine if the Tigers ask for one guy, but like,
you can't ask for 2 and 3.
And Rice and Schlittler and Lombard. Please get out of here. Go ahead. Keep your pitcher and enjoy yourself.
Maybe if Scooble had like another 4 or 5 years under contract.
Oh, that'd be different. Then you can ask for half the team. Here's the problem. And maybe I'm overthinking it. I just wouldn't want to be the GM who trades a guy like Scooble to the Dodgers and I get blamed for ending baseball. I wouldn't want to do that. So it kind of takes the Dodgers out of the running.
I don't think so.
You can't trade. If you trade Scooble to the Dodgers, people are going to look at you like you caused this, even though that's not fair. So what does it leave?
But how would it be any different from all the other deals that the Dodgers have made?
But the Dodgers just signing people.
Right.
So this is a trade. You're literally giving them something for things they don't care about, and it doesn't cost them money. They don't even care if they sign Scooble. They could.
Right.
I want to know your reaction of, look, if they're not trading him, which John Heyman says it's basically they're not trading him, okay, then we've arrived here. So what do you make of it? Do you accept it? Are you happy with it? Like, are you thrilled? Like, okay, that's my Tiger. I don't want to deal him. Or are you angry where you're like, what are you doing here? I leave it to you guys. I don't have anything left for this. It is what it is. Rico, me, we've made our opinion known for years. I wouldn't have let it get here. I would have traded him. I would have trusted Scott Harris to add the right prospects to an already really good farm system, and then I would weaponize some of those prospects to make a trade and get some of the things I need, free up the $32 million, go sign a Lucas Giolito or a Chris Bassett, and move forward, probably still win the division. I wouldn't do this. But it's up to you guys. I mean, David, what do you make of it where you hear that okay, teams have tried, and you're asking for half the team? That's not good faith negotiating.
See, well, that's why I'm angry, because this should have been done before last season. And now the longer you wait, the more or the less you're going to be able to get from Tarik Skubal, because the report has been for an entire year now that your asking price has been ridiculous. And so you're not going to get nowhere close to that now, and nowhere even close come the trade deadline if you trade
So
them.
what would your response have been if they had gotten a package like Milwaukee got?
Like the trade yesterday?
Yeah.
I would have loved that.
So that would have been, okay,
Yes.
now we've moved on from this. Presumably we've freed up about 32, 33 mil, and we can make a trade, we can make a couple signings, and we move forward. That you would have been excited by.
I would have.
Okay. Kenny, is that, or would you look at that and go, not nearly enough? Because remember, I've told people, you've now gotten to a point, here's what you can expect. A guy who's ready to play and a top 100 prospect. That's probably what you're looking at. It'll be better than Corbin Burns, but it's not going to be a Chris Sale thing. It's just not.
I think I'm somewhere between where David is and where you are. I'm with you where I'm just exhausted by the whole Scooble thing to begin with. And you know, if he left town tomorrow, I wouldn't be all that upset. But if he's here right now, my biggest thing was you don't have to go crazy, but like if this is a year where this is the last year that you have the best pitcher in Major League Baseball, you have to make this the year. You have to make this the all-in year. And clearly it looks like, seems like, feels like they're unwilling to do that. And it looks like, seems like, feels like they're unwilling to make a reasonable trade offer also, which puts you kind of in Scooble purgatory.
So who do you blame? That's the question. Are the Tigers just a victim of circumstance? That's possible. I mean, we all want to blame someone, but look, there's responsibility on both sides. Scooble didn't have to have Scott Boras, and they didn't have to play it this way. And the Tigers didn't have to end up here. But maybe it's just a lose-lose, and it's mutually assured destruction. Do you blame the Tigers? Do you blame Scooble? Like, how does your relationship with Scooble change?
Is it possible that it can't be just an A or a B question? Like, who do I blame more? Probably the Tigers, but I think they both share a very large chunk of blame because.
But even if it's 51-49, yeah, you probably lean the organization had a better way out.
And Scooble, like Scott Boras acts at the behest of Tarek Scooble. If Scooble really wanted to be here, he would tell his agent, or he wouldn't have hired a guy like Boras who notably gets people out of town and
But you got to remember, the only thing we have publicly, and this is important, the only thing we have publicly is a report of something south of $100 million. And Scooble seemingly, by reporting, is looking for something near $400 million. Right. Kenny, that's a delta that you just can't even sit down at the table.
Right. So that's why I say it's maybe 51-49 organization over Scooble, is because you just can't assign all the blame. If that's the situation, you can't just blindly assign all the blame to somebody.
You're nicer than me. My percentages are way different. But that's okay.
I'm probably at about 55 or 56 organization.
We're going to get Kenny at 80% by 4 o'clock.
Don't do that. No, we're not going to do that.
248-539-9797. Go ahead, Rico.
No, I'm more with the organization because you knew this day was coming and you really didn't prepare for it. And it's kind of like this weather, Mike, where you know it's going to be cold. You know it could be icy. You know it could be snowy.
You got to do something about it.
And right now you do something to prepare yourself, and they didn't. And they let it reach this point. And though we haven't heard a number, I'll always hearken back. Yeah, we heard what the Bregman numbers were. So,
and I was effusive in my praise of this organization.
Right.
I thought they gave an extra year than I would have.
Right, but the numbers came out.
Yeah.
The fact that you're not hearing anything probably means, yeah, we don't want these numbers to get released.
It's really bizarre. You won't trade them, and you seemingly aren't negotiating.
And now you've turned a one-day story into an everyday story.
Well, that's the question I'm asking people is, like, you do realize, like, every time he pitches, he's going to get asked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Or Boras is going to act out 3 or 4 times before July. I wonder if it changes how people feel about the player. Right, wrong, or otherwise, I think it's a fair question. But we'll talk to the people. 248-539-9797. Stop ignoring the cold, and you really won't have an opportunity to ignore it. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They do complete furnace checkups to make sure it's running properly and safely. Yeah, have that furnace go out when it's minus 20 out. See how that works out for you. $79 now. You can prevent that problem. Get a full checkup, $30 off. So do it now. Go to mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's go on the line. We'll see what our texters have to say. Then we go to the phones. And again, I have no paddle in the water here. I'm not steering this boat any which way. I've reached a point I don't care. But when these reports come out, what do? We either don't talk about it and do what? No, we got to bring it up. So, all right, John Heyman says it. Skubal's not going to get dealt. He also says basically when some teams have tried to call, including the Yankees, forget about it. You're basically dealing with the unreasonable person in your fantasy football league. So Skubal's here. So what is your response to that? And again, I'll state it for the record. I have never demanded this team pay him $400 million. I've never called the team cheap. I've never taken that tact. I don't think it's a good idea to pay a pitcher this amount of money, which means I trade him. And he would have been gone. And I know I understand what people will say, but we've made the playoffs twice in a row. Did you? I mean, look, guys, no offense. You had a Pixar movie, and then you had the saddest champagne in history, blowing a 15.5-game lead in this poverty division. I'd be very careful. I'd be very careful propping yourself up. In this division, look at the win totals, guys. Come on.
You made the playoffs, but you have to ask yourself, did you have any shot at winning the World Series?
No.
And if the answer is no.
Zero.
Then there's my best case scenario. You just rip this Band-Aid off. You trade him for something.
And I still think you'd make the playoffs.
Right. In this division, you can.
Especially if Scott Harris sells you that, hey, look, the names are the same, but the team's different. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to sell that, then why is it unreasonable to suggest that by trading Skubal, backfilling for, let's say, 50 cents on the dollar with another starter, and adding a right-handed bat, why can't we win the division?
Right. Because it's not like this division is,
This division's awful.
Right. You're not the AL East.
David, what do the texters have?
The Tigers are asking for a ridiculous asking price so they can show the fans when they don't re-sign him, quote, look, we tried to trade him and no one wanted a deal.
Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like. And I know the truth is going to lie somewhere in the middle. But there have been too many reports about Scott Harris. It's very similar to Yzerman. Hard to deal with. Remember the trade deadline?
Yes.
Tigers wouldn't give up anything of substance to get anything. Then this, I told you about the Yankee thing a couple of weeks ago. And Heyman just reaffirmed what I told you guys. Like, I don't make it up. No.
Harris has to ask for a lot for Skubal when you start negotiations. Then you start talking different players. Scott Harris is doing the right thing, asking high.
Hold on. It's not asking high when you're asking irrational. There's a difference.
Yes.
Skubal is not signed. I mean, I respect driving a hard bargain, believe me. But come on. And by the way, if you're negotiating, those talks go somewhere. You hear about offers. You know what you don't hear? Anything.
Yeah, there's a back and forth with negotiations.
And Skubal's here, and I do. I wonder what it's going to be like all summer long. Because it's not going to go away. And even if the bad people, at 97.1 or any other reporter asks about it, what are you going to do with the national networks? What are you going to do with MLB Tonight? What are you going to do with the national baseball writers? I do wonder if the fan relationship with this guy changes a little bit. It's a weird dynamic to say this dude's awesome, but he wants no part of being here. And again, Skubal can do that soupy sales routine about, well, it's above my pay grade. Dude, come on, man. People aren't stupid. Right. If you wanted to be here, maybe there'd be a pathway to be here.
But pick up your phone, you talk to your agent and say, we really need to end this foolishness. What's our real options? Do we want to be here? Can we work this out?
And again, at that point, if Skubal wanted to be here but couldn't be, we would hear of an offer. Mm-hmm. That's where I still, when it comes down to Skubal versus team, I'll always blame the team because the team has the control mechanisms. I just don't think it's right to be in this spot because, no, I think this is a distraction. I think it's noise. What do you think spring training is going to be? What do you think the storyline of spring training is? It's going to be him.
Going to ask every player on the active roster, so what do you think? So what happens? Is he going to be here? Have you talked to him? Can you give us any nugget what he's thinking? Right. If you're the Tigers, if you can't make this happen, you can't go into the season with him.
But they're going to, is what it seems like, sounds like, feels like. Look, we can wait. Maybe the arbitration changes it. I would just be concerned is that, look, the Mets were a prime destination. And I could nerd out with a couple of the prospects I like. The McLean, the pitcher they have, absolutely. The point is, they're off the board. They went and got Freddie Peralta. So again, it's finite. David, go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
Another pitcher just traded. Clearly, there's a market. I have no idea what the Tigers' plan is.
Okay.
Mackenzie Gore is the guy that just got traded today from the Nationals to the Rangers. So there's a market.
That's a nice move. That is a nice move. Gore was a hype prospect who bombed out, and he's actually kind of gotten it together.
Yeah.
And he's good. No, that's a nice move for the Rangers.
I'm going to go 60-40 organization. Scott Harris is doing his best Martin Mayhew impression.
Wow. Yikes. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm doing all right. Snowmageddon's coming, but I'm out here making better moves than Scott Harris.
Oh, boy. All right.
Yeah, I've been slinging spam on eBay to Arkansas folks for $50 a pop. So
he's selling hams at 8X. Good for you.
Oh, no, spam, man. That's Arkansas.
Oh, dear.
Gold.
Oh, boy.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. So, all right, you guys know I'm a Mets fan and a Tigers fan. So, I don't understand. When I saw what we gave up for Peralta, I know for a fact we could have given a little bit more to get Skubal. I got to believe what Heyman's saying. Mike, Heyman is in with the New York market's good, so he's probably not lying. They wanted a whole team. You're talking the Lombard, Schlittler, Rice. No, those guys would be insane. I might give you Spencer Jones and the Martian, and then we're talking.
Dude, the package they're asking for is like what I'd give for Paul Skeens. Who's got like a decade of control? Like, what are we doing here? Again, allegedly, Heyman, etc. Right. Carry on.
Right. All right. So, I'm happy that the Mets. I won't say we, but the Mets got Peralta. I'm happy with that. I don't think we gave up too much. I know Jet's been, talked about for years, but he got injured a couple years ago. He reminds me of Trey Turner, but let's just be honest. I'm not going to bore people. There's another prospect down there, AJ Ewing, who's starting to pass.
You got a frontline starter, and you got to give to get. It was in line with the value. I have no issue with it. My question is now, okay, Skubal's here. Let's say Heyman's right. Let's say they're not trading him. Where does that sit with you?
Well, also as a Tiger fan, I think you got to be realistic, which is he's probably going to be here, and the only way he gets moved is at the trade deadline. And all these people that are, they were pissing and moaning about what he did against Seattle, calling him his own number, calling himself out 99 pitches and stuff. He's not going to do that to the Tigers all season long because, if anything, he's got to show his worth. And, maybe the Tigers can get something good for him at the deadline, but this has really made the organization look like a joke.
Chris, does he really need to show his worth, or has he already shown his worth?
He's already done it.
You know what? You know what you're going to get, so I'm not going to go out here and risk blowing my arm out.
That could definitely be a concern, and I think a lot of teams now, they look at all these guys as business transactions, so maybe they would show some respect in that.
They would. I think teams know what's up. And Chris, I'll say this.
You might be right.
There's no scenario. If the last 2 years taught us anything, you're not out of it in the AL Central because the AL Central's garbage. They were 9.5 games out 2 years ago. They didn't trade him. They made the playoffs. Last year, they blew a 15.5 game lead. So let's say you're in the run up to the trade deadline this year and they're 5 games out. You can't trade Tarik Skubal. And by the way, it'd probably be about 60 cents on the dollar for what you'd get right now. How do you justify that at the deadline? And again, I think this team will be just fine this year. I think they're going to be good. They play a solid brand of baseball, albeit one I don't enjoy watching. The result's the result. The point I'm making is you can't justify that. You can't say we're going for it, and that's why we're going into the season with them, to then dovetail and trade him at the deadline, because you'd have to be so egregiously bad. You'd have to be 15 games out, which they're not going to be. Mm-hmm. So I'll ask you again, how do you justify a trade at the deadline more than you justify a trade right now? You can't.
No.
Which means you would have him and get nothing for him.
You ride it till the wheels come off, and then it's...
Excuse me, a comp pick.
World Series or bust.
And that's the Doctor Strange thing. Give me the scenarios we get out of this alive. There's only one. But okay, got it. 97.1.
Hey, when Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens. That spark when a child starts believing they could be next. Now with Xfinity, look, they can't guarantee that, but they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kids ordering new gear online and streaming highlight reels and video chatting with their coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You're still going to be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi, 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. It's $10.99 value a month. So, Xfinity, imagine that. The proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
David, a couple of the texts, please. We've got to get into a couple other issues. And look, we just wanted to touch and go on the Scooble thing. I'm not going to sit here and belabor it. I know we bring it up a decent amount. And if you're a loyal listener of the show, yes, I understand you hear it more. But I want you to just understand something, right? Just so you understand how we operate our business. You cannot run a radio show under the presumption someone is listening to 2, 3, 4 hours a day. We appreciate those who do. You're the hardest of the hardcore, and that's cool. But understand, because I know this happens with ticket text and then David has to sort through it. The average person is going to give you 20 minutes a week, 25 minutes a week. The Scooble thing is a big story, and you're sick of it, we're sick of it. But it's part of how you run a radio show, and there's a methodology to doing what we do. So I just want you to understand, we're not pounding this into the dirt because we enjoy it. I don't. If Scooble got traded tomorrow, I'd be fine because I don't ever have to hear from him or Boris again, and I can move forward with the Tigers as currently constituted with the players who have chosen to be Tigers and just go. But I just want you to understand, why we do it. But if you listen every day, all day, yeah, you're hearing it way more than 99% of our audience. So while we appreciate you do have to understand, we can't program a show as if everyone listen 4 hours a day, just use the rewind. Not how it works. David, on the line, the communication station. What do you got?
Yeah, the communication station today I saw the Mets trade last night and thought to myself, I'd be happy on either side of that trade. 100% blame does go to Scott Harris and the Tigers. Do anything. That is from Chris in Grand Rapids. Someone says, pitch him into the ground and let him walk. Try to win this year. Okay. Another one says, I'm out on Scooble. The Tigers, this negotiation has been a joke. Wake me up in 2028 or when we've moved on from Scott Harris.
Look, I don't think you can just throw the team away that way. I don't think that's fair. Look, just because I don't value the AL Central at all, nor do I think the Tigers are somehow a favorite to win the World Series, you can't just blast 2026 and say, I'm not going to bother. Guys, they're going to win games. They have every right to be a playoff team. Now, I don't think they're that good, but they're good enough. And guys, I have news for you. There are plenty of fan bases around the league wish their teams made the playoffs. But if you're sour on Scooble, well, that's going to be that competing thing where it's like, I love my team and I love the logo and I love this player, but this player is leaving. He doesn't want to be here. That's a very difficult thing for a fan to sort through. Also hard to explain to your kid. I don't know how you do that one. I'll lean on David for that. Well, son, you see, life happens. But he doesn't love us. Well, listen, it's capitalism.
It's your first heartbreak.
Maybe it's like those commercials you call him the backup parent. Todd Hundley, backup parent.
Yes. Hendon Hooker.
Right. Backup parent.
From Chad, he sends this in. It's Boris who we blame. This Scooble fiasco is like a black cloud over our heads. We're exhausted and tired of hearing about him. I think he'll underperform next year so as not to overdo it and ruin his next contract, screwing the Tigers over. Someone else says, or Todd from Brighton says, thank you for explaining that, Mike. I'm an all-day, everyday listener. Now I understand.
Yeah, and again, we greatly appreciate that. But it's like you got to kind of touch and go on these stories. And if something's a big deal, I think it's worse if we don't bring it up for 15 or 30 minutes in a 4-hour span. Mm-hmm. We're not doing this all day. We've already hit plenty of stuff, and we'll continue to do so. But, guys, it's important. It's a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and you got reports every day. Now, I'm with Rico on this. Part of the reason I want him traded, I don't want to deal with this stuff while there's real games going on.
Yeah. Every week from spring training on, this is going to be the topic. And at some point, I think everybody's going to get burned out. I think we're already a little bit there.
I think fans are there right now. I'll be serious. I mean, Rico, if we bring up something Lions related, full Lions. Mm-hmm. This, I think fans are intentionally just throwing their hands up and going, to hell with it.
Yeah. Do something.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Love the show, love the topic. And, Mike, you're absolutely right. If they wait and they don't deal them, it's going to be a 3 deadline. So, just on a real quick note, when we think back to when we made the trades before, when we were getting rid of guys like David Price, we were not getting the top shelf prospects. When Corey Seager was in the Dodger system, when Julio Urias was in the Dodger system, we were getting Daniel Norris and Kendall Lario. So this is the problem. The price shouldn't be an everyday Major League Baseball player. I'm not trying to find some guy that's going to contribute when I trade Tarik Skubal. I'm trying to find a guy. I'm trying to hit a home run. So the price should be very simple. It should say, and you can put pressure on other teams, managers, general managers, to make the deal. It's all you say. You send them. System. That's it. And you don't ask for a single starter, not one guy. You just say, we want to be able to pick any two guys that we want from your farm system, and that opens the auction. That's where you'll get value. And if they ask any more than that, then they're out of their minds.
Yeah, and look, a lot of teams will balk at that. I think you'd have to refine the statement is that a lot of teams, they're going to say there's one guy you can't have, but you can pick two of the next top five. Look, I hear you. And again, Mike, there's no guarantee with any of this stuff, all right? I give you Jackson Holiday. How's that worked out so far? Like
100%. That's why you've got to ask for two. But the point I'm making is, let's say pretend you're in this situation where the Tigers are really, really close. Pretend you're like, you're the Mariners or you're the Jays or something like that, and you're a fan base and you hear that you can get Tarek Skubal for McGonigal and Max Clark, right? And it's going to do nothing to your starting lineup, right?
Well, if I'm the Dodgers, I do that. But there's no scenario, like if someone called and asked the Tigers for those two prospects, there's really no player in baseball not named Ohtani I'm doing that deal for. I wouldn't give up those two for Paul Skeens. You're talking about, 15 years combined of team control, two guys where from a percentage standpoint with where they're ranked in the prospect rankings, one of them's going to turn into an all-star. I worry about pitchers blowing out.
You just defeated your own argument. Jackson Holiday is a perfect example. That's why a bird in the hand is always worth two in the bush.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
They make mistakes all the time. It's not the same thing as saying I'm getting the best pass rusher in the country when you're drafting second overall and saying this guy's probably going to turn into a great player.
Mike, I largely agree with you. I just added a small addendum there. Like, hold on. We're not arguing with each other. It was a second thing of, I'm just saying from a Tiger perspective, no, I'd be protective of a couple of guys. But if I'm the one acquiring Skubal, it's under the pretense I'm going all in. It's under a pretense I'm going to pay him. You're right. You could likely get more. I'm just saying if you went to the Mets and you asked for instance, McClain, it might have given them pause. Do I think you could get that done? Yeah. Like if Dave Dombrowski was my GM, I know I could get that done. Scott Harris has to show he can get in that trade market and complete those shark-like deals. He hasn't shown that yet. Doesn't mean he can't. But I think it's okay for fans to be a little bit Missouri, a little show me state.
Or it could be the motivation. Maybe they believe that they're going to win the arbitration, so we're not trading him. We'll pay him $19 million and we'll figure it out.
And you're right. I don't know. Maybe I would do that for Skeens. But it doesn't matter. It's not real. And if I'm Pittsburgh, hell, I might need more than that, including a pitching prospect. That's the other thing. You trade some of these players, your fans revolt. Mm-hmm. You just can't. Here, I think you could have. Because I think people here are pretty hip to what's going on. I can't blame the Tigers not paying a guy $400 million.
No.
I think people would be pretty hip to that.
And that's why I think they're missing the boat. Because if you just said, hey, we floated out there, a 5-year, $200 million.
It would absolve the Tigers, and it would vilify Skubal.
It would.
And I don't think any reasonable fan would throw shade at their organization. Nope. But that offer, to our knowledge and to any reporting, does not exist. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, you get the last word. What's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
How are you?
Can't we just walk away from Skubal altogether? Like, okay, so he's going to be paid $19 million. He doesn't want to come back. It's clear as day he doesn't want to come back. Just walk away from him. Don't even let him pitch this year. He doesn't want to be here. Give me people who want to be on this roster and walk away. You're going to lose him anyway. You're not trading him. He's going to go be a free agent. It's $19 million and 20 wins lost. That's it. Walk away. Start over. Just start working on the next.
I mean, Joe, I love the passion. I'm not mad at you, but I mean, come on. You can't cut your nose off to spite your face now. The guy could power you to a division title here. Like, you can't just not pitch him. I understand I'm not signing him. But that's why you just trade him. But they're unwilling to do that, seemingly, per the reporting, and that's what's frustrating about it, is, okay, then here's what you're going to get. You're going to take your shot. Odds are going to suggest, at one point here, and this was just 2 weeks ago, I think you had the 7th or 8th best odds in the AL of winning the AL. Maybe even if you were 5th or 6th. Here's the point. the odds are heavily stacked against you winning the World Series. So now the most likely outcome is I'm going to lose the best pitcher since Verlander, and I'm going to get a comp pick. That's what I walked away with. That doesn't seem like smart baseball business. I know it's smart monetary business because Scooble Day, you sell tickets. Scooble Day, you probably win. But I'm sorry, like, they're running an organization a very specific way, which is their prerogative. This not trading him kind of flies in the face of that, if that makes sense.
Unless they really believe they're going to win this arbitration.
Okay. All right, FanDuel, playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day, each game day during championship weekend. More profit boosts give you a chance to have a better weekend, and you can apply them any way you want. Maybe Sam Darnold over interceptions. I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for. FanDuel.com/Michigan. You can grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. And see terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's turn our attention to a little bit of football. David, music, please. Oh, good God. What now from this cursed sport? What do you want of me?
So what we're going to do here is
top 10 quarterbacks being sued by their current employer. I mean school.
No, we're going to go through a prediction here for next season because ESPN has already released a prediction of what teams are going to make the college football playoff next year.
Okay.
And there's a reason why I want to do this.
Okay.
Because of you, Rico.
Oh, boy.
Because every year you say you could put similar teams in a bucket and pull those teams out and you'll get them on this.
Okay, here's the thing.
On the top 10 stuff.
Just talked about this on the 5-Star Zone. Download it. Yes. 8 teams. You could already bake them into the playoffs. So let's go.
So let's see if you can get these teams. Let's start with conference winners. Who do you think they have winning the Big Ten?
The Ohio State.
No.
What?
Oregon, because Dante Moore's back?
No. They predict Indiana wins the Big Ten next year.
Okay, that's shocking.
Well, they did get Josh Hoover, the kid from TCU, to quarterback. So if we trust Signetti's evaluations,
that's what they're doing here.
He'll transition really well.
Right, but this spits in the face of college football because Indiana's still new at this. And historically speaking,
they're
Ohio
just,
State.
Brother, that's all dead. They're just wearing laundry.
I hope so.
Indiana's a creative team in a video game. It doesn't matter who they are. It wouldn't shock me. If you got a billionaire, Sacramento State could win the national title. It doesn't matter.
You're exactly right. So who do you think they have predicted to win the SEC?
Oh, boy. I'll just go Texas. It's got to be Sark Shearer or he's going to get blasted out. It's Arch Manning back again.
I keep forgetting that Texas.
I know, because they're not. It's all fake. I'll say Texas.
You are incorrect.
I quit.
Oh, so Lane and the crew.
Incorrect.
Georgia?
This man to the right of me.
Oh, the privileged.
The privileged.
Ugh.
Georgia is the prediction.
Why'd they get rid of Gunnar Stockton?
Must have.
Sick 'em.
Says that because they're returning defensive stars, Chris Cole, Raylan Wilson.
Yeah, well,
and the
let me know when a
quarterback.
pass rush returns, because
Correct.
they
I was
sure
to
as
say,
hell
were
didn't
they-
have one.
Were they defensive stars this year? Question mark?
That was the most middle of the pack Georgia defense you'll ever see.
I saw that Georgia defense, and I did not see future Philadelphia Eagles, Kenny.
Truth.
So the Big 12, I'll just give you that one. They
No.
Okay.
Well, that's Big 12 is Texas Tech.
Yeah, they do have
Okay.
Texas Tech winning the Big 12. What about the ACC? I can give you that one if you. Okay, I'll give you that one.
North Carolina.
No, they don't have North Carolina winning that one. They have Miami.
Shout out Petey Pablo.
They have Miami because their prediction is that Darian Mensah does end up in Miami.
Yeah,
That's
because
why.
again, he'll win this lawsuit. These contracts aren't worth the paper they're written on. They have great NIL support. And look, I don't think much of Cristobal as an in-game coach, but from a recruiting standpoint, he recruits the trenches, they build inside out, and they farm out player development at the quarterback spot. They get finished products.
Bruh, that defensive line, I saw 3 NFL players.
Yeah.
I'm just
Moton, Mesidor, and Bain. Yeah.
Right.
And Mesidor is also 30.
So let's
He's
go
gotta get-
to.
wait. Was I a year maybe too early? Is Clemson dead? Because I don't hear them talked about anymore.
They don't get mentioned with the ACC.
You might have
anymore.
been early, but you're going to end up being right because this year they returned to quarterback, a preseason top 10. They did hit the portal a little bit, and it blew up like a cartoon cigar. So I'm just going to go ahead and chalk it and say, you know what? Rico Beard was right. Dabo's going back to living in his car. It's over.
So
Future Bama coach.
The best group of 5 champion. Who do you think they're predicting?
hold
I mean, you can go all over the place with this.
Group of 5. Jesus, David.
UNLV?
No.
You got to give me a hint.
They're on an island.
Hawaii?
Hawaii. It's
Oh, because they got Aguilar or whatever his
Correct.
name is, the kid quarterback. He's basically
Yeah,
a
Micah
local hero.
Agelato or whatever his name is.
Aguilar.
Yeah.
He hurt he had a high ankle sprain or something, and he was on one leg half the year, but he's actually pretty good. Okay. He's basically this generation's Timmy Chang. And he's kind of like a local hero, and he's
throw
good.
for like 60 touchdowns.
They're hoping if he stays healthy, that's why they're selecting.
Do they have a
Hawaii.
stadium yet? Or are
I
they still
don't
going to
think
play
so.
at Honolulu High?
I don't
That
think so.
stadium is a disgrace.
And then they have a rule for one of
Well,
the
they are
other
rebuilding
teams
an
here.
island, Mike.
Okay, fair.
A team that had a losing record last season that they predict could win and make it. And I think this is an easy one for you because they had a transfer. They hired a coach from North Texas. Oklahoma State.
The problem is they do not have the money they once had since T. Boone Pickens is 6 feet under. Now, if some money came into the program and Eric Morris, you get Meston Maker, I know they got the wide receiver who was a freshman or a sophomore. His name escapes me, from North Texas. Yeah, David, it's plausible. Big 12's wide open.
It is.
That could happen. And again, if you have a quarterback, you have a chance. Meston Maker's the truth. That kid is really good.
So what is remaining are 6 at large.
I think
Ohio State.
That's 1.
Oregon.
That's 2.
Notre Dame.
That's 3.
How about Michigan?
No.
Well,
earlier.
I'll say this. If Michigan doesn't make the playoff next year, what a titanic waste of money in Underwood. You got to make the playoff. Come on. You can finish 4th or 5th in the Big Ten and get in. Like, is it wrong I expect Michigan to make it?
No, not at all.
Yes and no, because
you improve a little bit. You win a game or 2 more.
Yeah, but it's the schedule. Because all of a sudden, Oklahoma.
No.
I was about to say, because Oklahoma in the Oregon game went from Michigan can beat them, quarterbacks come back, and Dante and Mateer, and now those are looks like 2 losses.
It was Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas A&M, and USC.
No Texas Tech, huh?
No. Well, they
Texas
won the
Tech,
Big 12.
They won the Big 12.
My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No Alabama.
No Alabama.
And that will mean DeBoer's fired.
Yes,
that job will come
correct.
open then. I mean, you can't. And I don't think Lane's going to get it done in year 1. Too much to do, plus he can't get his quarterback. Yeah. Rico's right. I want to give Rico credit on this. When you do look at this, you do feel like you can bake 5-6 of these teams in already. I wouldn't go as far as 8, but because it's directly tied to money.
No, but you can, Mike, because look at the okay.
I know. Now, hey, it's him. He's telling you number 1.
That is your college football blitz, 97-1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Lions offensive lineman Dan Skipper has announced his retirement with a post on Instagram. He played 8 seasons in the NFL, primarily with the Lions, but 3 games with the Texans as well. Lions edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson has been named a finalist for Comeback Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. The Titans have officially named Dearborn native Robert Saleh as their head coach. Ex-Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore was back in court today for the first time since his arraignment that carried stalking and home invasion charges. His attorney says Moore is innocent, and they filed a motion to have the charges lifted. They're also requesting more evidence. According to Evan Petzold of the Free Press, the Tigers are interested in pitchers Nick Martinez, Chris Bassett, and Jose Quintana. Petzold thinks the best fit for them might be Martinez, though, due to his ability to start and pitch out of the bullpen.
He's right, sadly.
He said he'd be a candidate to join the rotation, but it could also shift him to the bullpen if either Ty Madden or Troy Melton emerged. Bob Costas will contribute to NBC's Sunday Night Baseball coverage this year. The Nationals have traded lefty Mackenzie Gore to the Rangers for 5 prospects in return. Gore was named an All-Star last season while carrying a .417 ERA. The Wings have won 7 of their last 8 games and face the Wild tonight. Face off at 9:30. Pregame at 9:15 here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, real quick, I know it's 4 o'clock, just to add a note, and I know the people around the state, we don't carry Jeremy's updates. Look, the Nick Martinez thing, there's a reason it fits what the Tigers do. It's simple. He's a swingman. And look, I can tell you offhand, because I watch a ton of baseball, I know his strikeout rate has gone down each of the last 3 years. From like 25% to 22%, 18%. I don't like that. But the Tigers value, I'll use their word, optionality. This is a guy that could start the season in the rotation, and then as the year goes along, and let's say Jackson Jobe comes back, or let's say you open up a need to have someone go to the pen, and they start doing their opener thing. Nick Martinez has done that stuff. Look, again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you like I'm super stoked about it, but I think it's important for people to understand, well, why would they say Martinez is a fit? Let's provide the context so people can make their own judgment. That's all. I'll shut up now. It's Moneyball, though, man. That's what this is. That's what this is.
Looks like, seems like, feels like.
And it's not. It's just not for me. But hey, whatever, man.
Got to piecemeal this thing together 1 inning at a time.
I know. All right. So I want to bring up an insane story. And, well, there's 2 of them today. I want Rico's dealer's choice, okay?
Okay.
We can talk substation practice facility or me winning. Which would you like? They're both ridiculous.
You know what, Mike? For you, because you're going to have to weather Death Storm, you win it.
Okay. All right. So last night, on yesterday's show, we had just briefly, in an update, uttered the words, I want to make sure I get his name right, Charles Bediako.
Yes.
You go,
Way to
who's
go.
that? Is Mike related to him? Is that? Yeah, it's my cousin, Chucky Bediako. No.
South Italy.
Right. He last played in 2023. Well, he's back at Alabama after signing 3 pro contracts.
Including 1 year.
Also true. He went undrafted 2 years ago, signed a professional contract, and appeared in multiple G League games. He's going to play Saturday as number 17 Alabama takes on Tennessee. He filed a lawsuit against the NCAA and was granted a temporary restraining order. So let's just zoom out. You now have grown-ass man who decided to go to the NBA, went undrafted, played in the G League for 3 years, signed 3 pro contracts, sues the NCAA to go back to college like Frank the Tank and go streaking at the Diag.
Yeah.
Enjoy your monster. This is your sport.
No. This was on a tee for you. As soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, my goodness, Mike was right. This is where the sport is headed because nobody is going to be an adult and say, hey, Charles, how about no?
Because the NCAA will be sued into oblivion. They can't win because this is the loophole. And this was my problem with Indiana Monday night. And it's not a yelling and screaming problem. And it's football, not basketball. My issue, and John Calipari, yes, I understand if you think he's slimy, okay? And no, I'm not related to him. The point is, he said it best last night, going, essentially, what are we doing? And basically, am I an idiot for recruiting high school players? Where do 17 and 18-year-olds go to play now if the sport is moving towards 22, 23, 24-year-olds? Mm-hmm. And look, Indiana's average age was north of 23 on Monday night. You saw what I saw.
Yeah.
And in college hoops, it's the same damn thing. Who are we kidding?
Everybody's on the BYU program.
Sure. Now, look, you'll have an A.J. Dybonza, the kid for BYU's the number one player overall. That's a unicorn.
Right.
Generally speaking, you're looking at guys who have played 3-4 years. You're looking at dudes that are over the legal drinking age, guys who get afternoon discounts on movies. And you do ask the question, what's the point of recruiting young players? What's the – because, again, if I put an 18-year-old out there, I don't care if the 18-year-old has first-round pedigree talent. I'm going to put him against a team of 22-year-olds. You know what's going to happen? He's going to get destroyed.
He is.
Because the difference between 18 and 21 or 18 and 22, that is a lifetime.
It is. And the funny thing is when you see this happening, like for Alabama, first of all, you're taking a big chance here. Because if all of a sudden the lawsuit, and let's just say the NCAA wins. I know, weird. It's like the Tigers in arbitration. Let's just say they win. And he plays 3-4 games. Now, does Alabama have to vacate those victories if they won, or do they get grandfathered in because under the time period he was eligible? It's the dumbest rule ever that I do think that you got to have an adult in the room and say, son, you can't. I think Evan Jenkins put it best, trying to come up with a play. Like, it's Joey Hauser coming back to play for MSU right here, right now. He shows up on Saturday saying, well, you know, I did have that red shirt year. I want it back. I haven't played in the pros. I'm working in the pros, but I haven't played. And he comes back and starts playing for MSU. And it's like, huh? Like, Joey, you left a few years ago. Why are you back? Well, I still had some eligibility, and I want some of this sweet NIL money. If you're the NCAA, you do have to power it down. And you're right. Do we have Calipari? Yeah, here's John Calipari talking about this.
Tell me he's wrong. And leave your hatred of Calipari out of it. All the irrelevant things, well, he's a cheater, I don't like him, he's a loudmouth. Just separate it. Tell me what he's wrong about.
He's not. Izzo said basically the same thing. It's like at some point an adult has to step up. And if you keep telling, if your only answer NCAA is, well, we're going to get sued, then shut it down. Just shut everything down and start over again and come up with your own individual organization and some hard and fast rules, because this is getting ridiculous. Because now who could find the biggest loophole to abuse to come back and play, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, whatever sport? It is getting to the point where, wait, this guy is coming back, because Bediako played on 3 G League teams, including the Motor City Cruise. And now he's able to come back because things and stuff.
Well, and I'll give you a major college example that I'm also, look, it's not a foreign player, but like, Chad Baker-Mazara, the kid who was at Auburn, now he's at USC. Dude, he's 26 years old. I want you to think about that. He's 26 and he's at his 5th different program. Do you understand what a 19-year-old kid facing a 26-year-old man is?
No.
It's an absurdity. is what it is. It's no different than when you see the WNBA players going out and get destroyed facing a D3 kid. It's no different. So, like, I only use that example not to stray from what we're talking about, but to give you, there are dozens of examples of this. The get a job player. I don't want 23, 24, 25, 26-year-olds in college hoops, college football. It's just silly.
Yeah, I remember when it used to be at 23 was the age limit. Now it's it. You've aged out of the NCAA. Sorry, you can't come back. And now it's you see players. Well, I'm in my 7th year. 7th year? Yeah, you need to go get a job. But when I saw that story, all I could do was to give you the Derek Jeter kid cap, Mike. Respect.
It sucks, man.
You call this.
It sucks.
This is where I can't defend the sport.
No,
this is where I would love to say, hey, I can't defend this because this is idiocracy sports style.
It is. And look, it's not like Rico is a Chicago State alum and they're 2-30. Like MSU's a top 15 team. Michigan's a top 2 team. Guys, this is about the ability to take any of it serious. I mean, I think Texas has got one of these Al Bundys on their team. Gonzaga's got, I'm talking
Baylor.
25-year-old men.
Right.
It's absurd, but guess what? If you want to win, the best thing you can do is find a 21-year-old kid, 22-year-old kid, do what Michigan did. And there's no slander to Michigan. What they did with Yaxel was brilliant.
But see, I can allow that because, okay, so don't go to the NBA.
And he's also not 25.
Come here. We'll pay you a little bit more, and then you can go play in the NBA next year. That, to me, that's stretching the rules. That's not abusing the rules.
No, he's 23. But again, I'm making a point.
Right.
I like what they did.
But to all of a sudden have sports free agency where you could just parachute into a team
Yes, like Baylor.
in the middle of the season, where if you're not on the roster for the opening week, and it's not because you're injured, because you're actually playing in another league.
But anyone out there in text land or caller land, explain even recruiting freshmen. Why? I could recruit a freshman, or I could go find a Landeborg who's 23, grown-ass man. I'll take every kid who's a second-round pick in the NBA.
Yeah, because
I'll pay him to stay another year.
Think about it, because that's a whole new thing now where you're going to the NBA camps, and these are the guys that are down at 20 or less. Hey, think about this. You could get drafted 28th in the first round, but what if you go 33rd?
Yeah, I'll pay you $3 million, and you come here.
Yeah.
So what Calipari's point is, that's what I take out of it more than anything. These are the unintended consequences of this unchecked era we're in. Like, I'll give you an example. Why recruit a freshman quarterback in football? Why do it?
You don't.
It makes no sense. Miami farms out the development. Indiana farms out the development. Oregon farmed out the development. Want me to continue?
No, it's funny because I said that and people were like, no, that's silly. I'm like, actually, it's not.
You budget $3-4 million a year, you go find your QB. We'll get to your phone calls next. 248-539-9797. You've heard the ads, lawyers bragging about verdicts. I understand they have experience, but what's your experience, as John likes to say? Look, you call, David Feminenio answers. You call, he reps you. He doesn't farm out the work. This isn't Indiana's quarterback situation. He keeps your family steady, and he delivers you the results. So if you've been in an accident, you call David Feminenio, 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to the people. Calipari, interesting rant last night. And I don't shoot the messenger. Focus on the message. And you just got done seeing it in the college football playoff. You're seeing it actively in college basketball. There's absolutely a correlation between teams that are starting grown-ass men, and there are 23, 24, 25-year-olds all over the sport. What the hell's the point of recruiting freshmen?
There isn't.
What the hell's the point of any of this? Now, and again, I know.
No. If you have a one-and-done freshman,
like A.J. DeBonza,
you can still recruit that guy.
But what Calipari is saying is this is an unintended consequence of this Wild West format we're in. And look, obviously, I'm checked out of it. There ain't nothing for me to do with it. It's ridiculous. And I've pointed out, I mean, you got a Chad Baker-Mazara at USC. Guy's 26 years old. He's on his 5th program. 26-year-old versus 19-year-old. What are you kidding me? You may as well wrestle a polar bear. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's insane.
No, it is. It is, Mike. It's
that kid from Florida, Triore or whatever his name is. He's still in the sport. The guy might be 30.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like Terry Crews. I mean, what are you kidding me?
And here's the funny thing is, like, if you're looking for next year's person, like I told you during the break,
JT Toppin.
JT Toppin plays for Texas Tech.
Used to be New Mexico.
If he comes back to college, either you can go right now, he's projected 29th to come play for the Pistons.
Pay him $4 million to go play for Dusty May.
Or you can go to Michigan, get another year in, boost your stock, and maybe you're a top 15 player next year. But you got $15 million.
But that to me is what recruiting is. You just look at who are all the second-round picks in the NBA draft. Mm-hmm. Are you of legal drinking age? Mm-hmm. And I'm going to buy you.
Yeah.
Or just wait for the guy to bomb out in the G League, and apparently he can come back 3 years later like this kid for Alabama.
And apparently Chris Solari, P1 of the show, sent me something. I guess in the court order, it says that there can be no penalties or sanctions on Alabama as a result of Bediaki.
Oh, even better. Just fabulous.
So
may as well start selling broken vacuums while I'm at it.
He can play for 4 games. Oh, you can't play. All right, well, it was fun. Keep the gear, son. Thanks for the wins.
And I feel bad for guys like Chris because they're reporters. Like you there's a seriousness you have to take. I get to be irreverent.
Right.
I couldn't imagine having to seriously cover this crap.
Mike,
I think I'd open up a meatball store on the beach and I'd call it Just Balls.
Just Balls.
That's it.
But yeah, right now you're better off recruiting at the NBA camps of guys like, hey, look, you're not a top 20 pick. So it's no guarantee you're going to get that first round money.
Yeah.
You could go into the G League, or you know what? We got better facilities here.
I'll give you another guy.
You can fly on our private jets.
Here's another JT Toppin type. Remember Pop Isaacs?
Yeah.
He's still in the sport. 4th year, 4th team. Go ahead. Buy a 5th year.
Yeah.
He's still there?
Oh, yeah. He's at A&M now.
No.
After Creighton, after Texas Tech. Oh, yeah. Pop Isaac. He's in college long enough. They're going to call him Grandpop Isaac. It's ridiculous. 23 years old.
Wow, I thought he was in the NBA or G League
No.
or something.
Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, how you doing, buddy?
What's the deal, Mike? What's up, Rick?
Hey, Phil.
Hey, so I was I had one point, but now I got 2 points just sitting here thinking.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing is when you were talking about the kid playing in the G League and then also coming back to college. There needs to be a hard, fast, blatant, across-the-board rule, be it basketball or NFL. Once you declare for the NFL or the NBA draft, you forfeit your years of eligibility and you cannot return for whatever reason it is that you want, unless you're coming back to coach. Something in the language needs to be done in that format.
Phil, you know what? Phil, before you get to your second, I think we all had that, but it was just a gentleman's agreement. Nobody actually put it down on paper, and now you're seeing it get abused. But go ahead.
If you put that in writing, then that eliminates this stupid conversation and this guy coming back, which is stupid to me. I think is crazy. But the other thing that I think feeds to this type of action is that don't they allow kids to be drafted in Major League Baseball and in hockey but still play in college, even though I know they're not of the age of 24, 25, and 26, but they allow them to be drafted by a Major League franchise and They get it because didn't Chad Henne have like a $7 million contract when he was playing for the Wolverines or something to that effect?
No, that was Drew Henson. Drew got drafted by the Yankees. Yeah, and there's always been a little bit of a loophole. If you get drafted in baseball, you can still play, or you would be able to go play baseball and then come back to college. Like that, again, though that's a little bit more unicorn. What I'm saying is
was you either you go to college and you can't come out for 3 years, or you go through the farm system.
Look, guys, I'll give you another example. All right, so like a former favorite of mine. Like, I just checked this. This is the stuff that kills me. Like, I knew the guy was still in school, Phil, but Graham Ike.
Yep.
Like, years ago, I used to joke with Rico because he played for Wyoming. He was a post player, but he's a good player. Graham Ike's freshman year was 2020. He's in his 6th year of college. He's 23, about to be 24.
Insane.
Get a job!
Insane. At that point, you really do. I'm not going to say kick him out of college, but he does need to take his butt either to the G League or go across seas and
That's
develop
it. Okay,
himself.
but
I mean, they got
guys,
high school
hold on.
kids
Think about this as far as getting a job. What job is going to pay you more than an NIL package in college?
You're not wrong. I know.
Real talk.
He's not wrong,
Real
but
talk.
like, dude, you could get a 23-year-old off the street to average 18-8. You're bodying 19-year-olds. Come on.
But my thing is this: if you just get your agent and take your butt across seas. They have teenagers playing with grown men over there.
There should be an age
Just
cap.
go over there and get developed.
I really believe the age cap should be 22 years old. It's absurd. And guys, look, I'm not asking you to do it. Phil, appreciate it. If you just start looking, and you're going to see a pattern with a lot of these really good players, 23, 24, 25, you go, come on. What 23? You know who was 23 and in college? Tommy Boy. That's who.
Right. But that's
he was on the 7-year plan at Marquette, okay?
No, but that's the new norm, and that's what Calipari is talking about, Mike.
It's stupid.
But when you think of where's Trey Holloman going to make this much money as he's making at NC State right now, coming off the bench?
Rico,
high 6 figures.
Rico, you're not. You're right.
So I see,
but you're not identifying the principle is different than the pragmatism.
Right.
You're right in that. Yes.
It shouldn't happen, but the system has set it up that people are saying, before I have to go and get a real job, a real 9 to 5, because I know I'll never play in the NBA, or even if I go to the G League and take the pay cut, let me maximize this and squeeze this sponge for every drop
but
I can.
Here's what I'll leave you with. This was part of the reason it really struck me Monday night, whether it was football or basketball. Carson Beck hasn't gone to school in 2 years.
Yeah.
Indiana's average age is 23. We're talking about guys that are 23, 24, 25 years old. How old is Drake May today? You have guys that are older than dudes in their second and third year in the NFL playing college football.
Right.
You know what?
No. And to really bring it home to people, imagine if all of a sudden in the year, would it be 2029 or 2030?
Okay.
Bryce Underwood wins a national title for some other team other than Michigan. To put things in perspective of how old he would be. Because at that point, I think he would be 23.
That's such that's where I feel like I'm watching like the USFL. It's just Charles Ramsey said it best. 97-1.
All right, so I got a few items that I want to talk about, and then we're going to do some predictions. All right, let's start off. Better new rivalry or better extension of a rivalry. Baker Mayfield and Kevin Stefanski, or Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen. Both are going to be playing in division, playing each other twice.
Yeah, I think it's Baker. I'm always interested in player taking it out on a former coach. And I hated the way Cleveland discarded him. He played injured for them. Yeah, I think and Baker's such a red ass.
He came out and said, oh, this guy's a great hire. Really, I'm still waiting on a phone call or a text.
I'll go Baker and Stefanski.
I'm definitely going Baker because I think this is the first time he's publicly addressed some things that happened in Cleveland, and I am looking forward to the two matches there. And I hope if the NFL's smart, that is week 1 in Atlanta, Monday Night Football. That's what I want.
Not Bears, Lions?
No.
Okay.
Got to make the playoffs for that.
You know what, Mike? Here's a question. This is a personal question from me to you.
Okay.
David, you can answer as well. Mike, what's the ceiling for your Giants next year?
Playoffs. Seriously. Just playoffs. Like every year in this league, bad teams become good and good teams become bad. And we talked about it. You have a rookie scale contract at quarterback. You have some restructuring you can do, but like the formations of a really interesting offense are there. Malik Neighbors. You have Theo Johnson, who played really well. You've got a franchise left tackle. You've got Scatterbo Dart. I'd like to think John Harbaugh can outdo Shane Bowen as a defensive coordinator. My expectation year 1 is playoffs, period. Okay. I can't say anything more than that.
No.
Playoffs.
That's fine. David.
And coming here to Detroit and dusting the Lions.
Oh, okay. Steelers,
Come on.
Steelers.
Feel the vibes. I love the Harbaughs. What a family.
What's your Steelers ceiling?
I can't answer that. We don't have a head coach yet.
That's true.
So
You know
until
what?
I get my
Incomplete.
head coach, then I'll tell you what it is.
Their ceiling?
Okay.
Enjoy the rebuild, David.
I wasn't here for this, but I want to ask the question. I don't know if you guys.
How awesome is John Harbaugh? Super awesome.
Should the Bears have gone for 2 at the end of the game?
No.
Yes.
I'll argue no. He can argue yes. The no for me is, did you see all their plays inside the 10-yard line in that game? Their goal-to-go offense was vomit. Now, you'd already run your best plays. Mm-hmm. I can't advocate going for 2. Now, if the offense was humming, it's 38, 30, 37, and I'm going to go for 2 to win the game, different. But with their goal-to-go stuff, David, they were playing blindfold.
And I understand that part. I completely understand that part. But I think you had the Rams scrambling. I think they were like, oh, my gosh, this just happened to us. Catch them at that time, go for 2, win the game. That was just my thought. But you're right. They didn't do well
My
in those
problem
situations.
was, David, I agree with you. At no point did they just say, we're going to roll Caleb out, run pass option. 2-yard line, son, if you can, dive in, pull a Fernando Mendoza or throw it to somebody wide open. But I just thought that this was, you know what, don't go to overtime because this won't end well for you. What do the Buffalo Bills do with Keon Coleman? Because basically they took him out behind the barn yesterday and shot him.
Yeah. You cut him. I think that relationship's completely soured.
Beyond the point of repair?
Yeah, I think just change of scenery. Somebody will look at the physical and they'll say we can fix him. But if you can't make it with Josh Allen, if you can't make it with that team, you're not going to make it. There's something wrong with you. So I think he's just cut. The damage, and you're right, though. Man, he caught some strays.
I mean, I can only imagine his phone blowing up like, bruh, I didn't know it was that bad. I knew he missed a meeting and never played again. But I'm like, okay, did he go full Abdul Carter?
Yeah, it was different hearing stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay, they're kind of pouring it out here. The owner's saying this and saying that. And then you take a step back and realize, hold on, he's still on this roster. That was just wild.
Right.
Like, you speak about a player that's currently on your roster. Yeah, you cannot repair that relationship. He's done.
I hope you cleaned out your locker. All right, guys. The nominations for the different things in the NFL came out, so let's do our own.
Oh, it's worthless award season.
Yes,
Can't wait.
It is.
What do you got?
We got Coach of the Year, Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan,
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel. Who's your coach of the year?
God, they could all win it. If you want to knock the Bears for the comeback wins and you want to knock the Pats for the scheduling, I got to be honest. I think what Kyle Shanahan did is outer worldly. To just keep trucking in one of the best divisions in football, having your whole team die, play a month with a backup QB, play a season without the likes of Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, etc., have your best receiver just opt out of work.
Life.
Well, sure, like I actually would give it to Kyle Shanahan. There's no wrong answer here. They were all fantastic.
Yeah, I looked at this last night. There is no wrong answer because Liam Cohen, you think about the turnaround they had in Jacksonville and then losing their first-round pick who plays both sides of the ball. Mike McDonald, a ginger as a quarterback, and they're the number one seed of the NFC.
Stunning.
I would go with Mike McDonald because of that.
Your offensive player of the year, Puka Nacua. Have you seen Bijan run? Christian McCaffrey, Jackson Smith, Jigba.
Right there. That's the one.
Drake May.
I'm still going to go JSN because nobody runs the ball more than Seattle. And for him to put up those numbers as essentially the only receiver anyone cares about, please spare me Cooper Kupp. I know they traded for Shaheed late in the year. JSN to me, with Ginger Jesus as your QB, that's really impressive. I'd say JSN.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this has ever happened before, but I actually think it's going to be a tie between Nacua and Smith and Jigba. Somehow, somewhere, I think the votes are going to end up being a tie, and they're both going to win this thing.
Okay. Let's save that one. Your offensive rookie of the year, Jackson Dart, Emeka Ibuka, Travion Henderson, Ted McMillan.
There you go.
Tyler Shuck.
It'd be T-Mac. I just all right. America's favorite place games, to watch football. Played a comprehensive season.
Circa Resort
didn't
Casino.
have a great
Where they won't
offense
get
around him.
24
Doesn't have a
inches.
superstar
or 7
quarterback.
inches.
But Tedero
Ice.
McMillan to me
Sounds pretty good.
solidified
right about it,
himself
right? 6
as a
pools,
top
3
10
levels.
receiver, a
Perfect view of
legitimate
the big
number
screen for
one
championship
and
weekend
a red
at
zone
Circa
target.
Resort Casino right now.
Yeah,
Vegas
I'd say
Fremont.
T-Mac. Stadium Swim. Book your spot
Understand
today
why you say
at
that. I was leaning actually
circalasvegas.com.
Emeka
That's
Ibuka, 6 touchdowns there,
circalasvegas.com.
127 targets, 63 receptions. But I can understand why Ted McMillan, because he doesn't have anything else.
See, I like Travion. But okay,
Again,
you know
I
what?
don't think it's right or wrong.
Yeah.
It's subjective. That's all.
Comeback player of the year, Steph Diggs, Aiden Hutchinson, Trevor Lawrence, Christian McCaffrey, Dak Prescott.
Man, oh man. McCaffrey off injury, most touches in the league. You got Aiden off a broken leg. Trevor Lawrence, it's just a comeback from the abyss. This is tough. I probably would just say because the entire team depended on him getting 30 touches a week, I'd say Christian McCaffrey because he answered the durability bell. And he came back with a season that, I got to be honest with you, you probably used him up. You did to him what the Eagles did to Saquon last year.
Well, when he came out and said that, if they want to draft a running back, I'm cool with that. Or if you want to bring one in, I'm cool with that too.
Yeah, see, I'm leaning Trevor.
Maybe we get David Montgomery.
I'm leaning Trevor Lawrence with this one. I know it was not an injury, but his career in Jacksonville was on the line this year. He was going to be a Kyler Murray type trade possibility, and he actually turned it around, so I'm going Trevor Lawrence.
It's fair.
Defensive player of the year,
Myles Garrett, next.
I agree.
There's just nothing to talk about.
But Hutch is on here.
I know what Will Anderson
Why?
did.
Will
but
Anderson?
Yeah, I know why. Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Micah. Oh, okay.
No, it's Myles Garrett had a season from the clouds. Well, the guy broke the NFL
Myles
sack
Garrett
record.
have his own line of clothing and hats?
No, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, all the
it
other
kind of feels like a
awards-
grift when you make 40, 50 million a year to be selling hats. That feels like a bit of a grift. Do you have a mixtape you'd like to sell too?
Out the trunk.
I'm seriously, you're getting 50 mil a year and you're selling T-shirts like you're outside of a high school football game. I mean, it feels like a grift.
David?
No, what I was going to say is all the other awards, you're like, oh, it could be
All right. I have possibly my favorite sports story of the new year. And I'm just going to present this with...
Is this going to hurt me?
Potentially. Potentially. Okay. I want to read something to you. And I just want your unfiltered reaction to this. And people, be thankful this isn't what we're dealing with. The San Francisco 49ers GM, John Lynch, has revealed the team is looking into a wild conspiracy that claims an electrical substation is to blame for their long-running injury crisis. Over the past decade, the Niners have been crippled by endless injuries, losing a staggering $95 million in salary cap value to players on their injury lists this year alone. That's basically 40% of the salary cap. According to a researcher named Peter Cowan, who is a board-certified quantum biology practitioner, the Niners' fitness problems may be a result of chronic exposure to low-frequency electromagnetic fields from the substation located right next to their stadium and practice facility. Now, what I can't show you while listening to this show is the overhead footage. Guys, when they say it's right next to, it's right next to. If you fell out of the window of the substation, you'd land in the end zone of the practice facility.
Yeah, it basically, think of it like this. It's Comerica Park to Ford Field.
So Cowan's theory went viral on Twitter, or X, whatever it's called. So then Kittle blows his Achilles out in the playoff win. So the Niners have been assessing it behind the scenes. Quote, because it deals with the health and safety of our players, you have to look into everything. John Lynch said when he was asked about it at their press conference yesterday, okay, with Kyle Shanahan sitting next to him. Our guys we've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see if a study does exist. We have looked at it. We will continue looking into it. It's the Silicon Valley Power Mission Substation. And basically, the claim is the EMF waves can damage tendons and cause soft tissue damage. The theory has gathered momentum after what took place. And then Delaney Walker, former Niner, former Titan as well, tight end, poured fuel on the fire, and he remained with the Niners into 2012. He claims there were concerns back then about this. Quote, it's been an issue since I've been there. They talked about moving that electrical substation because when I was there, it was said it was giving people cancer, so they pushed it back a little bit and just took some of it away. He added, you can feel it sometimes. I don't know what it is. You can feel the energy. And then a transformer exploded one day while we were at practice. That bleep sounded like bleeping bombs. It was like, this is dangerous, but they're not going to move it. Then, how about this? There are trees near the substation. And Walker insisted everything dies where that power station is. The retired tight end claimed that research was done into the possible impact, but players were given guarantees it was safe, just like they were given guarantees concussions weren't a thing. They would start telling us this may cause cancer. This is a study they're doing. They had doctors coming up there. Okay, without comment, Rico Beard.
People sent me that. I read that, and you know what?
Oh my!
I know, Mike. I believe it. It's the same thing as you hear people who live by the high
Chernobyl.
tension. No, like just high tension towers and electrical lines, and how those neighborhoods experience cancer more frequently than other neighborhoods who don't live by the high tension power lines. Yeah, I do believe that it emits, and it's probably why the Niners got the land, probably got it cheap. And then you find out why they got it so cheap.
But your injuries are unspeakably bad, seemingly year after year. And if this low wave frequency attacks tendons and ligaments, according to some outer space scientists.
Here's why I think they believe it, because John Lynch brought it up at their end of season meeting. Like, this is one of those things like, hey, guys, saw that, we're not going to address it. When he's like, we're going to look into this, want to know why? because everybody gets hurt on that team. At the end of the year, Mike, it was literally like let's just say they beat the Seahawks. Who are you gonna play in the next game? Like, it literally was like you are running out of bodies. It has to be something. It's not just a conditioning coach.
Is this the sports conspiracy of the year? This is right up there with script writers. A substation is causing the Niners to blow out.
But see, I think this is actually more provable than script writers, because
I don't know, man.
I'll put it this way. I don't think this is what the script writers had this year, or they're on strike.
If this were in a movie,
this
you would say this is unreal. Like, if this were a part of the movie Draft Day, you'd go, oh, come on. Really? David?
Rico, of course you believe this. No way this is true. This is not affecting anything. It's not causing more injuries. You're
David.
just an injury-prone team right now.
Okay, I know you're trying to be funny. All seriousness, I do, because I've seen how stuff in the environment affects folks. It's look, man, it's.
Oh, he's going Neil Tyson Degrassi here. Look out.
Bruh, it's one of the reasons why.
Can you imagine if this was local?
I got the heck out of my old neighborhood. Let's just put it like that. Because there's a whole lot of stuff going on
So
around
if
there.
the Lions were right next to a substation, would you then think it was a substation?
Could you imagine if this was local? What that radio topic goes like? Oh, my.
I mean, it sounds ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, remember, this is the same league that told you, concussions, shake it off.
So what you're saying is McCaffrey really is just a superhero.
What?
He's become a superhero because of the radiation.
Or
It gave him powers. That's what happened.
Or he becomes a mutant ninja turtle. I don't know.
Which one? I was always a fan of Donatello.
CMC. He's his own.
I never liked the
Beginning of the
rat
arc.
in that series. It always freaked me out.
Shredder.
Yeah, they're just creepy. Couldn't do it. Sorry.
And the fact that, where were they getting money to buy pizza all the time?
They
Crypto.
stole it.
That's your biggest problem with the plot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Where do they get the pizza money? That's the problem.
I think that's a great place to stop. Wow. Substations, y'all. 97.1.
Ex-Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore was back in court for the first time since his arraignment. His legal counsel asked for adjournment because they want more evidence for the case, including phone and Title IX records. Here's his attorney, Alan Michaels. Moore will be back in court February 17th and hopes to get all charges dismissed. Lions offensive lineman Dan Skipper announced his retirement on Instagram today, saying, quote, "It's time for me to report as retired," end quote. Skipper says he plans to go into coaching now. Edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson has been named a candidate for Comeback Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. Bears boss Ben Johnson is a Coach of the Year candidate. According to Evan Petzold of Free Press, the Tigers are interested in pitchers Nick Martinez, Chris Bassett, and Jose Quintana. The Nationals have traded lefty Mackenzie Gore to the Rangers for 5 prospects in return, including the number 12 pick from last season. Gore was named an All-Star last year while carrying a .417 ERA. Red Wings have their second game in as many days. Tonight it's the Wild. Face-off at 9:30 here on 97.1. Pregame at 9:15. Pistons are off tomorrow. Injury report for tomorrow should come out soon. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, I'm just so happy we were able to do one segment on the Niners substation injury subplot for the king of conspiracies, Mr. Rico Beard.
Well, yeah, and I just laugh because the script writers must be taking this year off because this was a bad movie that they're writing.
This was tremendous. All right.
If Denver wins the whole thing, come on.
Okay, no. Here's how. All right, if you want to show me that the script writers are not real, if you want proof, you give me a Darnold Stidham Super Bowl in a game no one wants to see. You show me Darnold v. Stidham, and I'll never say scriptwriters again.
I mean,
no.
We're to the point now where I don't think anybody would have picked any of these teams.
The Rams.
Yeah.
The Rams are the one that's left. That's all. Because
if
C.J. Stroud was an operative sent to destroy the Texans.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. All right. I want to bring this up because I've seen some articles written about it. It kind of piggybacks off something I did about 2 weeks ago. And I think there's just a lot of people like-minded. And it's on the day that Dan Skipper retires. And again, Dan Skipper was depth. Okay? Not a guy you wanted starting, but depth. Or if you went with all jokes aside, eligible 6-0 lineman, kind of like what the Broncos do sometimes. Okay. But I want to talk Taylor Decker for a second because I brought this up as a part of my dream state. I think you had the day off. But I brought up, look, I can create about $110 million in cap space for the Lions, and it's not that difficult. And look, it was restructuring Goff and Amon-Ra. I do think you get rid of David Montgomery. But it was Glasgow retiring or cut. And before you freak out, look, I don't have any slander for Taylor Decker. And I actually thought he had an okay year. I thought Sewell was far more disappointing. But it's not like Decker had a Pro Bowl year, had a good year. And I want you to think about something. Do you really want to go into an offseason with a player that's on the fence about retirement? Jeez, that feels awfully familiar.
I think we saw this movie before.
So here's my question. If you cut Decker, you save $15 million. You know you have to rebuild the offensive line regardless. You know Manu's not capable of playing. Would you consider moving on from Decker? Not only to save money and reallocate it somewhere else, but to simply start the second half of Sewell's career where he goes where he belongs, left tackle. And before you freak, he was an All-American as a freshman at left tackle at Oregon. I think Sewell is truly a modern-day Orlando Pace or an Anthony Munoz. When a guy can have a good year, but we're disappointed, that's how you know you're a Hall of Famer. So I could kick Sewell to left tackle. $15 million goes a hell of a lot further on the right side than the left side. I'd rather have a rookie right tackle than a rookie left tackle. See what I'm saying? Would you just pull the plug on Decker before ever going down the road of retirement or not? Would you just be cutthroat and cut him?
I would, but I need to know that
what
this is what he's going to be serious about this and really rebuild this offensive line. Resist the temptation to go out and buy more toys.
They can't. I'll tell you where. Okay, hold on.
Can't they though?
Hold on. I'll tell you the one place I think they could spend money, and it might be wise to do so. Petzing led the league in 13 personnel, 3 tight ends, and was top 6 in 12 personnel, 2 tight ends. I wouldn't mind an expenditure to get Sam Laporta a running mate.
Not Brock Wright.
I think Brock Wright is a valuable player to be here, but I'm talking about something like
Isaiah Likely.
Baltimore. Yeah, but I want him to be a Giant, but yes, I'll share because I'm getting Linder.
No. But
Yes.
I'm just saying, like, David and I talked about him.
Yeah.
He's going to be on a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yep, and I'd like him to prove it here. But I don't want to.
See,
I don't want to lose track. I'm just saying, Rico, if I create $105 million in cap space,
Yes.
they can get a tight end. It's okay.
Can I have 20 seconds?
You can have take 10 minutes.
I like the idea, Mike, but that's buying more toys because you already have toys on the shelf that you don't use yet. You still have Tesla in damn near mint, and you need to go out and put him on the field because he was very pricey. So in order to justify this price, I need to see production. In order to see the production, I can't really put Isaiah Likely out there. Now it works, but what are you going to do?
I think what all of us are going to have to do is just accept that the Tesla thing happened and we can't change it. I'm with you.
So do you? What I'm saying is maybe you try to trade him. You move him.
No, you need depth. Dude, you're one injury away from having no wide receivers. See, this is the thing. You have all these studs, but the depth of this team is what is always called into question. I need depth.
Right, but you don't have a ton of draft picks this year.
Just wait till they take a running back.
You thought I was kidding.
No, because I think David Montgomery's good as gone. But the Taylor Decker part, it's a real thing, is that if you can save the $15 million, I have PTSD about a player retiring.
But it goes along with what you had said before. We had talked about this, but you did it while I was off, but I heard you. It's like a gap year. Like next year, you're probably not going to win a Super Bowl, and that's okay.
But you make the playoffs.
But let's swing back to getting to the Super Bowl.
Correct.
So that in 2 years from now, you become a Super Bowl favorite again. Let's get back to the playoffs and see what happens.
And that's my point, is there's no scenario that Taylor Decker is here beyond this year. I still think he's going to retire. I'm saying take the choice away. Operate this offseason that if he doesn't retire, I'm cutting him. And I know that's cutthroat.
Draft a right tackle first round?
Whatever they choose to do. Hey, man, if they want to go to free agency, draft, we're so far from the draft. But, yeah, I mean, fill in Utah tackle.
It helps you just financially if you have somebody under player control for the next 5 seasons.
And I think it allows you to put that money to the interior of the line, which I think desperately needs help. Yeah, I'd love to know if people have thought about that. And again, the first thing they're going to do, we've already read the reports, you got to restructure Goff, and I'd restructure Amon-Ra. That'll get you to damn near $70 million. Then the rest is Glasgow, Decker retire, there's another 23, and you trade Montgomery and save $5 million there. Now, what I don't want to do, I'll tell you what I'm worried about. I'm worried this will be the offseason they make Gibbs the highest paid running back in football, and I only hope I have the day off that day.
Let me ask you a question, and this won't be a popular question, I'm sure.
Don't be provocative.
Okay, never mind.
No, go ahead. What?
When I was watching the Niners-Seattle game, and I heard the announcer say, Seattle flipped their entire team in the last 3 years.
Correct.
There used to be Russell Wilson and all of these guys, Bobby Wagner, DK Metcalf. Like, do you take some of your pieces and you just say, guys, we loved you here, but we're going to go ahead and we're going to get something for you, and you trade away an Amon-Ra?
Well, the guy that I think fits in that profile is if you have concerns about Aleem McNeil, somebody might bite and think they can get him back to form, and you would save $24 million. No, I don't think you're
Because
crazy.
before
But
people
here's
like,
the other.
Oh, you can't do it.
But here's the
DK
other difference.
Metcalf was Mr. Seattle.
But the other difference is Seattle. Okay, so John Schneider is a bit of a unicorn, right? But what Seattle's done is they have hit home runs in acquisition, like getting Leonard Williams from the Giants. Leonard Williams is playing some of the best football of his career. How about going and getting Tank Lawrence? 33 years old. DeMarcus Lawrence was a game wrecker this year. Their drafting is good, but their acquisition, they've hit on everything. Getting Darnold, they hit on it. Yeah. Like
Shaheed.
Yes, that trade.
Yeah.
So they just I don't know that we need to deal people.
No, and I'm not saying get rid of everybody.
I think David Montgomery is someone ideal. And that's not slander on Demo, but I can't pay $8 million a year for 8 carries a week.
Well, I'm just saying, like with Amon-Ra, you may be able to get another first round selection out of it.
No, that's blasphemous.
Okay.
You're still upset about yesterday, aren't you?
I'm not.
You dog the fans
No,
and you're mad.
that has nothing to do with it. Because you can't get rid of J-Mo.
No, I
See, if it were up to me, I would have got rid of J-Mo, but because you
and
just
played
paid
Tesla.
him.
Well,
Right.
look, bottom line, you can restructure Amon-Ra, restructure Goff. I'm advocating essentially for kind of what the Patriots did last year. They spent $353 million in free agency all in, Milton Williams and company. You can create a scenario where you help control the market in rebuilding your team. And yeah, I mean, the bill will come due. Like Rico, I know what they're probably going to do. I'm only offering what I would do. Like, would this be the offseason that they make Jack Campbell, a Ray Lewis contract?
Yes.
Oh, I can already feel it. But my thing is getting rid of the old guard. In essence, we're saying the same thing. Getting rid of Taylor Decker, that's pretty cutthroat.
Yeah.
But I think it might be necessary.
Right, but getting rid of Taylor Decker is just to start over. I'm saying get rid of somebody who can bring you back something in return. And no, this has nothing to do with what he said yesterday. I would rather keep Amon-Ra and trade J-Mo, but you'd take a bigger hit trading
Yeah, for me,
J-Mo.
and again,
because you do have Tesla.
When I create that room, that is so if and when a Linderbaum or a McGovern hits the open market, I'm going to pay $20 million for my center. Because you know what I'm not going to do? Have a rookie center in there. I want a vet. I want someone who's going to get every protection right, get every assignment right, and be a difference maker to build inside out.
But if you look, knowing that you're probably not going to win the Super Bowl, couldn't you bring in the rookie center?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And say, okay.
I'm trying to power it up to go right back at it. But you're right, is maybe it's a gap year. Look, bottom line, it's what we talked a lot about for Scott Harris and Brad Holmes. It was a very similar offseason. This is it's vital. Because I think a lot of people are going to make judgments based on what happens. So for Brad, yeah, Rico, you're not wrong. I'd like to see them be bolder. But if the hiring of the OC is any indication, that's not what they're going to do.
Well, see, that's why I said this guy, he's not garbage water. He's not horrible. Like, I'm not going to oh, my God, but, you brought in Petson. No, it's just I know what he likes to do, and I know what you have. And getting those two to work on the same page is going to be a little different because he does like using the title. Like Laporta, happy he's here. Gibbs is going to be happy he's here. But the receivers, I don't know. Like, look, he's probably going to want to bring in some more tight ends, like you said, to run the 12 and 13 personnel.
Yeah, I think there'll be elements of his offense, but let's make no mistake. The reason he's here and not Mike McDaniel is because Petzing will take orders and McDaniel won't. Let's just be clear. Then we're all adults.
Yeah, we are.
248-539-9797. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have everything you need when you need it. Plan it, build it, buy it. You know the drill. Stop on by the showroom, take home some samples. Just call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. David, what do the texts have to say? And then we'll get to the people. Just talking a little bit about the Taylor Decker thing. Because now, after these games, these are the things you have to think about. We've had the conversations. You see some articles, different opinions. I kind of wonder if you just, whether he retires or not, you don't have him here. Save the $15 million, and we get to rebuilding that O-line. David, go ahead.
Gentlemen, I would absolutely move on from Decker, move on from Glasgow, structure Goff and St. Brown, and now you can go out and get a top-notch free agent center, move Sewell to the left, and draft a rookie tackle in the first round. That is from Marlon in Wall Lake. Bill from Ohio says, absolutely move Sewell to left tackle and draft the right tackle at 17. I think Decker resigns on a cheaper contract if you cut him to save the money.
Yeah, I don't want that.
You're
basically gone.
Just want to be out of the Decker.
You're done. $15 million. We're moving on. Get younger, get cheaper, and reallocate those funds. If I cut Decker, draft a right tackle, that money could be Isaiah Likely. I'm spitballing here, man, because it is a big offseason.
Someone says take a flyer on the low risk tight end Daniel Bellinger, Noah Fant.
No.
Or Rico's
I like
guy.
Daniel Bellinger. Why do you have to take things from the Giants? That's like stealing a toy from a homeless child. You do not get to have Daniel Bellinger. What is wrong with you people?
Why don't you guys just go get Kyle Pitts? He'll be available.
2 words, Kyrie Irving. Do you need the other 2 words?
No.
Okay. I like Daniel Bellinger. Leave my Giants alone.
Can you make Tesla a hybrid?
No, stop. This is not Madden.
They
you don't
don't
just
know
get
ball.
to change positions.
Ryan Clarkson doesn't know ball.
No,
Clearly
you're not.
doesn't know ball.
You don't know nothing about nothing. Sign the ASB on a pod. Let's go to John 97.1. Johnny, what's good, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Nice to talk to you, Rico. Hope you guys are having a good day.
Thank you, buddy.
I can't disagree with you on cutting Decker. I'm down here in Toledo. I'm a Buckeye. I remember when he was a beast on our line down here. I give him all the respect in the world for sticking with the Detroit Lions and playing like a Warrior. But I have to agree with you, Mike. The thing is, he is playing hurt all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly, the guy is banged up and hurt. He's to an age where I'm thinking you might not have to worry about cutting him because you might be talking with mama for a while here and say, hey, look, I'm going to let it go so I can get out of bed with it not taking 5 hours. So, but if it comes to he doesn't do that, I agree with you because bottom line is that offensive line has got to get set, perked up if we even want a shot at winning the North and getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's beginning, middle, and end because of the quarterback you have and what you need in order to execute this offense the way they want. When this team had a real shot to win a championship, the offensive line was a non-negotiable. It was a difference maker, and it's eroded here.
Yeah, you were able to run the ball.
Exactly, Mike. You know what? The number one offensive line in the NFL, which it was, is now disbanded. Look at everybody's gone except for Sewell.
And you see it happen. Happened to the Cowboys. Took them a few years. Rebuilt it through the draft. You can do it different ways. But this is the litmus test now, John. This is Brad Holmes' job.
And you can't get caught, falling for the banana in the tailpipe twice. You lost out on your center because you didn't see that he was ready to retire and he was talking about it. Because once people start hinting, and go ahead and replace him. We're just going to go ahead and for Decker.
Yeah, I want to be proactive, not reactive. I'd like to think they learned from the Ragnow stuff. And again, they don't have a lot of picks, not high ones.
Right.
They got a 1, a 2, and a 4. Well, here's your problem. I don't know the future of the safeties with Branch and Kirby Joseph because nobody will comment about corners. All right, so do I take a safety in the second round? If I'm trading Montgomery, do I take a running back in the 4th?
Right, but you got your corners.
I'm just going to make the assumption I have DJ Reed and Terry and Arnold. Now the rest, no. Amik Robertson probably not back. Ennis Rakestraw is a myth. He's like Chester Copperpot. I don't know if that's
but even
real
if Arnold
person.
comes back.
It's a big off season, big dog. That's what I'm saying. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. I believe I read somewhere, I don't know, maybe you could look this up, that if they cut him after June 1st, then they'll be able to save $18 million. I don't know if that's true or not.
I can check on it. Continue.
That is true. You have to designate him. You can release him before June, or is this a designated June 1st cut? Yes.
Yeah, man. So they say make the decision before June 1st, cut him after June 1st, make all the money you could, and go draft the right tackle and go shore up the whole offensive line.
Yeah, it just feels like they're going to have to take that first-round pick. And look, it's tough when teams know what your needs are. You bet you're going to have to try to maneuver to make sure you get your guy, or it's going to get taken from you. This is the problem. I hate saying it, Jeff. This is where Rico wins. You're trading 3 third-round picks to get this kid, and it's like, well, now you paid a piper. That's the problem.
My only question is, how are they going to shore up that defensive line by doing this?
Jeff, that's why I said this is a gap year. You focus on the offense first. You'll have to outscore people. And then in the next year, you focus on the defense. By the way, Ravens have their new coach.
Minter?
Yes.
When he turned down the interview with the Browns, it led you to believe, all right, not only does he have a job, he's going to have a good job. Now, what's fascinating is that's from the Harbaugh tree, and they just got rid of John Harbaugh. But that is still a Harbaugh family guy, a guy who did coach there. I like it. If it wasn't Minter, and look, what did I say to you? Unless Minter was going to get a great job, I'd stay in L.A. because he'd have his pick of the litter. Baltimore comes calling, you take that job. And I like it for him, and I like it for Baltimore. That's a defensive team. They need to return to being a defensive team.
They don't look the same.
It's eroded.
Right. It used to be, man, you didn't want to play the Baltimore Ravens defense, and now you're like,
Well,
hey,
you know,
Ravens defense.
Hey, you know what happened? They lost their pass rush.
Oh.
Weird. Yeah. So we'll see. No, but hey, if you get a job like that, you take it. So good on him.
Flores went back to Minnesota. That led me to think,
well, he can still get a head coach job, though.
Yeah,
but see, I thought that was the job he was going to
I would have
get.
loved it.
No, the job is Pittsburgh, probably.
Really?
Yes.
Oh boy.
You don't love that, I see.
See, no.
That's
I
a
don't know
rebuild.
what Pittsburgh is going to do, David, because
we're going to win championships.
Is that right?
Okay.
As you and Kenny both laugh at me.
Who's your quarterback?
Exactly.
Bruce Gradkowski.
Like
Mason Rudolph.
Charlie Batch?
You're literally starting over.
Charlie Batch.
Bubby Brister.
We could bring him back from the
let's turn our attention to a little bit of
Started
football.
today, Charlie.
David, Mike Tomczak.
Get your helmet. Mike Tomczak.
I got all kinds of bum-ass Steeler quarterbacks.
Duck Hodges back.
There you go. He started like 3 games. What
Yes,
a
he
legend.
did.
Couple of the texts, and we'll get to a little football today.
This feels like too much talk about the offensive line, which, yes, does need to improve, but not enough talk about the defense, which is the reason we lost.
I understand, but without that O-line, your offense will degrade even further.
Yeah. It's, as you like to say, flow chart. You want to start winning games, you got to get a better offensive line. Your running game is there. Here's what's going to have to happen. You're going to have to outscore people next year.
Right, and
you're not going to have this lockdown defense.
Petzing's run first, multi-tight end, heavy play action. If you don't have an O-line, none of that works.
You control TOP, you score more points, and
pray.
Yeah, and then the next year, then you take your draft picks.
Almost like what the Bears did. The Bears focused all their money on offense, and they told Dennis Allen, you got to make do with what you got. Well, now, you know what the Bears are going to do this year? They're going to go out and focus on the defense. You can't do it all at once. It's very difficult to do.
Good call. But yeah, I do think that's why I said this is a gap year. You can make the playoffs. I don't think Super Bowl is going to be in the cards for next season.
One more text here says the Pittsburgh quarterback is going to be Willie Beeman.
Oh, boy. David.
You said Malik Willis?
No,
I actually would take that.
I'd like to see Malik Willis in Indianapolis. Daniel Jones is toast.
Yeah, they're talking Miami, of course.
So what do you do with Anthony Richardson? Just haul him out
Is there
to the
a
curb?
local recycling center?
Do you need someone to carry the bags?
Is there a compost heap? He's terrible.
Maybe he can go back and play college football again.
Yeah, I like that plan. Just do what the kids at college basketball are doing.
Well, you know what
Perfect.
the best thing that happened to Malik Willis? Found out? Yeah, Mac Jones probably won't get traded. So Willis's value just skyrocketed.
I could see him making 20 a year. Little like 2-year, $40 million bridge deal.
So pick the best team.
Yeah, and go play. Like if I were Minnesota, that would be the compliment to JJ. That would be my 9 insurance is Malik Willis.
Yeah, but see, I think Malik wants to go someplace where he's going to start.
Okay, how about this? Malik, if you can't beat out McCarthy, you stink. And this team's awesome.
That's fair. That's fair.
So I bribe him
I can't
to compete.
But you have to make it a fair. You can't be like, well, really, we're going to tilt the scales to JJ because
they're tilting the scales away from JJ. I guarantee you that.
So if it's a fair competition, yes. But if it's like, yeah, I know who you really want. Because if not, it sounds silly, but because of their defense, what if you went to Cleveland?
Way to end his career.
They got a running game.
97
That's
what? That's disgusting. 97
and no QB.
97 what? 97 what?
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start your new year off right with the great deals with their massive inventory. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Trax LT for $239 a month for 24 months. You just going to leave me hanging, Mike? All right. Just walk in with $995 down. It includes 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff. The chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. It's Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel's making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, you bet $5, and you get $200 in bonus bets. Or whether you're backing the favorite or the underdog, totals, parlays, whatever you like, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, that's it. That's all. And we wait for football. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's turn our attention to a little bit of football. David, music, please. Oh, good God. What now from this cursed sport? What do you want of me?
So what we're going to do here is
top 10 quarterbacks being sued by their current employer. I mean school.
No, we're going to go through a prediction here for next season because ESPN has already released a prediction of what teams are going to make the college football playoff next year.
Okay.
And there's a reason why I want to do this.
Okay.
Because of you, Rico.
Oh, boy.
Because every year you say you could put similar teams in a bucket and pull those teams out and you'll get them on this.
Okay, here's the thing.
On the top 10 stuff.
Just talked about this on the 5-Star Zone. Download it. Yes. 8 teams, you could already bake them into the playoffs. So let's go.
So let's see if you can get these teams. Let's start with conference winners. Who do you think they have winning the Big Ten?
The Ohio State.
No.
What?
Oregon, because Dante Moore's back?
No. They predict Indiana wins the Big Ten next year.
Okay, that's shocking.
Well, they did get Josh Hoover, the kid from TCU, to quarterback. So if we trust Signetti's evaluations,
that's what they're doing here.
He'll transition really well.
Right, but this spits in the face of college football because Indiana's still new at this. And historically speaking, Ohio State.
Brother, that's all dead. They're just wearing laundry.
I hope so.
Indiana's a creative team in a video game. It doesn't matter who they are. It wouldn't shock me. If you got a billionaire, Sacramento State could win the national title. It doesn't matter.
You're exactly right. So who do you think they have predicted to win the SEC?
Oh, boy. I'll just go Texas. It's got to be Sark Shearer or he's going to get blasted out. It's Arch Manning back again.
I keep forgetting that Texas.
I know, because they're not. It's all fake. I'll say Texas.
You are incorrect.
I quit.
Oh, so Lane and the crew.
Incorrect.
Georgia?
This man to the right of me.
Oh, the privileged.
The privileged.
Ugh.
Georgia is their prediction.
Why'd they get rid of Gunnar Stockton?
Must have.
Sick 'em.
Says that because they're returning defensive stars, Chris Cole, Raylan Wilson.
Yeah, well, let me know when a
quarterback.
pass rush returns, because
Correct.
they sure as hell didn't have one.
Were they defensive stars this year? Question mark?
That was the most middle of the pack Georgia defense you'll ever see.
I saw that Georgia defense, and I did not see future Philadelphia Eagles, Kenny.
Truth.
So the Big 12, I'll just give you that one. They
No.
Okay.
Well, that's Big 12 is Texas Tech.
Yeah, they do have
Okay.
Texas Tech winning the Big 12. What about the ACC? I can give you that one if you. Okay, I'll give you that one.
North Carolina.
No, they don't have North Carolina winning that one. They have Miami.
Shout out Petey Pablo.
They have Miami because their prediction is that Darian Mensah does end up in Miami.
Yeah,
That's
because again, he'll win this lawsuit. These contracts aren't worth the paper they're written on. They have great NIL support. And look, I don't think much of Cristobal as an in-game coach, but from a recruiting standpoint, he recruits the trenches, they build inside out, and they farm out player development at the quarterback spot. They get finished products.
Bruh, that defensive line, I saw 3 NFL players.
Yeah.
I'm just
Moten, Mesidor, and Bain.
Yeah.
Right. And Mesidor is also 30.
So let's
He's
go
got-
to.
wait. Was I a year maybe too early? Is Clemson dead? Because I don't hear them talked about anymore.
They don't get mentioned with the ACC.
You might have
anymore.
been early, but you're going to end up being right because this year they returned a quarterback, a preseason top 10. They did hit the portal a little bit, and it blew up like a cartoon cigar. So I'm just going to go ahead and chalk it and say, you know what? Rico Beard was right. Dabo's going back to living in his car. It's over.
So
Future Bama coach.
The best group of 5 champion. Who do you think they're predicting?
hold
I mean, you can go all over the place with this.
Group of 5. Jesus, David.
UNLV?
No.
You got to give me a hint.
They're on an island.
Hawaii?
Hawaii. Is what
Oh,
they
because they
predict.
got Aguilar or whatever his
Correct.
name is, the kid quarterback. He's basically a
Micah
local hero.
Agelato or whatever his name is.
Aguilar.
Yeah.
He hurt he had a high ankle sprain or something, and he was on one leg half the year, but he's actually pretty good. Okay. He's basically this generation's Timmy Chang. And he's kind of like a local hero, and
He'll
he's
throw
good.
for like 60 touchdowns.
And they're hoping if he stays healthy, that's why they're selecting.
Do they have a
Hawaii.
stadium yet? Or are
I
they still
don't
going to
think
play
so.
at Honolulu High?
I don't
That
think so.
stadium is a disgrace.
And then they have a rule for one of
Well, they
the
are
other
rebuilding
teams
an
here.
island, Mike.
Okay, fair.
A team that had a losing record last season that they predict could win and make it. And I think this is an easy one for you because they had a transfer. They hired a coach from North Texas.
Okie State?
Oklahoma State.
The problem is they do not have the money they once had since T. Boone Pickens is 6 feet under. Now, if some money came into the program and Eric Morris, you get Mestenmaker, I know they got the wide receiver who was a freshman or a sophomore. His name escapes me, from North Texas. Yeah, David, it's plausible. Big 12's wide open.
It is.
That could happen. And again, if you have a quarterback, you have a chance. Mestenmaker's the truth. That kid is really good.
So what is remaining are 6 at large.
I think
Ohio State.
That's 1.
Oregon.
That's 2.
Notre Dame.
That's 3.
How about Michigan?
No.
Well,
earlier.
I'll say this. If Michigan doesn't make the playoff next year, what a titanic waste of money in Underwood. You got to make the playoff. Come on. You can finish 4th or 5th in the Big Ten and get in. Like, is it wrong I expect Michigan to make it?
No, not at all.
Yes and no, because
you improve a little bit. You win a game or 2 more.
Yeah, but it's the schedule. Because all of a sudden, Oklahoma.
No.
I was about to say, because Oklahoma in the Oregon game went from Michigan can beat them, quarterbacks come back, and Dante and Mateer, and now those are looks like 2 losses.
So it was Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas A&M, and USC.
No Texas Tech, huh?
No. Well, they
Texas
won the
Tech,
Big 12.
They won the Big 12.
My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No Alabama.
No Alabama.
And that will mean DeBoer's fired.
Yes,
that job will come
correct.
open then. I mean, you can't. And I don't think Lane's going to get it done in year 1. Too much
Guys,
to
I don't know
do.
what you're
Plus, he
waiting
can't
for.
get his
You've heard
quarterback.
me talk about matrix basements.
Yeah,
They tricked
I mean,
out a
Rico's
totally
right.
unfinished
I want to
basement
give
for me.
Rico credit on
They
this.
can do the exact same
When you
thing
do
for
look
you.
at this, you do feel like you can bake 5, 6 of these teams in already. I wouldn't go as far as 8, but because it's directly tied to money.
No, but you can, Mike, because look at the. Yeah, okay.
I know. No, hey, it's him. He's telling you number 1.
That is your college football blitz, 97-1.
All right, let's turn our attention to a little bit of football. Dave.
We talked a lot of things, including the upcoming weather, the San Francisco power situation, getting the injuries, and we also talked some Scooble talk of what the Tigers should do with him. Use the Odyssey Rewind if you missed any of that. Before we throw this over to Jeff Rieger, David, any text communications?
Yeah, some text communication. Someone's asking, Steelers QB could be Colin Kaepernick. He's still out there. Does he want a job? No, I'm good. I think he's probably old now. I would say he's old now.
It's funny because I was just talking to Rieger and Mark Ryan of what's the best and worst job still available of the 5 head coaches coaching jobs: the Bills, the Browns, the Steelers, the Raiders, and the Cardinals.
The best is the Steelers. We know that.
Is it though?
No, it's not. I'm joking.
The only good thing about the Steelers, you're going to be employed for the next 20 years. Just do your job. Steelers don't fire anybody.
Well, the best out of those to me, probably Buffalo because of Josh Allen.
See, I said that was the worst.
The worst is Arizona.
No, it's not.
Come on,
David.
You have Josh Allen.
You have Josh Allen. And how many rings has Josh Allen won?
I understand. Come on, I get that.
You have Josh Allen.
How long did it take John Elway to get a ring?
No, you have Josh Allen, which means expectations are through the roof. You have to come in here and win immediately. If you don't, you're a bum.
Well, if you're scared of that, then you shouldn't be a coach at all.
And see, here's what I don't like the fact that the owner comes out and throws draft picks and players under the bus who are still on your team.
I understand that.
David, if you do that to him, what are you saying about me in private?
But
what are you saying about me in public?
You have Josh Allen. Who cares about expectations? You take that job because that's the best job. Arizona has to get rid of their quarterback. There's been rumors Baltimore just hired a coach. Cleveland, come on now. We know what Cleveland is.
If Arizona
come on.
If Arizona gets rid of their quarterback, you get to start fresh next year in a quarterback class.
It takes a second to start fresh because then they'll have dead cap money because of Kyler Murray.
Or you trade them.
Arizona's the worst out of that too.
And worst case
Buffalo's
scenario,
the best.
Worst case scenario, you got the best weather.
Look, if I'm going to
David,
Vegas. If you talk about weather,
all 5 of these jobs are horrible.
well, hold on. Pittsburgh's not horrible. They're not the best, but they're not horrible.
Not great.
They're not horrible, though.
I would argue Pittsburgh is worse than Buffalo by quite a bit, actually.
So,
versus
Pittsburgh's number 2, the best.
Buffalo.
Sure, David, for you. If that's what you want to hear.
Buffalo, you better get this right.
That's very true.
You better get this right because you have very little leeway. Other jobs, you could sit there and say, hey, look, this is going to take some time to fix. Buffalo, you're expecting to be in the Super Bowl next year.
Good. I love expectations.
Would that not be the best? The reason why it's the best is because you have a Super Bowl-esque roster?
Yes.
You don't, though.
You have a Super Bowl-esque quarterback. The roster doesn't
Right, the roster's not there. Like, Kenny,
but you can build it around your Super Bowl-esque quarterback. That's my point.
I know, but to me, Buffalo's like the guy walking around in the Letterman's jacket, and you've been out of high school for a while now, son. You're not that same person.
You just can't say Buffalo's the worst in my mind. When you still have Steelers, the Raiders, and Arizona, and Cleveland out there.
I look at Cleveland. I look at that defense.
But
you get a quarterback.
But they're stuck with one that they don't like, that they're still paying guaranteed money to.
No. I don't care. I don't have to play him.
But you have to pay him.
That's fine.
But that's on your cap.
That's fine.
Oh,
David, that's already been accounted for. So we're not going to get rid of him, but I'm not putting him in the game. So go ahead and do whatever you want. Get me that defense. Think about it. If anybody else had the Cleveland Browns defense with a decent quarterback, they would be in the playoffs right now. Myles Garrett's going to be your guy for a long time. You tricked him into a deal. I don't know how, but you did.
Isn't that the same argument you're making for Josh Allen, except on the other side of the ball?
No, because Myles Garrett's good.
You can't. So now you're saying Josh Allen isn't good. Wow. It took how long for John Elway to win a championship? I get it. Josh Allen has to be better in the playoffs.
I lost a lot of respect for Josh Allen because this was it. You had zero excuses.
No Mahomes, no Jackson, no Burrow.
And you still found a way to soil the sheets. Right before a half, you went all cowboy and fumbled the ball. So, yeah, this was it. Like I said, no excuses, man. If he would have just made the Super Bowl, I would have been like, okay. They were all gone. No Burrow, no Mahomes, no Jackson, no nothing. All you had to do was go out there and win, and you couldn't. So I'm sorry. Myles Garrett, on the other hand, nah, Kenny, nah. He's best defensive player in the league.
Browns is the worst, just over the second worst of the Cardinals, someone says. I agree with that. Browns is probably the worst. They'll always be the worst.
I don't know. I think if you get a quarterback in for the Browns with that defense, I think they can do something.
They've been saying that for how many years?
Of it.
And they still can't find a quarterback.
Well, it took a while. Look at Chicago. Look at Detroit. It took a while. But both teams finally found quarterbacks, and they changed their fortune. And you're in a horrible division right now. The Cincinnati coach is the oldest tenured coach.
Correct. That's sad. He should have been fired.
Yeah, why does he still have a job?
He should have been fired.
He said he's still like, wait, I didn't get fired, did I? No?
Oh, did you hear about Aaron Glenn? Have you guys heard the latest on Aaron Glenn?
What?
That he's contemplating walking away from football because no coordinators want to take his jobs.
He can't.
See.
Okay, Rieger, that's you making stuff up. If Aaron Glenn walks away from football,
I saw a report about it.
He will never get a job again.
I'm just
What,
saying.
your buddies called you and told you that?
Let's see. I got to find it for you.
You mean squirrel?
All right.
Who's squirrel?
I say some squirrel you talk to.
Oh, I don't talk
on your
to
runs.
I don't run outside in this. Are you insane?
He talks to himself.
I run at the gym and the treadmill, which, by the way, I'm probably very annoying to run next to. Don't you? I got a question for you guys. When
Sit next to
when you're
as
on
well.
the treadmill and across from, when you're on the treadmill, isn't it the same as in a movie theater? You should not get on a mill right next to somebody. You should give them the in-between grace. Don't you agree? Just like at a movie theater, you're not going to
I
go
blame
sit next to
Rico
somebody.
for this. You egged him on.
I'm
You
just
encouraged
asking.
him.
It's something I run into.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, Joe, we were talking what's the best and worst job available.
I
don't know how
I don't
he got
know.
here.
No, nor do I.
Well,
We were
you
arguing
started
over
it talking to
who's-
squirrels
like,
on
is-
runs.
Is Buffalo the best job? And I said, actually, I think it's the worst because you're expected to win the Super Bowl next year.
You didn't
Well,
answer
that's
the
true.
question. It's very.
What is the question?
I'm just saying.
We're not answering you.
You
Rick.
shouldn't run next to somebody. You should give
Is
them
the
the
gym
treadmill
fi-
buffalo.
Is the gym filled up?
No.
See, Riga, you're the type that goes and stand to the urinal right next to somebody.
No, I would not
Yes,
do that.
you
No,
are.
I would actually wait
All right,
till that
we're
person
not-
gets out of the way.
You know
Very
Dan Skipper.
polite.
You know Dan Skipper's retiring, right? Yeah.
Yes. We're going to talk about that.
We are, but with a funny little twist.
Very fun.
When you hear reporting as eligible, you know who you're talking about, right?
Right.
In Detroit sports lore, what quote do you immediately know who we're talking about? And this is a good test of whether or not you're a good Detroit sports fan.
Like, I'll give you an example. Can
Go
I give
ahead.
one?
Yeah.
You ever have a beer?
Well, that's a kind of obscure.
That's obscure. Lloyd Carr, that to Michael.
It was 30 years ago.
Okay, how about this? The bar is high.
Right, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
Marty White.
What do you mean I'm fired?
There you go.
Tremendous
there you go.
one.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
How about Detroit basketball?
Mason.
How about?
See, now you're playing along.
How about? I got kids, man. I got kids.
Right, Prince
Fielder.
Yeah. What about CTC? Cut the check, Rasheed Wallace.
What about Wojo and Rieger up next?
They will not win game 2.
97-1.